Chapter 47 of Uncle Silas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Uncle Silas by J. Sheridan Fanu. Chapter 47. Dr. Brierly reappears. No one who has not experienced it can imagine the nervous disgust and horror which such a spectacle as we had been forced in part to witness leaves upon the mind of a young person of my particular temperament. It affected ever after my involuntary estimate of the principal actors in it. An exhibition of such thorough inferiority accompanied by such a shock to the feminine sense of elegance is not forgotten by any woman. Captain Oakley had been severely beaten by a smaller man. It was pitiable, but also undignified. And Milly's anxieties about his teeth and nose, though in a certain sense horrible, had also a painful suspicion of the absurd. People say, on the other hand, that superior prowess, even in such barbarous contests, inspires in our sex an interest akin to admiration. I can positively say, in my case, it was quite the reverse. Dudley Ruthyn stood lower than ever in my estimation. For though I feared him more, it was by reason of these brutal and cold-blooded associations. After I lived in constant apprehension of being summoned to my uncle's room, and being called on for an explanation of my meeting with Captain Oakley, which, notwithstanding my perfect innocence, looked suspicious, but no such inquisition resulted. Perhaps he did not suspect me, or perhaps he thought not in his haste, all women are liars, and did not care to hear what I might say. I rather lean to the latter interpretation. The exchequer just now, I suppose, by some means was replenished. For next morning Dudley set off upon one of his fashionable excursions, as poor Milly thought them, to Wolverhampton, and the same day Dr. Brierly arrived. Milly and I, from my room window, saw him step from his vehicle to the courtyard. A lean man with sandy hair and whiskers was in the chaise with him. Dr. Brierly descended in the unchangeable black suit that always looked new and never fitted him. The doctor looked careworn, and older, I thought, by several years than when I last saw him. He was not shown up to my uncle's room. On the contrary, Milly, who was more actively curious than I, ascertained that our tremulous butler informed him that my uncle was not sufficiently well for an interview. Whereupon Dr. Brierly had pencilled a note, the reply to which was a message from Uncle Silas, saying that he would be happy to see him in 5 minutes. As Milly and I were conjecturing what it might mean, and before the 5 minutes had expired, Mary Quince entered. "Wyatt bid me tell you, miss, your uncle wants you this minute." When I entered his room, Uncle Silas was seated at the table, with his desk before him. He looked up. Could anything be more dignified, suffering, and venerable? "I sent for you, dear," he said, very gently, extending his thin white hand and taking mine, which he held affectionately while he spoke, "because I desire to have no secrets, and wish you thoroughly to know all that concerns your own interests, while subject to my guardianship. And I am happy to think, my beloved niece, that you requite my candour. Oh, here is the gentleman. Sit down, dear." Dr. Brierly was advancing, as it seemed, to shake hands with Uncle Silas, who, however, rose with a severe and haughty air, not the least overacted, and made him a slow, ceremonious bow. I wondered how the homely doctor could confront so tranquilly that astounding statue of hauteur. A faint and weary smile, rather sad than contemptuous, was the only sign he showed of feeling his repulse. "How do you do, miss?" he said, extending his hand, and greeting me after his ungallant fashion, as if it were an afterthought. "I think I may as well take a chair, sir," said Dr. Brierly, sitting down serenely near the table, and crossing his ungainly legs. My uncle bowed. "You understand the nature of the business, sir. Do you wish Miss Ruthyn to remain?" asked Dr. Brierly. "I sent for her, sir," replied my uncle, in a very gentle and sarcastic tone, a smile on his thin lips, and his strangely contorted eyebrows raised for a moment contemptuously. "This gentleman, my dear Maud, thinks proper to insinuate that I am robbing you. It surprises me a little, and no doubt you. I've nothing to conceal and wished you to be present while he favours me more particularly with his views. I'm right, I think, in describing it as robbery, sir?" "Why," said Dr. Bryerly, thoughtfully, for he was treating the matter as one of right, and not one of feeling, "it would be, certainly, taking that which does not belong to you, and converting it to your own use, but at the worst it would more resemble thieving, I think, than robbery." I saw Uncle Silas's lips, eyelid, and thin cheek quiver and shrink, as if with a thrill of tic douloureux, as Dr. Bryerly spoke this unconsciously insulting answer. My uncle had, however, the self-command which is learned at the gaming table. He shrugged with a chilly sarcastic little laugh and a glance at me. "Your note says waste, I think, sir?" "Yes, waste. The felling and sale of timber in the Windmill Wood, the selling of oak bark, and burning of charcoal, as I'm informed," said Bryerly, as sadly and quietly as a man might relate a piece of intelligence from the newspaper. "Detectives, or private spies of your own, or perhaps my servants bribed with my poor brother's money. A very high-minded procedure." "Nothing of the kind, sir," my uncle sneered. "I mean, sir, there has been no undue canvass for evidence, and the question is simply one of right, and it is our duty to see that this inexperienced young lady is not defrauded." "By her own uncle?" "By anyone," said Dr. Bryerly, with a natural impenetrability that excited my admiration. "Of course you come armed with an opinion?" said my smiling uncle, insinuatingly. "The case is before Mr. Sergeant Grinders. These bigwigs don't return their cases sometimes so quickly as we could wish." "Then you have no opinion?" smiled my uncle. "My solicitor is quite clear upon it, and it seems to me there can be no question raised but for the form's sake." "Yes, for form's sake you take one, and in the meantime, upon a nice question of law, the surmises of a thick-headed attorney and of an ingenious I beg your pardon, physician, are sufficient warrant for telling my niece and ward, in my presence, that I am defrauding her." My uncle leaned back in his chair and smiled with a contemptuous patience over Dr. Bryerly's head as he spoke. "I don't know whether I use that expression, sir, but I am speaking merely in a technical sense. I mean to say that, whether by mistake or otherwise, you are exercising a power which you don't lawfully possess, and that the effect of that is to impoverish the estate, and, by so much as it benefits you, to wrong this young lady." "I'm a technical defrauder, I see, and your manner conveys the rest. I thank my God, sir, I am a very different man from what I once was." Uncle Silas was speaking in a low tone, and with extraordinary deliberation. "I remember when I should have certainly knocked you down, sir, or tried it, at least, for a great deal less." "But seriously, sir, what do you propose?" asked Dr. Bryerly, sternly, and a little flushed, for I think the old man was stirred within him, and though he did not raise his voice, his manner was excited. "I propose to defend my rights, sir," murmured Uncle Silas, very grim. "I'm not without an opinion, though you are. You seem to think, sir, that I have a pleasure in annoying you. You are quite wrong. I hate annoying anyone. Constitutionally, I hate it. But don't you see, sir, the position I'm placed in? I wish I could please everyone and do my duty." Uncle Silas bowed and smiled. "I've brought with me the Scotch steward from Tolkingden, your estate, miss, and if you let us, we will visit the spot and make a note of what we observe. That is, assuming you admit waste and merely question our law." "If you please, sir, you and your Scotsman will do no such thing; and bearing in mind that I neither deny nor admit anything, you will please further never more to present yourself, under any pretext whatsoever, either in this house or upon the grounds of Bartram Haugh during my lifetime." Uncle Silas rose up with the same glassy smile and scowl in token that the interview was ended. "Goodbye, sir," said Dr. Bryerly, with a sad and thoughtful air, and hesitating for a moment, he said to me, "Do you think, miss, you could afford me a word in the hall?" "Not a word, sir," snarled Uncle Silas, with a white flash from his eyes. There was a pause. "Sit where you are, Maud." Another pause. "If you have anything to say to my ward, sir, you will please say it here." Dr. Bryerly's dark and homely face was turned on me with an expression of unspeakable compassion. "I was going to say that if you think of any way in which I can be of the least service, miss, I'm ready to act. That's all. Mind, any way." He hesitated, looking at me with the same expression as if he had something more to say, but he only repeated, "That's all, miss." "Won't you shake hands, Dr. Bryerly, before you go?" I said, eagerly approaching him. Without a smile, and with the same sad anxiety in his face, with his mind, as it seemed to me, on something else, and irresolute whether to speak it or be silent, he took my fingers in a very cold hand, and holding it so, and slowly shaking it, his grave and troubled glance unconsciously rested on Uncle Silas's face, while in a sad tone and absent way he said, "Goodbye, miss." From before that sad gaze, my uncle averted his strange eyes quickly, and looked oddly to the window. In a moment more, Dr. Bryerly let my hand go with a sigh, and, with an abrupt little nod to me, he left the room, and I heard that dismalest of sounds, the retreating footsteps of a true friend, lost. "Lead us not into temptation. If we pray so, we must not mock the eternal majesty of heaven by walking into temptation of our own accord." This oracular sentence was not uttered by my uncle until Dr. Bryerly had gone at least 5 minutes. "I forbid him my house, Maud. First, because his perfectly unconscious insolence tries my patience nearly beyond endurance, and again because I have heard unfavourable reports of him. On the question of right which he disputes, I am perfectly informed. I am your tenant, my dear niece. When I am gone, you will learn how scrupulous I have been. You will see how, under the pressure of the most agonising pecuniary difficulties, the terrific penalty of a misspent youth, I have been careful never by a hair's breadth to transgress the strict line of my legal privileges, alike as your tenant, Maud, and as your guardian. How, amid frightful agitations, I have kept myself, by the miraculous strength and grace vouchsafed me, pure. The word," he resumed after a short pause, "has no faith in any man's conversions. It never forgets what he was. It never believes him anything better. It is an inexorable and stupid judge. What I was I will describe in blacker terms and with more heartfelt detestation than my traducers. A reckless prodigal, a godless profligate. Such I was. What I am. If I had no hope beyond this world, of all men most miserable, but with that hope, a sinner saved." Then he waxed elegant and mystical. I think his Swedenborgian studies had crossed his notions of religion with strange lights. I never could follow him quite in these excursions into the region of symbolism. I only recollect that he talked of the deluge and the waters of Mara, and said, "I am washed, I am sprinkled," and then, pausing, bathed his thin temples and forehead with eau de cologne, a process which was, perhaps, suggested by his imagery of sprinkling and so forth. Thus refreshed, he sighed and smiled, and passed to the subject of Dr. Bryerly. "Of Dr. Bryerly I know he is sly, that he loves money, was born poor, and makes nothing by his profession. But he possesses many £1,000 under my poor brother's will, of your money, and he has glided with, of course, a modest nolo episcopari into the acting trusteeship, with all its multitudinous opportunities of your immense property.
That is not doing so badly for a visionary Swedenborgian. Such a man must prosper. But if he expects to make money of me, he is disappointed. Money, however, he will make of his trusteeship, as you will see. It is a dangerous resolution. But if he will seek the life of Dives, the worst I wish for him is to find the death of Lazarus. But whether, like Lazarus, he be born of angels into Abraham's bosom, or like the rich man only dies and is buried, and the rest, neither living nor dying, do I desire his company.
Uncle Silas here seemed suddenly overtaken by exhaustion. He leaned back with a ghastly look, and his lean features glistened with the dew of faintness. I screamed for Wyatt, but he soon recovered sufficiently to smile his odd smile, and with it and his frown, nodded and waved me away. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of Uncle Silas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Uncle Silas by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 48. Question and Answer. My uncle, after all, was not ill that day, after a strange fashion of his malady, be it what it might. Old Wyatt repeated in her sour, laconic way that there was nothing to speak of amiss with him. But there remained with me a sense of pain and fear. Dr. Bryerly, notwithstanding my uncle's sarcastic reflections, remained, in my estimation, a true and wise friend. I had all my life been accustomed to rely upon others, and here, haunted by many unavowed and ill-defined alarms and doubts, the disappearance of an active and able friend caused my heart to sink. There still remained my dear cousin Monica, and my pleasant and trusted friend Lord Ilbury, and in less than a week arrived an invitation from Lady Mary to the Grange for me and Milly to meet Lady Knollys. It was accompanied, she told me, by a note from Lord Ilbury to my uncle, supporting her request, and in the afternoon I received a message to attend my uncle in his room. An invitation from Lady Mary Carysbrook for you and Milly to meet Monica Knollys. Have you received it? Asked my uncle, so soon as I was seated. Answered in the affirmative, he continued. Now, Maud Ruthyn, I expect the truth from you. I have been frank, so shall you. Have you ever heard me spoken ill of by Lady Knollys? I was quite taken aback. I felt my cheeks flushing. I was returning his fierce cold gaze with a stupid stare, and remained dumb. Yes, Maud, you have. I looked down in silence. I know it. But it is right you should answer. Have you or have you not? I had to clear my voice twice or thrice. There was a kind of spasm in my throat. I am trying to recollect, I said at last. Do recollect, he replied imperiously. There was a little interval of silence. I would have given the world to be, on any conditions, anywhere else in the world. Surely, Maud, you do not wish to deceive your guardian. Come, the question is a plain one, and I know the truth already. I ask you again, have you ever heard me spoken ill of by Lady Knollys? Lady Knollys, I said, half articulately, speaks very freely, and often half in jest, but, I continued, observing something menacing in his face, I have heard her express disapprobation of some things you have done. Come, Maud, he continued in a stern, though still a low key. Did she not insinuate that charge, then, I suppose, in a state of incubation, the other day presented here full-fledged, with beak and claws, by that scheming apothecary? The statement that I was defrauding you by cutting down timber upon the grounds. She certainly did mention the circumstance, but she also argued that it might have been through ignorance of the extent of your rights.
Come, come, Maud, you must not prevaricate, girl. I will have it. Does she not habitually speak disparagingly of me, in your presence, and to you? Answer.
I hung my head.
Yes or no?
Well, perhaps so. Yes, I faltered, and burst into tears.
There, don't cry. It may well shock you. Did she not, to your knowledge, say the same things in presence of my child, Millicent? I know it, I repeat, there is no use in hesitating, and I command you to answer.
Sobbing, I told the truth.
Now sit there while I write my reply.
He wrote with the scowl and smile so painful to witness as he looked down upon the paper, and then he placed the note before me.
Read that, my dear.
It began: My dear Lady Knollys, you have favoured me with a note, adding your request to that of Lord Ilbury that I should permit my ward and my daughter to avail themselves of Lady Mary's invitation. Being perfectly cognizant of the ill feeling you have always and unaccountably cherished towards me, and also of the terms in which you have had the delicacy and the conscience to speak of me before and to my child and my ward, I can only express my amazement at the modesty of your request, while peremptorily refusing it; and I shall conscientiously adopt effectual measures to prevent your ever again having an opportunity of endeavouring to destroy my influence and authority over my ward and my child, by direct or insinuated slander. Your defamed and injured kinsman, Silas Ruthyn. I was stunned. Yet what could I plead against the blow that was to isolate me? I wept aloud, with my hands clasped, looking on the marble face of the old man. Without seeming to hear, he folded and sealed his note, and then proceeded to answer Lord Ilbury. When that note was written, he placed it likewise before me, and I read it also through. It simply referred him to Lady Knollys, "for an explanation of the unhappy circumstances which compelled him to decline an invitation which it would have made his niece and his daughter so happy to accept."
You see, my dear Maud, how frank I am with you,
he said, waving the open note which I had just read, slightly before he folded it.
I think I may ask you to reciprocate my candour.
Dismissed from this interview, I ran to Milly, who burst into tears from sheer disappointment, so we wept and wailed together. But in my grief I think there was more reason. I sat down to the dismal task of writing to my dear Lady Knollys. I implored her to make her peace with my uncle. I told her how frank he had been with me, and how he had shown me his sad reply to her letter. I told her of the interview to which he had himself invited me with Dr. Bryerly. How little disturbed he was by the accusation. No sign of guilt, quite the contrary, perfect confidence. I implored her to think the best, and remembering my isolation, to accomplish a reconciliation with Uncle Silas. Only think, I wrote, I only 19, and 2 years of solitude before me. What a separation! No broken merchant ever signed the schedule of his bankruptcy with a heavier heart than did I this letter. The griefs of youth are like the wounds of the gods. There is an ichor which heals the scars from which it flows. And thus Milly and I consoled ourselves, and the next day enjoyed our ramble, our talk and readings, with a wonderful resignation to the inevitable. Milly and I stood in the relation of Lord Duberly to Dr. Pangloss. I was to mend her cackleology, and the occupation amused us both. I think at the bottom of our submission to destiny lurked a hope that Uncle Silas, the inexorable, would relent, or that Cousin Monica, that siren, would win and melt him to her purpose. Whatever comfort, however, I derived from the absence of Dudley was not to be of very long duration. For one morning, as I was amusing myself alone with a piece of worsted work, thinking, and just at that moment not unpleasantly, of many things, my cousin Dudley entered the room. "Back again, like a bad halfpenny, you see. And how a ye been ever since, lass? Purely, I warrant, be your looks. I am jolly glad to see ye, I am. No cattle going like ye, Maud. I think I must ask you to let go my hand, as I can't continue my work, I said, very stiffly, hoping to chill his enthusiasm a little. Anything to pleasure ye, Maud. 'Tain't in my heart to refuse ye not. I ha' been to Wolverhampton, lass, jolly row there, and run over to Lymington. Almost broke my neck, faith, with a borrowed horse out of the dogs. Ye wouldn't care, Maud, if I broke my neck, would ye? Well, 'appen just a little, he good-naturedly supplied, as I was silent. Little over a week since I left here, by George, and to me it's half the almanac like. Can ye guess the reason, Maud? Have you seen your sister Milly, or your father, since your return? I asked coldly. They'll keep, Maud, never mind 'em. It be you I want to see. It be you I were thinking on all the time. I tell ye, lass, I'm always a thinking on ye. I think you ought to go and see your father. You have been away, you say, for some time. I don't think it is respectful, I said, a little sharply. If you bid me go, I'd almost go, but I could not quite. There's naught on earth I would not do for you, Maud, except leaving you. And that, I said, with a petulant flush, is the only thing on earth I would ask you to do. Blessed if you ain't blushing, Maud, he drawled, with an odious grin. His stupidity was proof against everything. It is too bad, I muttered, with an indignant little pat of my foot and a mimic stamp. Well, ye lasses be queer cattle. You're angry with me now, 'cause ye think I got into mischief. Ye do, Maud. Ye know it, ye buxom little fool, down there at Wolverhampton. And just for that you're ready to turn me off again the minute I come back. 'Tisn't fair. I don't understand you, sir, and I beg that you'll leave me. Now didn't I tell ye about leaving ye, Maud? 'Tis the only thing I can't compass for your sake. I'm just a child in your hands, I am, you know. I can lick a big fellow to pot as limp as a rag, by George. His oaths were not really so mild. You see some of that the other day. Well, don't be vexed, Maud. 'Twas all along o', you know. You know I were just a bit jealous, 'appen. But anyhow I can do it. And look at me here, just a child, I say, in your hands. I wish you'd go away. Have you nothing to do, and no one to see? Why can't you leave me alone, sir? 'Cause I can't, Maud, that's just why. And I wonder, Maud, how can you be so ill-natured when you see me like this? How can ye? I wish Milly would come, said I peevishly, looking toward the door. Well, I'll tell you how it is, Maud. I may as well have it out. I like you better'n any lass that ever I saw. A deal. You're nicer by chalks. There's none like ye, there isn't. And I wish you'd have me. I hadn't much tin. Father's run through a deal. He's pretty well up a tree, you know. But though I bain't so rich as some folks, I'm a better man, 'appen. And if you'd take a tidy lad, that likes ye awful, and 'ud die for your sake, why, here he is. What can you mean, sir? I exclaimed, rising in indignant bewilderment. I mean, Maud, if you'll marry me, you'll never have cause to complain. I'll never let ye want for naught, nor give ye a wry word. Actually a proposal, I ejaculated, like a person speaking in a dream. I stood with my hand on the back of a chair, staring at Dudley, and looking, I dare say, as stupefied as I felt. There's a good lass. You would not deny me, said the odious creature, with one knee on the seat of the chair behind which I was standing, and attempting to place his arm lovingly around my neck. This effectually roused me, and starting back, I stamped upon the ground with actual fury. What has there ever been, sir, in my conduct, words, or looks, to warrant this unparalleled audacity? But that you are as stupid as you are impertinent, brutal, and ugly, you must, long ago, sir, have seen how I dislike you. How dare you, sir? Don't presume to obstruct me. I'm going to my uncle. I had never spoken so violently to mortal before. He in turn looked a little confused, and I passed his extended but motionless arm with a quick and angry step. He followed me a pace or two, however, before I reached the door, looking horridly angry, but stopped, and only swore after me some of those wry words which I was never to have heard. I was myself, however, too much incensed and moving at too rapid a pace to catch their import, and I had knocked at my uncle's door before I began to collect my thoughts. "Come in," replied my uncle's voice, clear, thin, and peevish. I entered and confronted him. "Your son, sir, has insulted me." He looked at me with a cold curiosity steadily for a few seconds, as I stood panting before him with flaming cheeks. "Insulted you?" repeated he. "Egad, you surprise me." The ejaculation savoured of the old man, to borrow his scriptural phrase, more than anything I had heard from him before. "How?" he continued. "How has Dudley insulted you, my dear child? Come, you're excited. Sit down, take time, and tell me all about it. I did not know that Dudley was here." It is an insult. He knows very well. He must know I dislike him. And he presumed to make a proposal of marriage to me."
"Oh,"
exclaimed my uncle, with a prolonged intonation which plainly said, "Is that the mighty matter?" He looked at me as he leaned back with the same steady curiosity, this time smiling, which somehow frightened me, and his countenance looked to me wicked, like the face of a witch, with a guilt I could not understand.
"And is that the amount of your complaint? He made a formal proposal of marriage?"
"Yes, he proposed for me." As I cooled, I began to feel just a very little disconcerted, and a suspicion was troubling me that possibly an indifferent person might think that, having no more to complain of, my language was perhaps a little exaggerated, and my demeanour a little too tempestuous. My uncle, I dare say, saw some symptoms of this misgiving, for smiling still, he said,
"My dear Maud, however just, you appear to me a little cruel. You don't seem to remember how much you are yourself to blame. You have one faithful friend at least whom I advise your consulting. I mean your looking glass. The foolish fellow is young, quite ignorant in the world's ways. He is in love, desperately enamoured. Aimer c'est scandale, et craindre c'est souffrir. And suffering prompts to desperate remedies. We must not be too hard on a rough but romantic young fool, who talks according to his folly and his pain."
End of chapter 48. Chapter 49 of Uncle Silas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Uncle Silas by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 49. An Apparition. "But after all," he suddenly resumed, as if a new thought had struck him, "is it quite such folly after all? It really strikes me, my dear Maud, that the subject may be worth a second thought. No, you won't refuse to hear me," he said, observing me on the point of protesting. "I am, of course, assuming that you are fancy-free. I am assuming, too, that you don't care twopence about Dudley, and even that you fancy you dislike him. You know, in that pleasant play, poor Sheridan, delightful fellow, all our fine spirits are dead, he makes Mrs. Malaprop say there is nothing like beginning with a little aversion. Now, though in matrimony, of course, that is only a joke, yet in love, believe me, it is no such thing. His own marriage with Miss Ogle, I know, was a case in point. She expressed a positive horror of him at their first acquaintance, and yet I believe she would, a few months later, have died rather than not have married him." I was again about to speak, but with a smile he beckoned me into silence. "There are 2 or 3 points you must bear in mind. One of the happiest privileges of your fortune is that you may, without imprudence, marry simply for love. There are few men in England who could offer you an estate comparable with that you already possess, or in fact appreciably increase the splendour of your fortune. If, therefore, he were in all other respects eligible, I can't see that his poverty would be an objection to weigh for one moment.
He is quite a rough diamond. He has been, like many young men of the highest rank, too much given up to athletic sport, to that society which constitutes the aristocracy of the ring and the turf, and all that kind of thing. You see, I am putting all the worst points first, but I have known so many young men in my day, after a madcap career of a few years among prize fighters, wrestlers, and jockeys, learning their slang and affecting their manners, take up and cultivate the graces and the decencies. There was poor dear Newgate, many degrees lower in that kind of frolic, who, when he grew tired of it, became one of the most elegant and accomplished men in the House of Peers. Poor Newgate. He's gone, too. I could reckon up 50 of my early friends who all began like Dudley, and all turned out more or less like Newgate. At this moment came a knock at the door, and Dudley put in his head most inopportunely, for the vision of his future graces and accomplishments. "My good fellow," said his father, with a sharp sort of playfulness, "I happen to be talking about my son, and should rather not be overheard. You will, therefore, choose another time for your visit." Dudley hesitated gruffly at the door, but another look from his father dismissed him. "And now, my dear, you are to remember that Dudley has fine qualities, the most affectionate son in his rough way that ever father was blessed with, most admirable qualities, indomitable courage, and a high sense of honour. And lastly, that he has the Ruthven blood, the purest blood, I maintain it, in England." My uncle, as he said this, drew himself up a little, unconsciously, his thin hand laid lightly over his heart with a little patting motion, and his countenance looked so strangely dignified and melancholy, that in admiring contemplation of it, I lost some sentences which followed next. "Therefore, dear, naturally anxious that my boy should not be dismissed from home, as he must be should you persevere in rejecting his suit, I beg that you will reserve your decision to this day fortnight, when I will with much pleasure hear what you may have to say on the subject. But till then, observe me, not a word." That evening he and Dudley were closeted for a long time. I suspect that he lectured him on the psychology of ladies, for a bouquet was laid beside my plate every morning at breakfast, which it must have been troublesome to get, for the conservatory at Bartram was a desert. In a few days more an anonymous green parrot arrived in a gilt cage, with a little note in a clerk's hand addressed to "Miss Ruthven of Knoll, Bartram Haugh," etc. It contained only directions for carrying green parrot, at the close of which, underlined, the words appeared, "The bird's name is Maud." The bouquets I invariably left on the tablecloth where I found them. The bird I insisted on Milly's keeping as her property. During the intervening fortnight, Dudley never appeared, as he used sometimes to do before, at luncheon, nor looked in at the window as we were at breakfast. He contented himself with one day placing himself in my way in the hall, in his shooting accoutrements, and with a clumsy, shuffling kind of respect, and hat in hand, he said, "I think, miss, I must have spoke uncivil t'other day. I was so awful put about, and didn't know no more nor a child what I was saying, and I wanted to tell ye I'm sorry for it, and beg your pardon, very humble I do." I did not know what to say. Therefore I said nothing, but made a grave inclination and passed on. 2 or 3 times Milly and I saw him at a little distance in our walks. He never attempted to join us. Once only he passed so near that some recognition was inevitable, and he stopped, and in silence lifted his hat with an awkward respect. But although he did not approach us, he was ostentatious with a kind of telegraphic civility in the distance. He opened gates, he whistled his dogs to heel, he drove away cattle, and then himself withdrew. I really think he watched us occasionally to render these services, for in this distant way we encountered him decidedly oftener than we used to do before his flattering proposal of marriage. You may be sure that we discussed, Milly and I, that occurrence pretty consistently in all sorts of moods. Limited as had been her experience of human society,
She very clearly saw now how far below its presentable level was her hopeful brother. The fortnight sped swiftly, as time always does when something we dislike and shrink from awaits us at its close. I never saw Uncle Silas during that period. It may seem odd to those who merely read the report of our last interview, in which his manner had been more playful and his talk more trifling than in any other, that from it I had carried away a profounder sense of fear and insecurity than from any other. It was with a foreboding of evil and an awful dejection that on a very dark day, in Milly's room, I awaited the summons which I was sure would reach me from my punctual guardian. As I looked from the window upon the slanting rain and leaden sky, and thought of the hated interview that awaited me, I pressed my hand to my troubled heart and murmured, "Oh, that I had wings like a dove! Then I would flee away and be at rest." Just then the prattle of the parrot struck my ear. I looked round on the wire cage and remembered the words. The bird's name is Maud. "Poor bird," I said. "I dare say, Milly, it longs to get out. If it were a native of this country, would not you like to open the window and then the door of that cruel cage and let the poor thing fly away?" "Master wants Miss Maud," said Wyat's disagreeable tones at the half-open door. I followed in silence, with the pressure of the near alarm at my heart like a person going to an operation. When I entered the room, my heart beat so fast that I could hardly speak. The tall form of Uncle Silas rose before me, and I made a faltering reverence. He darted from under his brows a wild, fierce glance at old Wyat, and pointed to the door imperiously with his skeleton finger. The door shut, and we were alone. "A chair," he said, pointing to a seat. "Thank you, uncle. I prefer standing," I faltered. He also stood, his white head bowed forward. The phosphoric glare of his strange eyes shone upon me from under his brows. His fingernails just rested on the table. "You saw the luggage corded and addressed, as it stands ready for removal in the hall?" he asked. I had. Milly and I had read the cards which dangled from the trunk handles and gun case. The address was Mr. Dudley R. Ruthyn, Paris, via Dover. "I am old, agitated, on the eve of a decision on which much depends. Pray, relieve my suspense. Is my son to leave Bartram to-day in sorrow, or to remain in joy? Pray answer quickly." I stammered I know not what. I was incoherent, wild perhaps, but somehow I expressed my meaning, my unalterable decision. I thought his lips grew wider and his eyes shone brighter as I spoke. When I had quite made an end, he heaved a great sigh, and turning his eyes slowly to the right and the left, like a man in a helpless distraction, he whispered, "God's will be done." I thought he was upon the point of fainting. A clay tint darkened the white of his face, and, seeming to forget my presence, he sat down, looking with a despairing scowl on his ashy old hand as it lay upon the table. I stood gazing at him, feeling almost as if I had murdered the old man. He still gazing askance, with an imbecile scowl upon his hand. "Shall I go, sir?" I at length found courage to whisper. "Go," he said, looking up suddenly, and it seemed to me as if a stream of cold sheet lightning had crossed and enveloped me for a moment. "Go! Yes, Maud, go. I must see poor Dudley before his departure," he added, as it were, in soliloquy. Trembling lest he should revoke his permission to depart, I glided quickly and noiselessly from the room. Old Wyat was prowling outside with a cloth in her hand, pretending to dust the carved door case. She frowned a stare of inquiry over her shrunken arm on me as I passed. Milly, who had been on the watch, ran and met me. We heard my uncle's voice as I shut the door, calling Dudley. He had been waiting probably in the adjoining room. I hurried into my chamber with Milly at my side, and there my agitation found relief in tears, as that of girlhood naturally does. A little while after we saw from the window Dudley, looking, I thought, very pale, get into a vehicle on the top of which his luggage lay, and drive away from Bartram. I began to take comfort. His departure was an inexpressible relief. His final departure, a distant journey. We had tea in Milly's room that night. Firelight and candles are inspiring. In that red glow I always felt and feel more safe as well as more comfortable than in the daylight. Quite irrationally, for we know that night is the appointed day of such as love the darkness better than light, and evil walks thereby. But so it is. Perhaps the very consciousness of external danger enhances the enjoyment of the well-lighted interior, just as the storm does that roars and hurtles over the roof. While Milly and I were talking very cosily, a knock came to at the room door, and without waiting for an invitation to enter, old Wyat came in, and glowering at us with her brown claw upon the door handle, she said to Milly, "Ye must leave your funnin', Miss Milly, and take your turn in your father's room." "Is he ill?" I asked. She answered, addressing not me, but Milly. "Arrot 2 hours in a fit arter Master Dudley went. 'Twill be the death o' him, I'm thinking, poor fella. I were sorry myself when I saw Master Dudley a going off in a moist to-day, poor fella. There's trouble enough in the family without a that, but 'twon't be a family long, I'm thinking. Naught but trouble since the late changes came." Judging by the sour glance she threw on me as she said this, I concluded that I represented those late changes to which all the sorrows of the house were referred. I felt unhappy under the ill will even of this odious old woman, being one of those unhappily constructed mortals who cannot be indifferent when they reasonably ought, and always yearn after kindness, even that of the worthless. "I must go. I wish you'd come with me, Maud. I'm so afraid all alone," said Milly, imploringly. "Certainly, Milly," I answered, not liking it, you may be sure. "You shan't sit there alone." So together we went, old Wyat cautioning us for our lives to make no noise. We passed through the old man's sitting room, where that day had occurred his brief but momentous interview with me, and his parting with his only son, and entered the bedroom at the farther end. A low fire burned in the grate. The room was in a sort of twilight. A dim lamp near the foot of the bed at the farther side was the only light burning there. Old Wyat whispered an injunction not to speak above our breaths, nor to leave the fireside unless the sick man called or showed signs of weariness. These were the directions of the doctor who had been there. So Milly and I sat ourselves down near the hearth, and old Wyat left us to our resources. We could hear the patient breathe, but he was quite still. In whispers we talked, but our conversation flagged. I was, after my wont, upbraiding myself for the suffering I had inflicted. After about half an hour's desultory whispering, and intervals growing longer and longer of silence, it was plain that Milly was falling asleep. She strove against it, and I tried hard to keep her talking, but it would not do. Sleep overcame her, and I was the only person in that ghastly room in a state of perfect consciousness. There were associations connected with my last vigil there to make my situation very nervous and disagreeable. Had I not had so much to occupy my mind of a distinctly practical kind, Dudley's audacious suit, my uncle's unquestionable tolerance of it, and my own conduct throughout that most disagreeable period of my existence, I should have felt my present situation a great deal more. As it was, I thought of my real troubles, and something of cousin Knollys, and, I confess, a good deal of Lord Ilbury. When I looked towards the door, I thought I saw a human face, about the most terrible my fancy could have called up, looking fixedly into the room. It was only a 3/4, and not the whole figure. The door hid that in a great measure, and I fancied I saw, too, a portion of the fingers. The face gazed toward the bed, and in the imperfect light look like a livid mask, with chalky eyes. I had so often been startled by similar apparitions formed by accidental lights and shadows disguising homely objects, that I stooped forward, expecting, though tremulously, to see this tremendous one in like manner dissolve itself into its harmless elements. And now, to my unspeakable terror, I became perfectly certain that I saw the countenance of Madame de la Rougierre. With a cry I started back and shook Milly furiously from her trance. "Look, look!" I cried, but the apparition or illusion was gone. I clung so fast to Milly's arm, cowering behind her, that she could not rise. "Milly, Milly, Milly, Milly!" I went on crying, like one struck with idiocy and unable to say anything else. In a panic, Milly, who had seen nothing and could conjecture nothing of the cause of my terror, jumped up, and clinging to one another, we huddled together into the corner of the room, I still crying wildly, "Milly, Milly, Milly!" and nothing else. "What is it? What is it? What do you see?" cried Milly, clinging to me as I did to her. "It will come again! It will come! Oh, heaven!" What is it, Maud?" "The face! The face!" I cried. "Oh, Milly, Milly, Milly!" We heard a step softly approaching the open door, and in a horrible sauve-qui-peut we rushed and stumbled together toward the light by Uncle Silas's bed. But old Wyat's voice and figure reassured us. "Milly," I said, so soon as, pale and very faint, I reached my apartment, "no power on earth shall ever tempt me to enter that room again after dark." "Why, Maud dear, what in heaven's name did you see?" said Milly, scarcely less terrified. "Oh, I can't, Milly. Never ask me. Is it haunted? Is the room haunted horribly?" "Was it Charke?" whispered Milly, looking over her shoulder all aghast. No, don't ask me. A fiend in a worse shape." I was relieved at last by a long fit of weeping, and all night good Mary Quint sat by me, and Milly slept by my side. Starting and screaming, and drugged with sal volatile, I got through that night of supernatural terror, and saw the blessed light of heaven again. Dr. Jolks, when he came to see my uncle in the morning, visited me also. He pronounced me very hysterical, made minute inquiries respecting my hours and diet, asked what I had had for dinner yesterday. There was something a little comforting in his cool and confident pooh-poohing of the ghost theory. The result was a regimen which excluded tea, and imposed chocolate and porter, earlier hours, and I forget all beside. And he undertook to promise that, if I would but observe his directions, I should never see a ghost again. End of chapter 49. Chapter 50 of Uncle Silas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Uncle Silas by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 50. Milly's Farewell. A few days' time saw me much better. Dr. Jolks was so contemptuously sturdy and positive on the point that I began to have comfortable doubt about the reality of my ghost, and having still a horror indescribable of the illusion, if such it were, the room in which it appeared, and everything concerning it, I would neither speak nor, so far as I could, think of it. So, though Bartram Haugh was gloomy as well as beautiful, and some of its associations awful, and the solitude that reigned there sometimes almost terrible, yet early hours, bracing exercise, and the fine air that predominates that region, soon restored my nerves to a healthier tone. But it seemed to me that Bartram Haugh was to be to me a vale of tears, or rather, in my sad pilgrimage, that valley of the shadow of death, through which poor Christian fared alone and in the dark. One day Milly ran into the parlour, pale, with wet cheeks, and, without saying a word, threw her arms about my neck and burst into a paroxysm of weeping. "What is it, Milly? What's the matter, dear? What is it?" I cried aghast, but returning her close embrace heartily. Oh, Maud, Maud, darling, he's going to send me away. Away, dear? Where away? And leave me alone in this dreadful solitude, where he knows I shall die of fear and grief without you. Oh, no, no, it must be a mistake. I'm going to France, Maud. I'm going away. Mrs. Jokes is going to London day arter tomorrow, and I'm going with her. And an old French lady, he says, from the school will meet me there, and bring me the rest of the way. Cried poor Milly, hugging me closer still, with her head buried in my shoulder, and swaying me about like a wrestler in her agony. I never were away from home afore, except that little bit with you over at Elverston, and you were with me then, Maud, and I love ye, better than Bartram, and I think I'll die, Maud, if they take me away. I was just as wild in my woe as poor Milly, and it was not until we had wept together for a full hour, sometimes standing, sometimes walking up and down the room, sometimes sitting and getting up in turns to fall on one another's necks, that Milly, plucking her handkerchief from her pocket, drew a note from it at the same time, which, as it fell upon the floor, she at once recollected to be one from Uncle Silas to me. It was to this effect: I wish to apprise my dear niece and ward of my plans. Milly proceeds to an admirable French school as a pensionnaire, and leaves this on Thursday next. If after 3 months' trial she finds it in any way objectionable, she returns to us. If, on the contrary, she finds it in all respects the charming residence it has been presented to me, you, on the expiration of that period, join her there, until the temporary completion of my affairs shall have been so far adjusted as to enable me to receive you once more at Bartram. Hoping for happier days, and wishing to assure you that 3 months is the extreme limit of your separation from my poor Milly, I have written this, feeling, alas, unequal to seeing you at present. Bartram, Tuesday. P.S. I can have no objection to your apprising Monica Knollys of these arrangements. You will understand, of course, not a copy of this letter, but its substance. Over this document, scanning it as lawyers do a new Act of Parliament, we took comfort. After all, it was limited. A separation not to exceed 3 months, possibly much shorter. On the whole, too, I pleased myself with thinking Uncle Silas's note, though peremptory, was kind. Our paroxysm subsided into sadness. A close correspondence was arranged. Something of the bustle and excitement of change supervened. If it turned out to be, in truth, a charming residence, how very delightful our meeting in France, with the interest of foreign scenery, ways, and faces would be. So Thursday arrived, a new gush of sorrow, a new brightening up, and, amid regrets and anticipations, we parted at the gate at the farther end of the Windmill Wood. Then, of course, were more good-byes, more embraces, and tearful smiles. Good Mrs. Jokes, who met us there, was in a huge fuss. I believe it was her first visit to the metropolis, and she was, in proportion, heated and important, and terrified about the train, so we had not many last words. I watched poor Milly, whose head was stretched from the window, her hand waving many adieu, until the curve of the road, and the clump of old ash trees, thick with ivy, hid Milly, carriage and all, from my view. My eyes filled again with tears. I turned towards Bartram. At my side stood honest Mary Quince. "Don't take on so, miss. 'Twon't be no time passing. 3 months is nothing at all," she said, smiling kindly. I smiled through my tears, and kissed the good creature, and so side by side we re-entered the gate. The lithe young man in fustian, whom I had seen talking with Beauty on the morning of our first encounter with that youthful Amazon, was awaiting our re-entrance with the key in his hand. He stood half behind the open wicket, one lean brown cheek, one shy eye, and his sharp upturned nose, I saw as we passed. He was treating me to a stealthy scrutiny, and seemed to shun my glance, for he shut the door quickly and busied himself locking it, and then began stubbing up some thistles which grew close by, with the toe of his thick shoe, his back to us all the time. It struck me that I recognised his features, and I asked Mary Quince,
Have you seen that young man before, Quince? He brings up game for your uncle sometimes, miss, and lends a hand in the garden, I believe. Do they know his name, Mary? They call him Tom. I don't know what more, miss. Tom, I called. Please, Tom, come here for a moment. Tom turned about and approached slowly. He was more civil than the Bartram people usually were, for he plucked off his shapeless cap of rabbit skin with a clownish respect. Tom, what is your other name? Tom what, my good man? I asked. Tom Bryce, ma'am. Haven't I seen you before, Tom Bryce? I pursued, for my curiosity was excited, and with it much graver feelings, for there certainly was a resemblance in Tom's features to those of the postilion who had looked so hard at me as I passed the carriage in the Warren at Knoll, on the evening of the outrage which had scared that quiet place. Happen you may have, ma'am, he answered, quite coolly, looking down the buttons of his gaiters. Are you a good whip? Do you drive well? I'll drive a plough with most lads hereabout, answered Tom. Have you ever been to Knoll, Tom? Tom gaped very innocently. Anon, he said. Here, Tom, is half a crown. He took it readily enough. That be very good, said Tom, with a nod, having glanced sharply at the coin. I can't say whether he applied that term to the coin, or to his luck, or to my generous self. Now, Tom, you'll tell me, have you ever been to Knoll? Might have been, ma'am, but I don't mind no such place, no. As Tom spoke with this great deliberation, like a man who loves truth, putting a strain upon his memory for its sake, he spun the silver coin 2 or 3 times into the air and caught it, staring at it the while with all his might. Now, Tom, recollect yourself and tell me the truth, and I'll be a friend to you. Did you ride postilion to a carriage having a lady in it, and, I think, several gentlemen, which came to the grounds of Knoll, when the party had their luncheon on the grass, and there was a quarrel with the gamekeepers? Try, Tom, to recollect. You shall, upon my honour, have no trouble about it, and I'll try to serve you. Tom was silent, while with a vacant gape he watched the spin of his half-crown twice, and then catching it with a smack in his hand, which he thrust into his pocket, he said, still looking in the same direction, I never rid postilion in my days, ma'am. I know not such a place, though 'appen I might have been there. No, ye can't. I was never out of Derbyshire but thrice to Warwick Fair with the horses be rail, and twice to York. You're certain, Tom? Sartin, sure, ma'am. And Tom made another loutish salute, and cut the conference short by turning off the path and beginning to hollow after some trespassing cattle. I had not felt anything like so nearly sure in this essay at identification as I had in that of Dudley. Even of Dudley's identity with the Church Scarsdale man, I had daily grown less confident, and indeed, had it been proposed to bring it to the test of a wager, I do not think I should, in the language of sporting gentlemen, have cared to back my original opinion. There was, however, a sufficient uncertainty to make me uncomfortable, and there was another uncertainty to enhance the unpleasant sense of ambiguity. On our way back, we passed the bleaching trunks and limbs of several ranks of barkless oaks lying side by side, some squared by the hatchet, perhaps sold, for there were large letters and Roman numerals traced upon them in reddish chalk. I sighed as I passed them, not because it was wrongfully done, for I really rather leaned to the belief that Uncle Silas was well advised in point of law. But alas, here lay low the grand old family decorations of Bartram Haugh, not to be replaced for centuries to come, under whose spreading boughs the Rithons of 300 years ago had hawked and hunted. On the trunk of one of these I sat down to rest, Mary Quince meanwhile pattering about in unmeaning explorations. While thus listlessly seated, the girl Meg Hawkes walked by, carrying a basket. Hish! she said quickly as she passed, without altering a pace or raising her eyes. Don't you speak nor look. Father spies us, I'll tell ye next turn. Next turn?
When was that? Well, she might be returning, and as she could not then say more than she had said, in merely passing without a pause, I concluded to wait for a short time and see what would come of it. After a short time I looked about me a little, and I saw Dickon Hawkes, Pegtop, as poor Milly used to call him, with an axe in his hand, prowling luridly among the timber. Observing that I saw him, he touched his hat sulkily, and by passed me, muttering to himself. He plainly could not understand what business I could have in that particular part of the Windmill Wood, and let me see it in his countenance. His daughter did pass me again, but this time he was near, and she was silent. Her next transit occurred as he was questioning Mary Quince at some little distance, and as she passed precisely in the same way, she said, "Don't you be alone with Master Dudley, nowhere for the world's worth." The injection was so startling that I was on the point of questioning the girl, but I recollected myself, and waited, in the hope that in her future transits she might be more explicit. But one word more she did not utter, and the jealous eye of old Pegtop was so constantly upon us that I refrained. There was a vagueness and suggestion enough in the oracle to supply work for many an hour of anxious conjecture, and many a horrible vigil by night. Was I never to know peace at Bartram Haugh? 10 days of poor Milly's absence, and of my solitude, had already passed, when my uncle sent for me to his room. When old Wyat stood at the door, mumbling and snarling her message, my heart died within me. It was late, just that hour when dejected people feel their anxieties most, when the cold grey of twilight has deepened to its darkest shade, and before the cheerful candles are lighted, and the safe quiet of the night sets in. When I entered my uncle's sitting room, though his window shutters were open, and the wan streaks of sunset visible through them, like narrow lakes in the charms of the dark western clouds, a pair of candles were burning. One stood upon the table by his desk, the other on the chimney-piece before which his tall, thin figure stooped. His hand leaned on the mantelpiece, and the light from the candle just above his bowed head touched his silvery hair. He was looking, as it seemed, into the subsiding embers of the fire, and was a very statue of forsaken dejection and decay. "Uncle," I ventured to say, having stood for some time unperceived near his table. "Ah, yes, Maud, my dear child, my dear child." He turned, and with the candle in his hand, smiling his silvery smile of suffering on me. He walked more feebly and stiffly, I thought, than I had ever seen him move before. "Sit down, Maud. Pray, sit there." I took the chair he indicated. "In my misery and my solitude, Maud, I have invoked you like a spirit, and you appear." With his two hands leaning on the table, he looked across at me, in a stooping attitude. He had not seated himself. I continued silent until it should be his pleasure to question or address me. At last he said, raising himself and looking upward, with a wild adoration, his finger-tips elevated and glimmering in the faint mixed light, "No, I thank my Creator I am not quite forsaken." Another silence, during which he looked steadfastly at me, and muttered, as if thinking aloud, my guardian angel, Maud, you have a heart." He addressed me suddenly. "Listen for a few moments to the appeal of an old and broken-hearted man, your guardian, your uncle, your suppliant. I had resolved never to speak to you more on the subject, but I was wrong. It was pride that inspired me, mere pride." I felt myself growing pale and flushed by turns during the pause that followed. "I'm very miserable, very nearly desperate. What remains for me? What remains? Fortune has done her worst, thrown in the dust, her wheels rolled over me, and the servile world, who follow her chariot like a mob, stamp upon the mangled wretch. All this had passed over me, and left me scarred and bloodless in this solitude. It was not my fault, Maud. I say it was no fault of mine. I have no remorse, though more regret than I can count,
and all scored with fire. As people passed by Bartram, and looked upon its neglected grounds and smokeless chimneys, they thought my plight, I dare say, about the worst a proud man could be reduced to. They could not imagine one half its misery. But this old hectic, this old epileptic, this old spectre of wrongs, calamities, and follies, has still one hope, my manly though untutored son, the last scion of the Rithans. Maud, have I lost him? His fate, my fate, I may say Milly's fate. We all await your sentence. He loves you, as none but the very young can love, and that once only in a life. He loves you desperately, a most affectionate nature, a Rithan, the best blood in England, the last man of the race, and if I lose him, I lose all, and you will see me in my coffin, Maud, before many months. I stand before you in this attitude of a suppliant. Shall I kneel?'
His eyes were fixed on me with the light of despair, his knotted hands clasped, his whole figure bowed toward me. I was inexpressibly shocked and pained. 'Oh, uncle, uncle!' I cried, and from very excitement I burst into tears. I saw that his eyes were fixed on me with a dismal scrutiny. I think he divined the nature of my agitation, but he determined, notwithstanding, to press me while my helpless agitation continued.
'You see my suspense. You see my miserable and frightened suspense. You are kind, Maud. You love your father's memory. You pity your father's brother. You would not say no, and place a pistol at his head.'
'Oh, I must say no. Oh, spare me, uncle, for heaven's sake. Don't question me, don't press me. I could not do what you ask.'
'I yield, Maud. I yield, my dear. I will not press you. You shall have time, your own time, to think. I will accept no answer now. No, none, Maud.' He said this, raising his thin hand to silence me. 'There, Maud. Enough. I have spoken as I always do to you, frankly, perhaps too frankly, but in agony and despair will speak out and plead, even with the most obdurate and cruel.'
With these words, Uncle Silas entered his bedchamber and shut the door, not violently, but with a resolute hand, and I thought I heard a cry. I hastened to my own room. I threw myself on my knees and thanked Heaven for the firmness vouchsafed me. I could not believe it to have been my own. I was more miserable in consequence of this renewed suit on behalf of my odious cousin than I can describe. My uncle had taken such a line of importunity that it became a sort of agony to resist. I thought of the possibility of my hearing of his having made away with himself, and was every morning relieved when I heard that he was still as usual. I have often wondered since at my own firmness. In that dreadful interview with my uncle I had felt, in the whirl and horror of my mind, on the very point of submitting, just as nervous people are said to throw themselves over the precipices through sheer dread of falling. End of chapter 50. Chapter 51 of Uncle Silas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Uncle Silas by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 51. Sarah Matilda comes to light. Some time after this interview, one day as I sat sad enough in my room, looking listlessly from the window, with good Mary Quince, whom, whether in the house or in my melancholy rambles, I always had by my side, I was startled by the sound of a loud and shrill female voice, in violent hysterical action, gabbling with great rapidity, sobbing and very nearly screaming in a sort of fury. I started up, staring at the door.
Lord bless us!
cried honest Mary Quince, with round eyes and mouth agape, staring in the same direction.
Mary, what can it be? Are they beating someone down yonder? I don't know where it comes from,
gasped Quince.
I will, I'll see her. It's her I want. Ho, 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 ho. Miss Maud Ruthyn of Knowl. Miss Ruthyn of Knowl. Ho, 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 ho.
What on earth can it be?
I exclaimed, in great bewilderment and terror. It was now plainly very near indeed, and I heard the voice of a mild and shaky butler, evidently remonstrating with the distressed damsel.
I'll see her,
she continued, pouring a torrent of vile abuse upon me, which stung me with a sudden sense of anger. What had I done to be afraid of anyone? How dared anyone in my uncle's house, in my house, mix my name up with her detestable scurrilities?
For heaven's sake, miss, don't ye go out,
cried poor Quince.
It's some drunken creature.
But I was very angry, and like a fool I was, I threw open the door, exclaiming in a loud and haughty key, "Here is Miss Ruthyn of Knowl. Who wants to see her?" A pink and white young lady, with black tresses, violent, weeping, shrill, voluble, was flouncing up the last stair, and shook her dress out on the lobby. And poor old Giblets, as Milly used to call him, was following in her wake, with many small remonstrances and entreaties, perfectly unheeded. The moment I looked at this person, it struck me that she was the identical lady whom I had seen in the carriage at Knowl Warren. The next moment I was in doubt, the next still more so. She was decidedly thinner, and dressed by no means in such ladylike taste. Perhaps she was hardly like her at all. I began to distrust all these resemblances, and to fancy, with a shudder, that they originated perhaps only in my own sick brain. On seeing me, this young lady, as it seemed to me, a good deal of the barmaid or lady's maid species, dried her eyes fiercely, and with a flaming countenance called upon me peremptorily to produce her lawful husband. Her loud, insolent, outrageous attack had the effect of enhancing my indignation, and I quite forget what I said to her, but I well remember that her manner became a good deal more decent. She was plainly under the impression that I wanted to appropriate her husband, or at least that he wanted to marry me. And she ran on at such a pace, and her harangue was so passionate, incoherent, and unintelligible, that I thought her out of her mind. She was far from it, however. I think if she had allowed me even a second for reflection, I should have hit upon her meaning. As it was, nothing could exceed my perplexity, until, plucking a soiled newspaper from her pocket, she indicated a particular paragraph, already sufficiently emphasised by double lines of red ink at its sides. It was a Lancashire paper, of about 6 weeks since, and very much worn and soiled for its age. I remember in particular a circular stain from the bottom of a vessel, either of coffee or brown stout. The paragraph was as follows, recording an event a year or more anterior to the date of the paper. Marriage. On Tuesday, August 7, 1800, at Leatherwig Church, by the Reverend Arthur Hughes, Dudley R. Ruthyn, Esquire, only son and heir of Silas Ruthyn, Esquire, of Bartram Haugh, Derbyshire, to Sarah Matilda, second daughter of John Mangles, Esquire, of Wigan, in this county. At first I read nothing but amazement in this announcement, but in another moment I felt how completely I was relieved, and showing, I believe, my intense satisfaction in my countenance, for the young lady eyed me with considerable surprise and curiosity. I said, "This is extremely important. You must see Mr. Silas Ruthyn this moment. I am certain he knows nothing of it. I will conduct you to him." "No more he does, I know that myself," she replied, following me with a self-asserting swagger, and a great rustling of cheap silk. As we entered, Uncle Silas looked up from his sofa, and closed his Revue des Deux Mondes.
"What is all this?"
he inquired, drily. This lady has brought with her a newspaper containing an extraordinary statement which affects our family," I answered. Uncle Silas raised himself and looked with a hard narrow scrutiny at the unknown young lady. "A libel, I suppose, in the paper," he said, extending his hand for it. "No, uncle, no. Only a marriage," I answered. "Not Monica?" he said, as he took it. "Pah! It smells all over of tobacco and beer," he added, throwing a little eau de cologne over it. He raised it with a mixture of curiosity and disgust, saying again, "Pah!" as he did so. He read the paragraph, and as he did his face changed from white all over to lead color. He raised his eyes and looked steadily for some seconds at the young lady, who seemed a little awed by his strange presence. "And you are, I suppose, the young lady, Sarah Matilda née Mangles, mentioned in this little paragraph," he said, in a tone you would have called a sneer, were it not that it trembled. Sarah Matilda assented. "My son is, I dare say, within reach. It so happens that I wrote to arrest his journey and summoned him here some days since. Some days since, he repeated slowly, like a person whose mind has wandered far away from the theme on which he is speaking. He had rung his bell, and old Wyat, always hovering about his rooms, entered. "I want my son immediately. If not in the house, send Harry to the stables. If not there, let him be followed instantly. Bryce is an active fellow, and he will know where to find him. If he is in Feltram, or at a distance, let Bryce take a horse, and Master Dudley can ride it back. He must be here without the loss of one moment." There intervened nearly a quarter of an hour, during which, whenever he recollected her, Uncle Silas treated the young lady with a hyper-refined and ceremonious politeness, which appeared to make her uneasy and even a little shy, and certainly prevented a renewal of those lamentations and invectives which he had heard faintly from the stairhead. But for the most part Uncle Silas seemed to forget us and his book, and all that surrounded him, lying back in the corner of his sofa, his chin upon his breast, and such a fearful shade and carving on his features as made me prefer looking in any direction but his. At length we heard the tread of Dudley's thick boots on the oak boards, and faint and muffled the sound of his voice as he cross-examined old Wyat before entering the chamber of audience. I think he suspected quite another visitor, and had no expectation of seeing the particular young lady who rose from her chair as he entered, in an opportune flood of tears, crying, "Oh, Dudley, Dudley, oh, Dudley, how could you? Oh, Dudley, your own poor Sal! You could not, you would not, your lawful wife!" This and a good deal more, with cheeks that streamed like a window pane in a thunder shower, spoke Sarah Matilda with all her oratory, working his arms, which she clung to, up and down all the time like the handle of a pump. But Dudley was, manifestly, confounded and dumbfoundered. He stood for a long time gaping at his father, and stole just one sheepish glance at me, and, with red face and forehead, looked down at his boots, and then again at his father, who remained just in the attitude I have described, and with the same forbidding and dreary intensity in his strange face. Like a quarrelsome man worried in his sleep by a noise, Dudley suddenly woke up, as it were, with a start, in a half-suppressed exasperation, and shook her off with a jerk and a muttered curse, as she whisked involuntarily into a chair, with more violence than could have been pleasant. "Judging by your looks and demeanour, sir, I can almost anticipate your answers," said my uncle, addressing him suddenly. "Will you be good enough, pray, madame? Command yourself for a few moments. Is this young person the daughter of a Mr. Mangles, and is her name Sarah Matilda?" "I dessay," answered Dudley, hurriedly. "Is she your wife?" "Is she my wife?" repeated Dudley, ill at ease. "Yes, sir. It is a plain question." All this time Sarah Matilda was perpetually breaking into talk, and with difficulty silenced by my uncle. Well, 'appen she says I am. Does she? Replied Dudley.
Is she your wife, sir?
Mayhaps she so considers it after a fashion, he replied, with an impudent swagger, seating himself as he did so.
What do you think, sir?
Persisted Uncle Silas. I don't think naught about it, replied Dudley, surlily.
Is that account true?
Said my uncle, handing him the paper. They wishes us to believe so at any rate.
Answer directly, sir. We have our thoughts upon it. If it be true, it is capable of every proof. For expedition's sake, I ask you, there is no use in prevaricating.
Who wants to deny it? It is true, there.
There! I knew he would,
screamed the young woman, hysterically, with a laugh of strange joy. Shut up, will ye? Growled Dudley, savagely.
Oh, Dudley, Dudley, darling, what have I done?
Been and ruined me just, that's all.
Oh, no, Dudley, you know I wouldn't. I could not hurt ye, Dudley. No.
He grinned at her, and with a sharp side nod, said, Wait a bit.
Oh, Dudley, don't be vexed here. I did not mean it. I would not hurt ye for all the world, never.
Well, never mind. You and yours tricked me finely, and now you've got me, that's all. My uncle laughed, a very odd laugh.
I knew it, of course. And upon my word, madame, you and he make a very pretty couple,
sneered Uncle Silas. Dudley made no answer, looking, however, very savage. And with this poor young wife so recently wedded, the low villain had actually solicited me to marry him. I am quite certain that my uncle was as entirely ignorant as I of Dudley's connection, and had, therefore, no participation in this appalling wickedness.
And I have to congratulate you, my good fellow, on having secured the affections of a very suitable and vulgar young woman.
I bain't the first of the family as done the same, retorted Dudley. At this taunt, the old man's fury for a moment overpowered him. In an instant he was on his feet, quivering from head to foot. I never saw such a countenance. Like one of those demon grotesques we see in the Gothic side aisles and groinings. A dreadful grimace, monkey-like and insane, and his thin hand caught up his ebony stick and shook it paralytically in the air. "If you touch me with that, I'll smash ye, by God!" shouted Dudley, furious, raising his hands and hitching his shoulders, just as I had seen him when he fought Captain Oakley. For a moment this picture was suspended before me, and I screamed, I know not what, in my terror. But the old man, a veteran of many a scene of excitement, where men disguise their ferocity in calm tones, and varnish their fury with smiles, had not quite lost his self-command. He turned toward me and said,
"Does he know what he's saying?"
And with an icy laugh of contempt, his high, thin forehead still flushed, he sat down trembling. "If you want to say aught, I'll hear it. You may jaw me all you like, and I'll stand it."
"Oh, I may speak. Thank you," sneered Uncle Silas, glancing slowly round at me, and breaking into a cold laugh.
I don't mind cheek, not I. But you must not go for to do that, you know. Gammon, I won't stand a blow. I won't from no one."
"Well, sir, availing myself of your permission to speak, I may remark without offence to the young lady that I don't happen to recollect the name Mangles among the old families of England. I presume you have chosen her chiefly for her virtues and graces."
Mrs. Sarah Matilda, not apprehending this comment quite as Uncle Silas meant it, dropped a curtsy, notwithstanding her agitation, and wiping her eyes, said with a blubbered smile, "You're very kind, sure."
"I hope for both your sakes she has got a little money. I don't see how else you are to live. You're too lazy for a gamekeeper, and I don't think you could keep a pothouse. You are so addicted to drinking and quarrelling. The only thing I am quite clear upon is that you and your wife must find some other abode than this. You shall depart this evening. And now, Mr. and Mrs. Dudley Ruthyn, You may quit this room, if you please.
Uncle Silas had risen, and made them one of his old courtly bows, smiling a death-like sneer, and pointing to the door with his trembling fingers. "Come, will ye?" said Dudley, grinding his teeth. "You're pretty well done here." Not half understanding the situation, but looking woefully bewildered, she dropped a farewell curtsy at the door. "Will ye cut?" barked Dudley, in a tone that made her jump. And suddenly, without looking about, he strode after her from the room.
Maud, how shall I recover this? The vulgar villain! The fool! What an abyss were we approaching! And for me the last hope gone, and for me utter, irretrievable ruin.
He was passing his fingers tremulously back and forward along the top of the mantelpiece, like a man in search of something, and continued so, looking along it, feebly and vacantly, although there was nothing there. "I wish, uncle, you do not know how much I wish, I could be of any use to you. Maybe I can." He turned and looked at me sharply.
"Maybe you can,"
he echoed slowly.
"Yes, maybe you can,"
he repeated more briskly.
Let us see. Let us think. That damned fellow. My head.
"You're not well, uncle?"
"Oh, yes, very well. We'll talk in the evening. I'll send for you."
I found Wyatt in the next room, and told her to hasten, as I thought he was ill. I hope it was not very selfish, but such had grown to be my horror of seeing him in one of his strange seizures, that I hastened from the room precipitately, partly to escape the risk of being asked to remain. The walls of Bartram House are thick, and the recess at the doorway deep. As I closed my uncle's door, I heard Dudley's voice on the stairs. I did not wish to be seen by him or his lady, as his poor wife called herself, who was engaged in vehement dialogue with him as I emerged, and not caring either to re-enter my uncle's room, I remained quietly ensconced within the heavy door-case, in which position I overheard Dudley say with a savage snarl, "Ye'll just go back the way ye came. I'm not going with ye, if that's what ye be driving at. Dang your impotence!"
"Oh, Dudley, dear, what have I done? What have I done? You hate me so."
"What have ye done?
You vicious little beastie!
You've got us turned out and disinherited with your damned bosh, that's all. Don't ye think it's enough?" I could only hear her sobs, and shrill tones in reply, for they were descending the stairs, and Mary Quince reported to me, in a horrified sort of way, that she saw him bundle her into the fly at the door, like a truss of hay into a hayloft, and he stood with his head in at the window, scolding her till it drove away.
"I knew he were jawing her, poor thing, by the way he kept wagging his head, and he had his fist inside a shaking in her face. I am sure he looked wicked enough for anything, and she a crying like a babby, and looking back and waving her wet handkercher to him, poor thing, and she so young. 'Tis a pity. Dear me, I often think, miss, 'tis well for me I was never married, and see how we would all like to get husbands for all that, though so few is happy together. 'Tis a queer world, and them that's single is maybe the best off after all."
End of chapter 51. Chapter 52 of Uncle Silas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Uncle Silas by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 52. The Picture of a Wolf. I went down that evening to the sitting room which had been assigned to Milly and me, in search of a book, my good Mary Quince always attending me. The door was a little open, and I was startled by the light of a candle proceeding from the fireside, together with a considerable aroma of tobacco and brandy. On my little work table, which he had drawn beside the hearth, lay Dudley's pipe, his brandy flask, and an empty tumbler, and he was sitting with one foot on the fender, his elbow on his knee, and his head in his hand, weeping. His back being a little towards the door, he did not perceive us, and we saw him rub his knuckles in his eyes, and heard the sounds of his selfish lamentations. Mary and I stole away quietly, leaving him in possession, wondering when he was to leave the house, according to the sentence which I had heard pronounced upon him. I was delighted to see old Giblets quietly strapping his luggage in the hall, and heard from him, in a whisper, that he was to leave that evening by rail, he did not know whither. About half an hour afterwards, Mary Quince, going out to reconnoitre, heard from old Wyat in the lobby that he had just started to meet the train. Blessed be heaven for that deliverance! An evil spirit had been cast out, and the house looked lighter and happier. It was not until I sat down in the quiet of my room that the scenes and images of that agitating day began to move before my memory in orderly procession, and for the first time I appreciated, with a stunning sense of horror and a perfect rapture of thanksgiving, the value of my escape and the immensity of the danger which had threatened me. It may have been miserable weakness, I think it was, but I was young, nervous, and afflicted with a troublesome sort of conscience, which occasionally went mad, and insisted, in small things as well as great, upon sacrifices which my reason now assured me were absurd. Of Dudley I had a perfect horror, and yet had that system of solicitation, that dreadful and direct appeal to my compassion, that placing of my feeble girlhood in the seat of the arbiter of my aged uncle's hopes or despairs, been long persisted in, my resistance might have been worn out, who can tell, and I self-sacrificed. Just as criminals in Germany are teased, and watched and cross-examined year after year, incessantly, into a sort of madness, and worn out with the suspense, the iteration, the self-restraint, and insupportable fatigue, they at last cut all short, accuse themselves, and go infinitely relieved to the scaffold. You may guess, then, for me, nervous, self-diffident, and alone, how intense was the comfort of knowing that Dudley was actually married, and the harrowing importunity which had just commenced for ever silenced. That night I saw my uncle. I pitied him, though I feared him. I was longing to tell him how anxious I was to help him, if he could only point out the way. It was in substance what I had already said, but now strongly urged. He brightened. He sat up perpendicularly in his chair with a countenance, not weak or fatuous now, but resolute and searching, and which contracted into dark thought or calculation as I talked. I dare say I spoke confusedly enough. I was always nervous in his presence. There was, I fancy, something mesmeric in the odd sort of influence which, without effort, he exercised over my imagination. Sometimes this grew into a dismal panic, and Uncle Silas, polished, mild, seemed unaccountably horrible to me. Then it was no longer an accidental fascination of electrobiology. It was something more. His nature was incomprehensible by me. He was without the nobleness, without the freshness, without the softness, without the frivolities of such human nature as I had experienced, either within myself or in other persons. I instinctively felt that appeals to sympathies or feelings could no more affect him than a marble monument. He seemed to accommodate his conversation to the moral structures of others, just as spirits are said to assume the shape of mortals. There were the sensualities of the gourmet for his body, and there ended his human nature, as it seemed to me. Through that semi-transparent structure, I thought I could now and then discern the light or the glare of his inner life. But I understood it not. He never scoffed at what was good or noble. His hardest critic could not nail him to one such sentence. And yet it seemed somehow to me that his unknown nature was a systematic blasphemy against it all. If fiend he was something higher than the garrulous and withal feeble demon of Goethe. He assumed the limbs and features of our mortal nature. He shrouded his own, and was a profoundly reticent Mephistopheles. Gentle he had been to me, kindly he had nearly always spoken, but it seemed like the mild talk of one of those goblins of the desert, whom Asiatic superstition tells of, who appear in friendly shapes to stragglers from the caravan, beckon to them from afar, call them by their names, and lead them where they are found no more. Was, then, all his kindness but a phosphoric radiance covering something colder and more awful than the grave? It is very noble of you, Maud. It is angelic, your sympathy with a ruined and despairing old man. But I fear you will recoil. I tell you frankly that less than 20,000 pounds will not extricate me from the quag of ruin in which I am entangled. Lost.
Recoil? Far from it. I'll do it. There must be some way.
Enough, my fair young protectress. Celestial enthusiast, enough. Though you do not, yet I recoil. I could not bring myself to accept this sacrifice. What signifies, even to me, my extrication? I lie a mangled wretch, with 50 mortal wounds in my crown. What avails the healing of one wound, when there are so many beyond all cure? Better to let me perish where I fall, and reserve your money for the worthier objects whom, perhaps, hereafter may avail to save.
But I will do this. I must. I cannot see you suffer with the power in my hands unemployed to help you,
I exclaimed. Enough, dear Maud. The will is here. Enough. There is balm in your compassion and good will. Leave me, ministering angel. For the present I cannot. If you will, we can talk of it again. Good night. And so we parted. The attorney of Feltram, I afterwards heard, was with him nearly all that night, trying in vain to devise by their joint ingenuity any means by which I might tie myself up. But there were none. I could not bind myself. I was myself full of the hope of helping him. What was this sum to me, great as it seemed? Truly nothing. I could have spared it, and never felt the loss. I took up a large quarto with coloured prints, one of the few books I had brought with me from dear old Knowl. Too much excited to hope for sleep in bed, I opened it, and turned over the leaves, my mind still full of Uncle Silas and the sum I had hoped to help him with. Unaccountably, one of those coloured engravings arrested my attention. It represented the solemn solitude of a lofty forest. A girl, in Swiss costume, was flying in terror, and as she fled, flinging a piece of meat behind her, which she had taken from a little market basket hanging upon her arm. Through the glade, a pack of wolves were pursuing her. The narrative told that on her return homeward with her marketing, she had been chased by wolves, and barely escaped by flying at her utmost speed, from time to time retarding, as she did so, the pursuit by throwing, piece by piece, the contents of her basket in her wake, to be devoured and fought for by the famished beasts of prey. This print had seized my imagination. I looked with a curious interest on the print. Something in the disposition of the trees, their great height, and rude boughs interlacing, and awful shadows beneath, reminded me of a portion of the Windmill Wood where Milly and I had often rambled. Then I looked at the figure of the poor girl, flying for her life, and glancing terrified over her shoulder. Then I gazed on the gaping murderous pack, and the hoary brute that led the van, and then I leaned back in my chair, and I thought, perhaps some latent association suggested what seemed a thing so unlikely, of a fine print in my portfolio from Van Dyck's noble picture of Belisarius. Idly I traced with my pencil, as I leaned back, on an envelope that lay upon the table, this little inscription: It was mere fiddling, and, absurd as it looked, there was nothing but an honest meaning in it. £20,000. Date Obolum Belisario. My dear father had translated the little Latin inscription for me, and I had written it down as a sort of exercise of memory, and also, perhaps, as expressive of that sort of compassion which my uncle's fall and miserable fate excited invariably in me. So I threw this queer little memorandum upon the open leaf of the book, and again the flight, the pursuit, and the bait to stay it engaged my eye, and I heard a voice near the hearthstone, as I thought, say, in a stern whisper, "Fly the fangs of Belisarius." "What's that?" said I, turning sharply to Mary Quince. Mary rose from her work at the fireside, staring at me with that odd sort of frown that accompanies fear and curiosity. "You spoke? Did you speak?" I said, catching her by the arm, very much frightened myself. "No, miss, no, dear," answered she, plainly thinking that I was a little wrong in my head. There could be no doubt it was a trick of the imagination, and yet to this hour I could recognise that clear stern voice among thousands, were it to speak again. Jaded, after a night of broken sleep and much agitation, I was summoned next morning to my uncle's room. He received me oddly, I thought. His manner had changed and made an uncomfortable impression upon me. He was gentle, kind, smiling, submissive as usual, but it seemed to me that he experienced henceforth toward me the same half superstitious repulsion which I had always felt from him. Dream or voice or vision, which had done it? There seemed to be an unconscious antipathy and fear. When he thought I was not looking, his eyes were sometimes grimly fixed for a moment upon me. When I looked at him, his eyes were upon the book before him, and when he spoke, a person not heeding what he uttered would have fancied that he was reading aloud from it. There was nothing tangible but this shrinking from the encounter of our eyes. I said he was kind as usual. He was, even more so. But there was this new sign of our silently repellent natures. Dislike it could not be. I knew I longed to serve him. Was it shame? Was there not a shade of horror in it? "I have not slept," said he. "For me the night has passed in thought, and the fruit of it is this. I cannot, Maud, accept your noble offer." "I am very sorry," I exclaimed, in all honesty. "I know it, my dear niece, and appreciate your goodness, but there are many reasons, none of them, I trust, ignoble, and which together render it impossible. No, it would be misunderstood. My honour shall not be impugned." "But, sir, that could not be. You have never proposed it. It would be all, from first to last, my doing." "True, dear Maud. But I know, alas, more of this evil and slanderous world than your happy inexperience can do. Who will receive our testimony? None. No, not one. The difficulty, the insuperable moral difficulty is this, that I should expose myself to the plausible imputations of having worked upon you unduly for this end, and more, that I could not hold myself quite free from blame. It is your voluntary goodness, Maud, but you are young, inexperienced, and it is, I hold it, my duty to stand between you and any dealing with your property at so unripe an age. Some people may call this quixotic. In my mind it is an imperious mandate of conscience, and I peremptorily refuse to disobey it, although within 3 weeks an execution will be in this house." I did not quite know what an execution meant, but from 2 harrowing novels with whose distress I was familiar, I knew that it indicated some direful process of legal torture and spoliation.
"Oh, uncle, oh, sir, you cannot allow this thing to happen. What will people say of me? And there is poor Milly, and everything. Think what it will be.
It cannot be helped. You cannot help it, Maud. Listen to me. There will be an execution here. I cannot say exactly how soon, but I think in a little more than a fortnight. I must provide for your comfort. You must leave. I have arranged that you shall join Milly for the present in France, till I have time to look about me. You had better, I think, write to your cousin, Lady Knollys. She, with all her oddities, has a heart. Can you say, Maud, that I have been kind?
You have never been anything but kind, I exclaimed.
That I have been self-denying when you made me a generous offer, he continued. That I now act to spare you pain. You may tell her, not as a message from me, but as a fact, that I am seriously thinking of vacating my guardianship, that I feel I have done her an injustice, and that, so soon as my mind is a little less tortured, I shall endeavor to effect a reconciliation with her, and would wish ultimately to transfer the care of your person and education to her. You may say I have no longer an interest even in vindicating my name. My son has wrecked himself by a marriage. I forgot to tell you he stopped at Feltram, and this morning wrote to pray a parting interview. If I grant it, it shall be the last. I shall never see him, or correspond with him more.
The old man seemed much overcome, and he held his handkerchief to his eyes.
He and his wife are, I understand, about to emigrate. The sooner the better,
he resumed bitterly.
Deeply, Maud. I regret having tolerated his suit to you, even for a moment. Had I thought it over, as I did the whole case last night, nothing could have induced me to permit it. But I have lived for so long, like a monk in his cell, my wants and observations limited to the narrow compass of this chamber, that my knowledge of the world has died out with my youth and my hopes, and I did not, as I thought to have done, considered many objections. Therefore, dear Maud, on this one subject, I entreat, be silent. Its discussion can effect nothing now. I was wrong, and frankly ask you to forget my mistake.
I had been on the point of writing to Lady Knollys on this odious subject, when happily it was set at rest by the disclosure of yesterday, and being so, I could have no difficulty in acceding to my uncle's request. He was conceding so much that I could not withhold so trifling a concession in return.
I hope Monica will continue to be kind to poor Milly after I am gone.
Here there were a few seconds of meditation.
Maud, you will not, I think, refuse to convey the substance of what I have just said in a letter to Lady Knollys, and perhaps you would have no objection to let me see it when it is written. It will prevent the possibility of its containing any misconception of what I have just spoken. And, Maud, you won't forget to say whether I have been kind. It would be a satisfaction to me to know that Monica was assured that I never either teased or bullied my young ward.
With these words he dismissed me, and forthwith I completed such a letter as would quite embody what he had said, and in my own glowing terms, being in high good humour with Uncle Silas, recorded my estimate of his gentleness and good nature. And when I submitted it to him, he expressed his admiration of what he was pleased to call my cleverness in so exactly conveying what he wished, and his gratitude for the handsome terms in which I had spoken of my old guardian. End of chapter 52. Chapter 53 of Uncle Silas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Uncle Silas by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 53. An Odd Proposal. As I and Mary Quince returned from our walk that day, and had entered the hall, I was surprised most disagreeable by Dudley's emerging from the vestibule at the foot of the great staircase. He was, I suppose, in his travelling costume, a rather soiled white surtout, a great coloured muffler in folds about his throat, his chimney pot on, and his fur cap sticking out from his pocket. He had just descended, I suppose, from my uncle's room. On seeing me, he stepped back, and stood with his shoulders to the wall, like a mummy in a museum. I pretended to have a few words to say to Mary before leaving the hall, in hope that, as he seemed to wish to escape me, he would take the opportunity of getting quickly off the scene. But he had changed his mind, it would seem, in the interval. For when I glanced in that direction again, he had moved towards us, and stood in the hall with his hat in his hand. I must do him the justice to say he looked horribly dismal, sulky, and frightened. "You'll give me a word, miss, only a thing I ought to say, for your good. By God, mind it's for your good, miss." Dudley stood a little way off, viewing me with his hat in both hands and a glooming countenance. I detested the idea of either hearing or speaking to him, but I had no resolution to refuse, and only saying, "I can't imagine what you can wish to speak to me about," I approached him. "Wait there at the banister, Quince." There was a fragrance of alcohol about the flushed face and gaudy muffler of this odious cousin, which heightened the effect of his horribly dismal features. He was speaking, besides, a little thickly. But his manner was dejected, and he was treating me with an elaborate and discomfited respect, which reassured me. "I'm a bit up a tree, miss," he said, shuffling his feet on the oak floor. "I behaved a damn fool, but I bain't one of they sort. But I'm a fellow as'll fight his man and stand up to him fair, don't you see, and bain't one of they sort. No, dang it, I bain't." Dudley delivered his puzzling harangue with a good deal of undertoned vehemence, and was strangely agitated. He, too, had got an unpleasant way of avoiding my eye, and glancing along the floor from corner to corner as he spoke, which gave him a very hang-dog air. He was twisting his fingers in his great sandy whisker, and pulling it roughly enough to drag his cheek about by that savage purchase, and with his other hand he was crushing and rubbing his hat against his knee. "The old boy above there be half crazed, I think. He don't mean half as he says, though, not he. But I'm in a bad fix, anyhow. A regular sell it's been, and I can't get a tizzy out of him. So, you see, I'm up in a tree, miss. And he's such a one, he'll make it a wuss mull if I let him. He's as sharp with me as one of them lawyer chaps, dang him! And he's a lot of I.O.'s and rubbish of mine. And Brierly writes to me he can't give me my legacy, 'cause he's got a notice from Archer and Slay a warning him not to give me as much as a bob. For I signed it away to governor, he says, which I believe's a lie. I may have signed some right, nappin' I did, when I was a bit cut one night. But that's no way to catch a gentleman. And 'twon't stand. There's justice to be had, and 'twon't stand, I say. And I'm not in his hands that way. Though I may be a bit up the spout, too, I don't deny. Only I bain't a goin' the whole hog all at once. I'm none of they sort. He'll find I bain't." Here Mary Quince coughed demurely from the foot of the stair, to remind me that the conversation was protracted. "I don't very well understand," I said gravely, "and I am now going upstairs." "Don't just a minute, miss. It's only a word, you see. We'll be going to Australia, Sary Mangles, and me aboard the Seamew on the 5th. I'm for Liverpool to night, and she'll meet me there, and
And please, God Almighty, you'll never see me more. And I'd rather give ye a lift, Maud, before I go. And I'll tell you what, if you'll just give me your written promise that you'll give me that 20,000 you were offering to give the governor, I'll take ye cleverly out to Bartram, and put ye with your cousin Knollys, or anywhere you likes best. Take me away from Bartram for 20,000 pounds. Take me away from my guardian. You seem to forget, sir, my indignation rising as I spoke, that I can visit my cousin, Lady Knollys, whenever I please. Well, that is as it may be, he said with a silky deliberation, scraping about a little bit of paper that lay on the floor with the toe of his boot. It is as it may be, and that is as I say, sir. And considering how you have treated me, your mean, treacherous, and infamous suit, and your cruel treason to your poor wife, I am amazed at your effrontery. I turned to leave him, being, in truth, in one of my passions. Don't ye be flying out, he said peremptorily, and catching me roughly by the wrist. I bain't a-going to vex ye. What a mouth ye be, as can't see your way. Can't ye speak with common sense like a woman, dang it, for once, and not keep brawling like a brat? Can't ye see what I'm saying? I'll take ye out of all this, and put ye with your cousin, or wheresoever you list, if you'll give me what I say. He was, for the first time, looking me in the face, but with contracted eyes and a countenance very much agitated. Money, said I, with a prompt disdain. Ay, money, 20,000 pounds. There, on or off, he replied, with an unpleasant sort of effort. You asked my promise for 20,000 pounds, and you shan't have it. My cheeks were flaming, and I stamped on the ground as I spoke. If he had known how to appeal to my better feelings, I am sure I should have done, perhaps not quite that, all at once at least, but something handsome to assist him. But this application was so shabby and insolent. What could he take me for? That I should suppose his placing me with cousin Monica constituted her my guardian. Why, he must fancy me the merest baby. There was a kind of stupid cunning in this that disgusted my good nature and outraged my self-importance. You won't give me that, then? He said, looking down again, with a frown, and working his mouth and cheeks about as I could fancy a man rolling a piece of tobacco in his jaw. Certainly not, sir, I replied. Take it, then, he replied, still looking down, very black and discontented. I joined Mary Quince, extremely angry. As I passed under the carved oak arch of the vestibule, I saw his figure in the deepening twilight. The picture remains in its murky halo fixed in memory, standing where he last spoke in the centre of the hall, not looking after me, but downward, and, as well as I could see, with the countenance of a man who has lost a game, and a ruinous wager too. That is, black and desperate. I did not utter a syllable on the way up. When I reached my room I began to reconsider the interview more at my leisure. I was, such were my ruminations, to have agreed at once to his preposterous offer, and to have been driven, while he smirked and grimaced behind my back at his acquaintances, through Feltram in his dog-cart to Elverston, and then, to the just indignation of my uncle, to have been delivered up to Lady Knollys's guardianship, and to have handed my driver, as I alighted, the handsome fare of 20,000 pounds. It required the impudence of Tony Lumpkin, without either his fun or his shrewdness, to have conceived such a prodigious practical joke. Maybe you'd like a little tea, miss? Insinuated Mary Quince. What impertinence! I exclaimed, with one of my angry stamps on the floor. Not you, dear Quince, I added. No tea just now. And I resumed my ruminations, which soon led me to this train of thought. Stupid and insulting as Dudley's proposition was, yet it involved a great treason against my uncle. Should I be weak enough to be silent, may he not, wishing to forestall me, misrepresent all that has passed, so as to throw the blame altogether upon me?
This idea seized upon me with a force which I could not withstand, and on the impulse of the moment I obtained admission to my uncle, and related exactly what had passed. When I had finished my narrative, which he listened to without once raising his eyes, my uncle cleared his throat once or twice as if to speak. He was smiling, I thought with an effort, and with elevated brows. When I concluded, he hummed one of those sliding notes which a less refined man might have expressed by a whistle of surprise and contempt, and again he essayed to speak, but continued silent. The fact is, he seemed to me very much disconcerted. He rose from his seat and shuffled about the room in his slippers, I believe affecting only to be in search of something, opening and shutting 2 or 3 drawers, and turning over some books and papers, and at length, taking up some loose sheets of manuscript, he appeared to have found what he was looking for, and began to read them carelessly, with his back towards me, and with another effort to clear his voice, he said at last, 'And pray, what could the fool mean by all that?' 'I think he must have taken me for an idiot, sir,' I answered. 'Not unlikely. He has lived in a stable among horses and ostlers. He has always seemed to me something of a centaur, that is, a centaur composed not of man and horse, but of an ape and an ass.' And upon this gibe he laughed, not coldly and sarcastically, as was his wont, but, I thought, flurriedly, and, continuing to look into his papers, he said, his back still towards me as he read, 'And he did not favour you with an exposition of his meaning, which, except in so far as it estimated his deserts at the modest sum you have named, appears to me too oracular to be interpreted without a kindred inspiration.' And again he laughed. He was growing more like himself. 'As to your visiting your cousin Lady Knollys, the stupid rogue had, only 5 minutes before, heard me express my wish that you should do so before leaving this. I am quite resolved you shall, that is, unless, dear Maud, you should yourself object. But, of course, we must wait for an invitation, which, I conjecture, will not be long in coming. In fact, your letter will naturally bring it about, and, I trust, open the way to a permanent residence with her. The more I think it over, the more I am convinced, dear niece, that as things are likely to turn out, my roof would be no desirable shelter for you, and that, under all circumstances, hers would. Such were my motives, Maud, in opening, through your letter, a door of reconciliation between us.' I felt that I ought to have kissed his hand, that he had indicated precisely the future that I most desired, and yet there was within me a vague feeling, akin to suspicion, akin to dismay, which chilled and overcast my soul. 'But, Maud,' he said, 'I am disquieted to think of that stupid jackanapes presuming to make you such an offer. A creditable situation, truly, arriving in the dark at Elverston, under the solitary escort of that wild young man, with whom you would have fled from my guardianship. And, Maud, I tremble as I ask myself the question, would he have conducted you to Elverston at all? When you have lived in the world as long as I, you will appreciate its wickedness more justly.' Here there was a little pause. 'I know, my dear, that were he convinced of his legal marriage with that young woman,' he resumed, perceiving how startled I looked, 'such an idea, of course, would not have entered his head. But he does not believe any such thing. Contrary to fact and logic, he does honestly think that his hand is still at his disposal, and I certainly do suspect that he would have employed that excursion in endeavouring to persuade you to think as he does. Be that how it may, however, it is satisfactory to me to know that you shall never more be troubled by one word from that ill-regulated young man. I made him my adieux, such as they were, this evening,
and never more shall he enter the walls of Bartram Haugh while we two live."
Uncle Silas replaced the papers which had ostensibly interested him so much, and returned. There was a vein which was visible near the angle of his lofty temple, and in moments of agitation stood out against the surrounding pallor in a knotted blue cord. And as he came back smiling askance, I saw the sign of inward tumult.
"We can, however, afford to despise the follies and knaveries of this world, Maud, as long as we act, as we have hitherto done, with perfect confidence in each other. Heaven bless you, dear Maud. Your report troubled me, I believe, more than it need. Troubled me a good deal. But reflection assures me it is nothing. He is gone. In a few days' time he will be on the sea. I will issue my orders tomorrow morning, and he will never more, during his brief stay in England, gain admission to Bartram Haugh. Good night, my dear niece. I thank you."
And so I returned to Mary Quince, on the whole happier than I had left her, but still with the confused and jarring vision I could not interpret perpetually rising before me. And as, from time to time, shapeless anxieties agitated me, relieving them by appeals to Him who alone is wise and strong. Next day brought me a good-natured, gossiping letter from dear Milly, written in compulsory French, which was, in some places, very difficult to interpret. She gave me a very pleasant account of the place, and her opinion of the girls who were inmates, and mentioned some of the nuns with high commendation. The language plainly cramped poor Milly's genius. But although there was by no means so much fun as an honest English letter would have brought me, there could be no mistake about her liking the place, and she expressed her honest longing to see me in the most affectionate terms. This letter came enclosed in one to my uncle, from the proper authority in the convent, and as there was neither address within nor postmark without, I was as much in the dark as ever as to poor Milly's whereabouts. Pencilled across the envelope of this letter, in my uncle's hand, were the words, "Let me have your answer when sealed, and I will transmit it. S.R." When, accordingly, some days later, I did place my letter to Milly in my uncle's hands, he told me the reason of his reserves on the subject.
"I thought it best, dear Maud, not to plague you with a secret, and Milly's present address is one. It will, in a few weeks, become the rallying point of our diverse routes, when you shall meet her, and I join you both. Nobody, until the storm shall have blown over, must know where I am to be found, except my lawyer, and I think you would prefer ignorance to the trouble of keeping a secret on which so much may depend."
This being reasonable, even considerate, I acquiesced. In that interval there reached me such a charming, gay, and affectionate letter, a very long letter too, though the writer was scarcely 7 miles away, from dear cousin Monica, full of pleasant gossip, and rose-coloured and golden castles in the air, and the kindest interest in poor Milly, and the warmest affection for me. One other incident varied that interval, if possible, more pleasantly than those. It was the announcement, in a Liverpool paper, of the departure of the Seamew, bound for Melbourne, and among the passengers were reported Dudley Ruthyn, Esquire, of Bartram H., and Mrs. D. Ruthyn. And now I began to breathe freely. I plainly saw the end of my probation approaching, a short excursion to France, a happy meeting with Milly, and then a delightful residence with cousin Monica for the remainder of my nonage. You will say that my spirits and my serenity were quite restored. Not quite. How marvellously lie our anxieties in filmy layers, one over the other. Take away that which has lain on the upper surface for so long, the care of cares, the only one, as it seemed to you, between your soul and the radiance of heaven, and straight you find a new stratum there. As physical science tells us, No fluid is without its skin. So does it seem with this fine medium of the soul, and these successive films of care that form upon its surface on mere contact with the upper air and light. What was my new trouble? A very fantastic one, you will say, the illusion of a self-tormentor. It was the face of Uncle Silas which haunted me. Notwithstanding the old pale smile, there was a shrinking grimness, and the always averted look. Sometimes I fancied his mind was disordered. I could not account for the eerie lights and shadows that flickered on his face, except so. There was a look of shame and fear of me, amazing as that seems, in the sheen of his peaked smile. I thought, perhaps he blames himself for having tolerated Dudley's suit, for having urged it on the grounds of personal distress, for having altogether lowered, though under sore temptation, both himself and his office, and he thinks that he has forfeited my respect. Such was my analysis. But in the coup d'oeil of that white face that dazzled me in the darkness, and haunted my daily reveries with a faded light, there was an intangible character of the insidious and the terrible. End of chapter 53. Chapter 54 of Uncle Silas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Uncle Silas by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 54. In Search of Mr. Charke's Skeleton. On the whole, however, I was unspeakably relieved. Dudley Ruthyn, Esquire, and Mrs. D. Ruthyn were now skimming the blue waves on the wings of the Seamew, and every morning widening the distance between us, which was to go on increasing until it measured a point on the antipodes. The Liverpool paper containing this golden line was carefully preserved in my room, and like the gentleman who, when much tried by the shrewish heiress whom he had married, used to retire to his closet and read over his marriage settlement, I used, when blue devils haunted me, to unfold my newspaper and read the paragraph concerning the Seamew. The day I now speak of was a dismal one of sleety snow. My own room seemed to me cheerier than the lonely parlour, where I could not have had good Mary Quince so decorously. A good fire, that kind and trusty face, the peep I had just indulged in at my favourite paragraph, and the certainty of soon seeing my dear cousin Monica, and afterwards affectionate Milly, raised my spirits. So, said I, as old Wyat, you say, is laid up with rheumatism, and can't turn up to scold me, I think I'll run upstairs and make an exploration, to find poor Mr. Charke's skeleton in a closet. Oh, law, Miss Maud, how can you say such things? Exclaimed good old Quince, lifting up her honest grey head and round eyes from her knitting. I had grown so familiar with the frightful tradition of Mr. Charke and his suicide, that I could now afford to frighten old Quince with him. I am quite serious. I am going to have a ramble upstairs and downstairs, like goosey gander, and if I do light upon his chamber, it is all the more interesting. I feel so like Adelaide, in the Romance of the Forest, the book I was reading to you last night, when she commenced her delightful rambles through the interminable ruined abbey in the forest. Shall I go with you, miss? No, Quince, stay there. Keep a good fire and make some tea. I suspect I shall lose heart and return very soon. And with the shawl about me, cowl fashion, over my head, I stole upstairs. I shall not recount with the particularity of the conscientious heroine of Mrs. Anne Radcliffe all the suites of apartments, corridors, and lobbies which I threaded in my ramble. It will be enough to mention that I lighted upon a door at the end of a long gallery, which, I think, ran parallel with the front of the house. It interested me because it had the air of having been very long undisturbed. There were two rusty bolts, which did not evidently belong to its original securities, and had been, though very long ago, somewhat clumsily superadded. Dusty and rusty they were, but I had no difficulty in drawing them back. There was a rusty key, I remember it well, with a crooked handle in the lock. I tried to turn it, but could not. My curiosity was piqued. I was thinking of going back and getting Mary Quince's assistance. It struck me, however, that possibly it was not locked, so I pulled the door, and it opened quite easily. I did not find myself in a strangely furnished suite of apartments, but at the entrance of a gallery, which diverged at right angles from that through which I had just passed. It was very imperfectly lighted, and ended in total darkness. I began to think how far I had already come, and to consider whether I could retrace my steps with accuracy in case of a panic, and I had serious thoughts of returning. The idea of Mr. Charke was growing unpleasantly sharp and menacing, and as I looked down the long space before me, losing itself among ambiguous shadows, lulled in a sinister silence, and as it were inviting my entrance like a trap, I was very near yielding to the cowardly impulse. But I took heart of grace, and determined to see a little more. I opened a side door, and entered a large room, where were in a corner some rusty and cobwebbed bird cages, but nothing more. It was a wainscoted room, but a white mildew stained the panels. I looked from the window. It commanded that dismal, weed-choked quadrangle into which I had once looked from another window. I opened a door at its farther end, and entered another chamber, not quite so large, but equally dismal, with the same prison-like look-out, not very easily discerned through the grimy panes, and the sleet that was falling thickly outside. The door, through which I had entered, made a little accidental creak, and, with my heart at my lips, I gazed at it, expecting to see Charke, or the skeleton of which I had talked so lightly, stalk in at the half-open aperture. But I had an odd sort of courage, which was always fighting against my cowardly nerves, and I walked to the door, and looking up and down the dismal passage, was reassured. Well, one room more, just that whose deep-set door fronted me, with a melancholy frown at the opposite end of the chamber. So to it I glided, shoved it open, advancing one step, and the great bony figure of Madame de la Rougierre was before me. I could see nothing else. The drowsy traveller who opens his sheets to slip into bed, and sees a scorpion coiled between them, may have experienced a shock the same in kind, but immeasurably less in degree. She sat in a clumsy old armchair, with an ancient shawl about her, and her bare feet in a delf tub. She looked a thought more withered, her wig shoved back to disclose her bald, wrinkled forehead, and enhance the ugly effect of her exaggerated features and the gaunt hollows of her face. With a sense of incredulity and terror I gazed, freezing, at this evil phantom, who returned my stare for a few seconds with a shrinking scowl, dismal and grim, as of an evil spirit detected. The meeting, at least then and there, was as complete a surprise for her as for me. She could not tell how I might take it, but she quickly rallied, burst into a loud screeching laugh, and, with her old Walpurgis gaiety, danced some fantastic steps in her bare wet feet, tracking the floor with water, and holding out with finger and thumb, in dainty caricature, her slammakin old skirt, while she sang some of her nasal patois with an abominable hilarity and emphasis. With a gasp I too recovered from the fascination of the surprise. I could not speak, though, for some seconds, and Madame was first.
Ah, dear Maud, what surprise! Are we not overjoyed, dearest, and cannot speak? I am full of joy, quite charmed, ravie of seeing you. So are you of me, your face betray. Ah, yes, thou dear little baboon. Here is poor Madame once more. Who could have imagined? I thought you were in France, Madame, I said, with a dismal effort. And so I was, dear Maud. I have just arrived.
Your uncle Silas, he wrote to the superiors for gouvernante to accompany a young lady, that is you, Maud, on her journey, and she sent me. And so, ma chère, here is poor madame arrived to charge herself of that affair.'
'How soon do we leave for France, madame?' I asked.
'I do not know. But the old woman, what is her name?'
'Wyat?' I suggested.
'Oh, oui, Wyatt. She says 2-3 weeks. And who conduct you to poor madame's apartment, my dear Maud?' she inquired insinuatingly.
'No one,' I answered promptly. 'I reached it quite accidentally, and I can't imagine why you should conceal yourself.' Something like indignation kindled in my mind as I began to wonder at the sly strategy which had been practised upon me.
'I have not concealed myself, mademoiselle,' retorted the governess. 'I have acted precisely as I have been ordered. Your uncle, Mr. Silas Ruthyn, he is afraid, Wyat says, to be interrupted by his creditors, and everything must be done very quietly. I have been commanded to avoid m'enfrevoir, you know, and I must obey my employer. Voilà tout.'
'And for how long have you been residing here?' I persisted, in the same resentful vein.
'About a week. It is such triste place. I am so glad to see you, Maud. I have been so isolé, you dear little fool.'
'You are not glad, madame. You don't love me. You never did,' I exclaimed with sudden vehemence.
'Yes, I am very glad. You know not, chère petite nièce, how I have desired to educate you a little more. Let us understand one another. You think I do not love you, mademoiselle, because you have mentioned to your poor papa that little dérèglement in the library.
I have repented very often that so great indiscretion of my life. I thought to find some letters of Dr. Bryerly.
'I think that man was trying to get your property, my dear Maud, and if I had found something I would tell you all about. But it was very great sottise, and you were very right to denounce me to monsieur. Je n'ai point de rancune contre vous. No, no, none at all. On the contrary, I shall be your guardian tutelaire. What you call guardian angel. Ah, yes, that is it. You think I speak par derision. Not at all. No, my dear child, I do not speak par mockery, unless perhaps the very least degree in the world.'
And with these words, Madame laughed unpleasantly, showing the black caverns at the side of her mouth, and with a cold steady malignity in her gaze.
'Yes,' I said, 'I know what you mean, madame. You hate me.'
'Oh, what great ugly word! I am shocked. Vous me faites honte. Poor madame, she never hate anyone. She loves all her friends, and her enemies she leaves to heaven. While I am, as you see, more gay, more joyeux than ever, they have not been happy. No, they have not been fortunate, these others. When I return, I find always some of my enemy they have died, and some they have put themselves into embarrassment, or there has arrived to them some misfortune.'
And Madame shrugged and laughed a little scornfully. A kind of horror chilled my rising anger, and I was silent.
'You see, my dear Maud, it is very natural you should think I hate you. When I was with Mr. Austin Ruthyn at Knowl, you know you did not like me, never. But in consequence of our intimacy, I confide you that which I have of most dear in the world, my reputation. It is always so. The pupil can calumniate without being discovered. The gouvernante. Have I not been always kind to you, Maud? Which have I used of violence or of sweetness the most? I am like other persons, jalouse de ma reputation, and it was difficult to suffer with patience the banishment which was invoked by you, because chiefly for your good, and for your indiscretion, to which I was excited by motives the most pure and laudable. It was you who spied so cleverly, and denounced me to Monsieur Ruthyn. Alas, what bad world it is!
I do not mean to speak at all about that occurrence, madame. I will not discuss it. I dare say what you tell me of the cause of your engagement here is true, and I suppose we must travel, as you say, in company. But you must know that the less we see of each other while in this house, the better.
I am not so sure of that, my sweet little Bet. Your education has been neglected, or rather entirely abandoned, since you have arrived at this place, I am told. You must not be a bestiole. We must do, you and I, as we are ordered. Mr. Silas Ruthven, he will tell us.
All this time, Madame was pulling on her stockings, getting her boots on, and otherwise proceeding with her dowdy toilet. I do not know why I stood there talking to her. We often act very differently from what we would have done upon reflection. I had involved myself in a dialogue, as wiser generals than I have entangled themselves in a general action when they meant only an affair of outposts. I had grown a little angry, and would not betray the least symptom of fear, although I felt the sensation profoundly. My beloved father thought you so unfit a companion for me that he dismissed you at an hour's notice, and I am very sure that my uncle will think as he did. You are not a fit companion for me, and had my uncle known what had passed, he would never have admitted you to this house, never.
Hélas! Quelle disgrâce! And you really think so, my dear Maud?
Exclaimed Madame, adjusting her wig before her glass, in the corner of which I could only see half of her sly, grinning face, as she ogled herself in it. I do, and so do you, Madame, I replied, growing more frightened.
It may be. We shall see. But not everyone is so cruel as you, ma chère petite calomniatrice.
You shan't call me those names, I said in an angry tremor.
What name, dear child?
Calomniatrice. That is an insult.
Why, my most foolish little Maud. We may say rogue and 1,000 other little words in play which we do not say seriously.
You are not playing. You never play. You are angry and you hate me, I exclaimed vehemently.
Oh, fie! What shame! Do you not perceive, dearest child, how much education you still need? You are proud, little demoiselle. You must become, on the contrary, quite humble. Je ferai baiser les babouins à vous. I will make you to kiss the monkey. You are too proud, my dear child.
I am not such a fool as I was at Knoll, I said. You shall not terrify me here. I will tell my uncle the whole truth, I said.
Well, it may be that is the best, she replied, with provoking coolness.
You think I don't mean it.
Of course you do, she replied.
And we shall see what my uncle thinks of it.
We shall see, my dear,
she replied, with an air of mock contrition. Adieu, madame.
You are going to see Monsieur Ruthven? Very good.
I made her no answer, but more agitated than I cared to show her, I left the room. I hurried along the twilight passage, and turned into the long gallery that opened from it at right angles. I had not gone half a dozen steps on my return, when I heard a heavy tread and a rustling behind me.
I am ready, my dear. I will accompany you, said the smirking phantom, hurrying after me.
Very well, was my reply, and threading our way, with a few hesitations and mistakes, we reached and descended the stairs, and in a minute more stood at my uncle's door. My uncle looked hard and strangely at us as we entered. He looked, indeed, as if his temper was violently excited, and glared and muttered to himself for a few seconds. And treating Madame to a stare of disgust, he asked peevishly,
"Why am I disturbed, pray?" "Miss Maud Ruthven, she will explain,"
replied Madame, with a great curtsy, like a boat going down in a groundswell.
"Will you explain, my dear?"
he asked in his coldest and most sarcastic tone. I was agitated, and I am sure my statement was confused. I succeeded, however, in saying what I wanted.
Why, madame, this is a grave charge. Do you admit it, pray?
Madame, with the coolest possible effrontery, denied it all, and with the most solemn asseverations, and with streaming eyes and clasped hands, conjured me melodramatically to withdraw that intolerable story, and to do her justice. I stared at her for a while astounded, and turning suddenly to my uncle, as vehemently asserted the truth of every syllable as I had related.
You hear, my dear child, you hear her deny everything. What am I to think? You must excuse the bewilderment of my old head. Madame de la... That lady has arrived excellently recommended by the superioress of the place where dear Milly awaits you, and such persons are particular. It strikes me, my dear niece, that you have made a mistake.
I protested here, but he went on, without seeming to hear the parenthesis.
I know, my dear Maud, that you are quite incapable of wilfully deceiving anyone, but you are liable to be deceived like other young people. You were, no doubt, very nervous, and but half awake when you fancied you saw the occurrence you describe, and Madame de
la Rougère, I supplied.
Yes, thank you. Madame de la Rougère, who has arrived with excellent testimonials, strenuously denies the whole thing. Here is a conflict, my dear. In my mind, a presumption of mistake. I confess I should prefer that theory to a peremptory assumption of guilt.
I felt incredulous and amazed. It seemed as if a dream were being enacted before me. A transaction of the most serious import, which I had witnessed with my own eyes, and described with unexceptionable minuteness and consistency, is discredited by that strange and suspicious old man with an imbecile coolness. It was quite in vain my reiterating my statement, backing it with the most earnest asseverations. I was beating the air. It did not seem to reach his mind. It was all received with a simper of feeble incredulity. He patted and smoothed my head. He laughed gently, and shook his while I insisted. And Madame protested her purity in now tranquil floods of innocent tears, and murmured mild and melancholy prayers for my enlightenment and reformation. I felt as if I should lose my reason.
There now, dear Maud, we have heard enough. It is, I do believe, a delusion. Madame de la Rougère will be your companion, at the utmost, for 3 or 4 weeks. Do exercise a little of your self-command and good sense. You know how I am tortured. Do not, I entreat, add to my perplexities. You may make yourself very happy with Madame if you will, I have no doubt.
I propose to Mademoiselle, said Madame, drying her eyes with a gentle alacrity, to profit of my visit for her education, but she does not seem to wish what I think is so useful. She threatened me with some kind of horrid French vulgarism, de faire baiser les babouins en moi, whatever that means, and I know she hates me, I replied impetuously.
Doucement, doucement,
said my uncle, with a smile at once amused and compassionate.
Doucement, ma chère.
With great hands and cunning eyes uplifted, Madame tearfully, for her tears came on short notice, again protested her absolute innocence. She had never in all her life so much as heard one so villain phrase.
You see, my dear, you have misheard. Young people never attend. You will do well to take advantage of Madame's short residence to get up your French a little, and the more you are with her, the better.
I understand, then, Mr. Ruthyn. You wish I should resume my instructions?
asked Madame.
Certainly, and converse all you can in French with Mademoiselle Maud. You will be glad, my dear, that I've insisted on it, he said, turning to me, when you have reached France, where you will find they speak nothing else. And now, dear Maud, no, not a word more. You must leave me. Farewell, Madame.
And he waved us out a little impatiently, and I, without one look towards Madame de la Rougère, stunned and incensed, walked into my room and shut the door. End of chapter 54. Chapter 55 of Uncle Silas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Uncle Silas by J. Sheridan Fanu. Chapter 55. The Foot of Hercules. I stood at the window, still the same leaden sky and feathery sleet before me, trying to estimate the magnitude of the discovery I had just made. Gradually, a kind of despair seized me, and I threw myself passionately on my bed, weeping aloud. Good Mary Quince was, of course, beside me in a moment, with her pale, concerned face.
"Oh, Mary, Mary, she's come! That dreadful woman, Madame de la Rougierre, has come to be my governess again, and Uncle Silas won't hear or believe anything about her. It is vain talking. He is prepossessed. Was ever so unfortunate a creature as I? Who could have fancied or feared such a thing? Oh, Mary, Mary, what am I to do? What is to become of me? Am I never to shake off that vindictive, terrible woman?"
Mary said all she could do was console me. I was making too much of her. What was she, after all, more than a governess? She could not hurt me. I was not a child no longer. She could not bully me now. And my uncle, though he might be deceived for a while, would not be long finding her out. Thus and so forth did good Mary Quince declaim, and at last she did impress me a little, and I began to think that I had, perhaps, been making too much of Madame's visit. But still imagination, that instrument and mirror of prophecy, showed her formidable image always on its surface, with a terrible moving background of shadows. In a few minutes there was a knock at my door, and Madame herself entered. She was walking in costume. There had been a brief clearing of the weather, and she proposed our making a promenade together. On seeing Mary Quince, she broke into a rapture of compliment and greeting, and took what Mr. Richardson would have called her passive hand, and pressed it with wonderful tenderness. Honest Mary suffered all this somewhat reluctantly, never smiling, and, on the contrary, looking rather ruefully at her feet. "Will you make us some tea when I come back, dear Mary Quince? I have so much to tell you, and dear Miss Maud, of all my adventures while I have been away. It will make you laugh ever so much. I was, what you think, ever so near to be married." And upon this she broke into a screeching laugh, and shook Mary Quince merrily by the shoulder. I sullenly declined going out, or rising, and when she had gone away I told Mary that I should confine myself to my room while Madame stayed. But self-denying ordinances, self-imposed, are not always long observed by youth. Madame de la Rougierre laid herself out to be agreeable. She had no end of stories, more than half, no doubt, pure fictions, to tell, but all in that triste place amusing. Mary Quince began to entertain a better opinion of her. She actually helped to make beds, and tried to be in every way of use, and seemed to have quite turned over a new leaf. And so gradually she moved me, first to listen, and at last to talk. On the whole, these terms were better than a perpetual skirmish, but, notwithstanding all her gossip and friendliness, I continued to have a profound distrust, and even terror, of her. She seemed curious about the Bartram family, and all their ways, and listened darkly when I spoke. I told her, bit by bit, the whole story of Dudley, and she used, whenever there was news of Seamew, to read the paragraph for my benefit. And in poor Milly's battered little atlas she used to trace the ship's course with a pencil,
writing in from point to point the date at which the vessel was spoken at sea. She seemed amused at the irrepressible satisfaction with which I received these minutes of his progress, and she used to calculate the distance. On such a day he was 260 miles, on such another 500, and the last point was more than 800. Good, better, best. Best of all would be those delicious interpelled, while he would so soon promenade on his head 12,000 miles away. And at the conceit she would fall into screams of laughter. Laugh as she might, however, there was substantial comfort in thinking of the boundless stretch of blue wave that rolled between me and that villainous cousin. I was now on very odd terms with Madame. She had not relapsed into her favourite vein of oracular sarcasm and menace. She had, on the contrary, affected her good-humoured and genial vein. But I was not to be deceived by this. I carried in my heart that deep-seated fear of her, which her unpleasant good humour and gaiety never disturbed for a moment. I was very glad, therefore, when she went to Todcaster by rail, to make some purchases for the journey which we were daily expecting to commence, and happy in the opportunity of a walk, good old Mary Quince and I set forth for a little ramble. As I wished to make some purchases in Feltram, I set out, with Mary Quince for my companion. On reaching the great gate we found it locked. The key, however, was in it, and as it required more than the strength of my hand to turn, Mary tried it. At the same moment old Crowle came out of the sombre lodge by its side, swallowing down a mouthful of his dinner in haste. No one, I believed, liked the long suspicious face of the old man, seldom shorn or washed, and furrowed with great grimy perpendicular wrinkles. Leering fiercely at Mary, not pretending to see me, he wiped his mouth hurriedly with the back of his hand, and growled, "Drop it!" "Open it, please, Mr. Crowle," said Mary, renouncing the task. Crowle wiped his mouth as before, looking inauspicious. Shuffling to the spot and muttering to himself, he first satisfied himself that the lock was fast, and then lodged the key in his coat pocket, and, still muttering, retraced his steps. "We want the gate open, please," said Mary. No answer. "Miss Maud wants to go into the town," she insisted. "We wants many a thing we can't get," he growled, stepping into his habitation. "Please open the gate," I said, advancing. He half turned on his threshold, and made a dumb show of touching his hat, although he had none on. "Can't, ma'am, without an order from master. No one goes out there." "You won't allow me and my maid to pass the gate?" I said. "'Tisn't me, ma'am," he said, "but I can't break orders, and no one goes out without the master allows." And without awaiting further parley, he entered, shutting his hatch behind him. So Mary and I stood, looking very foolish at one another. This was the first restraint I had experienced since Milly and I had been refused a passage through the windmill paling. The rule, however, on which Crowle insisted, I felt confident could not have been intended to apply to me. A word to Uncle Silas would set all right, and in the meantime I proposed to Mary that we should take a walk, my favourite ramble, into the Windmill Wood. I looked toward Dickon's farmstead as we passed, thinking that Beauty might have been there. I did see the girl, who was plainly watching us. She stood in the doorway of the cottage, withdrawn into the shade, and, I fancied, anxious to escape observation. When we had passed on a little, I was confirmed in that belief by seeing her run down the footpath which led from the rear of the farmyard in the direction contrary to that in which we were moving. So, I thought, poor Meg falls from me. Mary Quince and I rambled on through the wood, till we reached the windmill itself, and seeing its low arched door open, we entered the chiaroscuro of its circular basement. As we did so, I heard a rush and the creak of a plank, and, looking up, I saw just a foot, no more, disappearing through the trap door. In the case of one we love or fear intensely, what feats of comparative anatomy will not the mind unconsciously perform? Constructing the whole living animal from the turn of an elbow, the curl of a whisker, a segment of a hand, how instantaneous and unerring is the instinct!
"Oh, Mary, what have I seen?"
I whispered, recovering from the fascination that held my gaze fast to the topmost rounds of the ladder, that disappeared in the darkness above the open door in the loft.
"Come, Mary, come away."
At the same instant appeared the swarthy, sullen face of Dickon Hawkes in the shadow of the aperture. Having but one serviceable leg, his descent was slow and awkward, and having got his head to the level of the loft, he stopped to touch his hat to me, and to hasp and lock the trap door. When this was done, the man again touched his hat, and looked steadily and searchingly at me for a second or so, while he got the key into his pocket.
"These fellows store their flour too long here, ma'am. There's a deal of trouble a looking arter it. I'll talk with Silas and settle that."
By this time he had got upon the worn-tiled floor, and touching his hat again, he said,
"I'm a going to lock the door, ma'am."
And so with a start, and again whispering,
"Come away, Mary, come away,"
with my arm fast in hers, we made a swift departure.
"I feel very faint, Mary,"
I said.
"Come quickly, there's nobody following us." "No, miss, dear, that man with the wooden leg is putting a padlock on the door." "Come very fast,"
I said, and when we had got a little farther, I said,
"Look again, and see whether any one is following."
"No one, miss," answered Mary, plainly surprised.
"He's putting the key in his pocket, and standing there a looking after us. Oh, Mary, did not you see it?"
"What, miss?" asked Mary, almost stopping.
"Come on, Mary, don't pause. They will observe us,"
I whispered, hurrying forward.
"What did you see, miss?"
repeated Mary.
"Mr. Dudley,"
I whispered with a terrified emphasis, not daring to turn my head as I spoke. "Lawk, miss!" remonstrated honest Quince, with a protracted intonation of wonder and incredulity, which plainly implied a suspicion that I was dreaming.
"Yes, Mary, when we went into that dreadful room, that dark round place, I saw his foot on the ladder. His foot, Mary, I can't be mistaken. I won't be questioned. You'll find I'm right. He's here. He never went in that ship at all. A fraud has been practised on me. It is infamous. It is terrible. I'm frightened out of my life. For heaven's sake, look back again and tell me what you see." "Nothing, miss," answered Mary, in contagious whispers, "but that wooden leg chap standing hard by the door." "And no one with him?" "No one, miss."
We got without pursuit through the gate in the paling. I drew breath so soon as we had reached the cover of the thicket near the chestnut hollow, and I began to reflect that whoever the owner of the foot might be, and I was still instinctively certain that it was no other than Dudley, concealment was plainly his object. I need not then be at all uneasy lest he should pursue us. As we walked slowly and in silence along the grassy footpath, I heard a voice calling my name from behind. Mary Quince had not heard it at all, but I was quite certain. It was repeated twice or thrice, and, looking in considerable doubt and trepidation under the hanging boughs, I saw Beauty, not 10 yards away, standing among the underwood. I remember how white the eyes and teeth of the swarthy girl looked, as with hand uplifted toward her ear, she watched us while, as it seemed, listening for more distant sounds. Beauty beckoned eagerly to me, advancing with looks of great fear and anxiety 2 or 3 short steps toward me. "She bain't to come," said Beauty under her breath, so soon as I had nearly reached her, pointing without raising her hand at Mary Quince. "Tell her to sit on the ash tree stump down yonder, and call ye as loud as she can if she sees any fellow a comin' this way, and rin ye back to me." And she impatiently beckoned me away on her errand. When I returned, having made this dispositions, I perceived how pale the girl was. "Are you ill, Meg?" I asked. "Never ye mind. Well enough. Listen, miss, I must tell it all in a crack, and if she calls, rin away to her and leave me to myself, for if fayther or t'other one were to catch me here, I think they'd kill me almost. Hish!" She paused a second, looking askance, in the direction where she fancied Mary Quince was. Then she resumed in a whisper, "Now, lass, mind ye, you'll keep what I say to yourself. You're not to tell that un, nor any other, for your life, mind, a word o' what I'm going to tell ye." "I'll not say a word. Go on." "Did you see Dudley?" "I think I saw him getting up the ladder." "In the mill? Ha! That's him. He never went beyond Todcaster. He stayed in Feltram after." It was my turn to look pale now. My worst conjecture was established. End of chapter 55. Chapter 56 of Uncle Silas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Uncle Silas by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 56. I Conspire. "That's a bad un, he is. Oh, Miss Maud, it's not that good that keeps him and father. Mind, lass, ye promised ye would not tell no one. As keeps them two a talking and a smoking secret like together in the mill. And father don't know I found 'em out. They don't let me into the town, but Bryce tells me, and he knows it's Dudley, and it's not that's good, but summat very bad. And I reckon, miss, it's all about you. Be ye frightened, Miss Maud?" I felt on the point of fainting, but I rallied.
"Not much, Meg. Go on, for heaven's sake. Does Uncle Silas know he is here?" "Well, miss, they were with him, Bryce told me, from 11 o'clock to nigh 1 o' Thursday night, and went in and come out like thieves, feared you'd see 'em." "And how does Bryce know anything bad?" I asked, with a strange freezing sensation creeping from my heels to my head and down again. I am sure deadly pale, but speaking very collectedly. "Bryce said, miss, he saw Dudley a crying and looking awful black, and he says to father, 'Tisn't in my line nohow, and I can't. And says father to he, 'No one likes they sort of things, but how can ye help it? The old boy behind ye wi' his pitchfork, and he canna stop.' And with that he bethought him o' Bryce, and says he, 'What be ye a doing there? Get ye down with the nags to blacksmith, do ye?' And up gets Dudley, pulling his hat o'er his brows, and says he, 'I wish I was in the Seamew. I'm good for naught with this thing hanging over me.' And that's all as Bryce heard. And he's afeard of father and Dudley awful. Dudley could lick him to pot if he crossed him, and he and father 'd think naught of having him afore the justice for poaching, and swearing him into jail. But why does he think it's about me?" "Hish!" said Meg, who fancied she heard a sound, but all was quiet. "I can't say. We're in danger, lass. I don't know why, but he does, and so do I, and for that matter, so do ye. Meg, I'll leave Bartram." "Ye can't." "Can't? What do you mean, girl?" "They won't let ye out. They've dogs, they've bloodhounds, Bryce says. Ye can't get out, mind. Put that out o' your head. I'll tell ye what ye'll do. Write a bit o' note to the lady yonder at Elverston, and though Bryce be a wild fella, and happen not o'er good sometimes, he likes me, and I'll make him take it.
father will be grinding at mill to-morrow. Come ye here about 1 o'clock. That's if ye see the mill sails a-turning. And me and Bryce will meet ye here. Bring that old lass with ye. There's an old Frenchin, though, that talks with Dudley. Mind ye, that un knows naught about the matter. Bryce be a kind lad to me, whatsoever he be with others, and I think he won't split. Now, lass, I must go. God help ye, God bless ye, and for the world's wealth, don't ye let one of 'em see you've got aught in your head, not even that'n."
Before I could say another word, the girl had glided from me with a wild gesture of silence and a shake of her head. I can't at all account for the state in which I was. There are resources both of energy and endurance in human nature which we never suspect until the tremendous voice of necessity summons them into play. Petrified with a totally new horror, but with something of the coldness and impassiveness of the transformation, I stood, spoke, and acted, a wonder, almost a terror, to myself. I met Madame on my return as if nothing had happened. I heard her ugly gabble, and looked at the fruits of her hour's shopping, as I might hear, and see, and talk, and smile, in a dream. But the night was dreadful. When Mary Quince and I were alone, I locked the door. I continued walking up and down the room, with my hands clasped, looking at the inexorable floor, the walls, the ceiling, with a sort of imploring despair. I was afraid to tell my dear old Mary. The least indiscretion would be a failure, and failure destruction. I answered her perplexed solicitudes by telling her that I was not very well, that I was uneasy, but I did not fail to extract from her a promise that she would not hint to mortal either my suspicions about Dudley or our rencontre with Meg Hawkes. I remember how, when, after we had got late at night into bed, I sat up, shivering with horror, in mine, while honest Mary's tranquil breathing told how soundly she slept. I got up, and looked from the window, expecting to see some of those wolfish dogs which they had brought into the place prowling about the courtyard. Sometimes I prayed, and felt tranquillised, and fancied that I was perhaps to have a short interval of sleep. But the serenity was delusive, and all the time my nerves were strung hysterically. Sometimes I felt quite wild, and on the point of screaming. At length that dreadful night passed away. Morning came, and a less morbid, though hardly a less terrible, state of mind. Madame paid me an early visit. A thought struck me. I knew that she loved shopping, and I said, quite carelessly, "Your yesterday's shopping tempts me, Madame, and I must get a few things before we leave for France. Suppose we go into Feltram to-day, and make my purchases, you and I." She looked from the corner of her cunning eye in my face without answering. I did not blench, and she said, "Very good. I would be very happy." And again she looked oddly at me. "What hour, my dear Maud? 1 o'clock? I think that will do very well, eh?" I assented, and she grew silent. I wonder whether I did look as careless as I tried. I do not know. Through the whole of this awful period I was, I think, supernatural, and I even now look back with wonder upon my strange self-command. Madame, I hoped, had heard nothing of the order which prohibited my exit from the place. She would herself conduct me to Feltram, and secure, by accompanying me, my free egress. Once in Feltram, I would assert my freedom, and manage to reach my dear cousin Knollys. Back to Bartram no power should convey me. My heart swelled and fluttered in the awful suspense of that hour. Oh, Bartram Haugh, how came you by those lofty walls? Which of my ancestors had begirt me with an impassable barrier in this horrible strait? Suddenly I remembered my letter to Lady Knollys. If I were disappointed in effecting my escape through Feltram, all would depend on it. Having locked my doors, I wrote as follows: "O my beloved cousin, as you hope for comfort in your hour of fear, aid me now. Dudley has returned, and is secreted somewhere about the grounds. It is a fraud. They all pretended to me that he is gone away in the Seamew, and he or they had his name published as one of the passengers. Madame de la Rougierre has appeared. She is here, and my uncle insists on making her my close companion. I am at my wits' end. I cannot escape. The walls are a prison, and I believe the eyes of my jailers are always upon me. Dogs are kept for pursuit. Yes, dogs! And the gates are locked against my escape. God help me. I don't know where to look, or whom to trust. I fear my uncle more than all. I think I could bear this better if I knew what their plans are, even the worst. If ever you loved or pitied me, dear cousin, I conjure you, help me in this extremity. Take me away from this. Oh, darling, for God's sake, take me away. Your distracted and terrified cousin, Maud Bartram Haugh. I sealed this letter jealously, as if the inanimate missive would burst its cerements and proclaim my desperate appeal through all the chambers and passages of silent Bartram. Old Quince, greatly to cousin Monica's amusement, persisted in furnishing me with those capacious pockets which belonged to a former generation. I was glad of this old world eccentricity now, and placed my guilty letter, that, amidst all my hypocrisies, spoke out with terrible frankness, deep in this receptacle, and having hid away the pen and ink, my accomplices, I opened the door, and resumed my careless looks, awaiting Madame's return. I was to demand to Monsieur Ruthyn the permission to go to Feltram, and I think he will allow. He want to speak to you. With Madame, I entered my uncle's room. He was reclining on a sofa, his back towards us, and his long white hair, as fine as spun glass, hung over the back of the couch. I was going to ask you, dear Maud, to execute 2 or 3 little commissions for me in Feltram. My dreadful letter felt lighter in my pocket, and my heart beat violently. But I have just recollected that this is a market day, and Feltram will be full of doubtful characters and tipsy persons, so we must wait till tomorrow. And Madame says, very kindly, that she will, as she does not so much mind, make any little purchases today which cannot conveniently wait. Madame assented with a courtesy to Uncle Silas, and a great hollow smile to me. By this time Uncle Silas had raised himself from his reclining posture, and was sitting, gaunt and white, upon the sofa. "News of my prodigal today," he said, with a peevish smile, drawing the newspaper towards him. "The vessel has been spoken again. How many miles away, do you suppose?" He spoke in a plaintive key, looking at me with hungry eyes and a horrible smiling countenance. "How far do you suppose Dudley is today?" And he laid the palm of his hand on the paragraph as he spoke. "Guess!" For a moment I fancied this was a theatric preparation to give point to the disclosure of Dudley's real whereabouts. "It was a very long way. Guess!" he repeated. So, stammering a little and pale, I performed the required hypocrisy, after which my uncle read aloud for my benefit the line or two in which were recorded the event, and the latitude and longitude of the vessel at the time, of which Madame made a note in her memory, for the purpose of making her usual tracing in poor Milly's atlas. I cannot say how it really was, but I fancied that Uncle Silas was all the time reading my countenance with a grim and practised scrutiny. But nothing came of it, and we were dismissed. Madame loved shopping, even for its own sake, but shopping with opportunities of peculation still more. She had her luncheon, and was dressed for the excursion. She did precisely what I now most desired. She proposed to take charge of my commissions and my money, and thus entrusted, left me at liberty to keep tryst at the Chestnut Hollow. So soon as I had seen Madame fairly off, I hurried Mary Quince, and got my things on quickly, We left the house by the side entrance, which I knew my uncle's window did not command. Glad was I to feel a slight breeze, enough to make the mill sails revolve; and as we got further into the grounds, and obtained a distant view of the picturesque old windmill, I felt inexpressibly relieved on seeing that it was actually working. We were now in the Chestnut Hollow, and I sent Mary Quince to her old point of observation, which commanded a view of the path in the direction of the Windmill Wood, with her former order to call "I found it" as loudly as she could, in case she should see anyone approaching. I stopped at the point of our yesterday's meeting. I peered under the branches, and my heart beat fast as I saw Meg Hawkes awaiting me. End of chapter 56. Chapter 57 of Uncle Silas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Uncle Silas by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 57. The Letter. "Come away, lass," whispered Beauty, very pale. "He's here, Tom Bryce." And she led the way, shoving aside the leafless underwood, and we reached Tom. The slender youth, groom or poacher, he might answer for either, with his short coat and gaitered legs, was sitting on a low horizontal bough, with his shoulders against the trunk. "Don't ye mind, sit ye still, lad," said Meg, observing that he was preparing to rise, and had entangled his hat in the boughs. "Sit ye still, and hark to the lady. He'll take it, Miss Maud, if he can. Will na ye, lad?"
"Yes, I'll take it," he replied, holding out his hand.
"Tom Bryce, you won't deceive me?"
"No, sure,"
said Tom and Meg nearly in the same breath.
"You are an honest English lad, Tom. You would not betray me?"
I was speaking imploringly.
"No, sure,"
repeated Tom. There was something a little unsatisfactory in the countenance of this light-haired youth, with the sharpish upturned nose. Throughout our interview he said next to nothing, and smiled lazily to himself, like a man listening to a child's solemn nonsense, and leading it on, with an amused irony, from one wise sally to another. Thus it seemed to me that this young clown, without in the least intending to be offensive, was listening to me with a profound and lazy mockery. I could not choose, however, and, such as he was, I must employ him or none.
"Now, Tom Bryce, a great deal depends on this."
"That's true for her, Tom Bryce," said Meg, who now and then confirmed my asseverations.
"I'll give you £1 now, Tom,"
and I placed the coin and the letter together in his hand.
"and you are to give this letter to Lady Knollys, at Elverston. You know Elverston, don't you?"
"He does, miss. Don't ye, lad?"
"Yes."
"Well, do so, Tom, and I'll be good to you so long as I live. D'ye hear that, lad?"
"Yes,"
said Tom. "It's very good."
"You'll take the letter, Tom?"
I said, in much greater trepidation to his answer than I showed.
"Yes,
I'll take the letter," said he, rising, and turning it about in his fingers under his eye, like a curiosity.
"Tom Bryce," I said, "if you can't be true to me, say so. But don't take the letter except to give it to Lady Knollys at Elverston. If you won't promise that, let me have the note back. Keep the £1, but tell me that you won't mention my having asked you to carry a letter to Elverston to anyone."
For the first time, Tom looked perfectly serious. He twiddled the corner of my letter between his finger and thumb, and wore very much the countenance of a poacher about to be committed. "I don't want to chouse ye, miss, but I must take care of myself, you see. The letters goes all through Silas's fingers to the post, and he'd know damn well this warn't among 'em." They do say he opens 'em and reads 'em before they go, and that's his diversion. I dunno, but I do believe that's how it be, and if this one turned up, they'd all know it went behand, and I'd be spotted for't.
But you know who I am, Tom, and I'd save you,
I said eagerly. Ye'd want saving yourself, I'm thinking, if that feel oot, said Tom cynically. I don't say, though, I'll not take it. Only this, I won't run my head again a wall for knowing.
Tom, I said, with a sudden inspiration, give me back the letter, and take me out of Bartram. Take me to Elverston. It will be the best thing, for you, Tom, I mean, it will indeed, that ever befell you. With this clown I was pleading as for my life. My hand was on his sleeve. I was gazing imploringly in his face. But it would not do. Tom Bryce looked amused again, swung his head a little on one side, grinning sheepishly over his shoulder on the roots of the tree beside him, as if he were striving to keep himself from an uncivil fit of laughter.
I'll do what a wise lad may, miss, but ye don't know they lads. They bain't that easy come over, and I won't get knocked on the head, nor sent to jail happen, for no good to thee nor me. There's Meg there, she knows well enough I cannot manage that. So I won't try it, miss, by no chance. No offence, miss, but I'd rather not, and I'd just try what I can make o' this. That's all I can do for ye.
Tom Bryce, with these words, stood up and looked uneasily in the direction of the Windmill Wood.
Mind ye, miss, come what will, you'll not tell o' me.
Where'll ye go now, Tom? inquired Meg uneasily.
Never ye mind, lass,
answered he, breaking his way through the thicket and soon disappearing. Yes, that'll be it. He'll get into the sheep walk behind the mound. They're all down yonder. Get ye back, miss, to the house. Be the side door, mind ye, don't go round the corner. And I'll just sit a while among the bushes and wait a good time for a start. And good-bye, miss. And don't ye show like as if there was aught out of the common on your mind. Hish! There was a distant hallooing. That be father, she whispered, with a very blank countenance, and listened with her sunburnt hand to her ear. "'Tisn't me, only Davy he'll be calling," she said, with a great sigh, and a joyless smile. "Now get ye away in God's name." So running lightly along the path, under the cover of this thick wood, I recalled Mary Quince, and together we hastened back to the house, and entered, as directed, by the side door, which did not expose us to be seen from the Windmill Wood, and like two criminals we stole up by the back stairs, and so through the side gallery to my room, and there sat down to collect my wits, and try to estimate the exact effect of what had just occurred. Madame had not yet returned. That was well. She always visited my room first, and everything was precisely as I had left it, a certain sign that her praying eyes and busy fingers had not been at work during my absence. When she did appear, strange to say, it was to bring me unexpected comfort. She had in her hand a letter from my dear Lady Knollys. A gleam of sunlight from the free and happy outer world entered with it. The moment Madame left me to myself, I opened it and read as follows: I am so happy, my dearest Maud, in the immediate prospect of seeing you. I have had a really kind letter from poor Silas. Poor, I say, for I really compassionate his situation, about which he has been, I do believe, quite frank. At least Ilbury says so, and somehow he happens to know. I have had quite an affecting changed letter. I will tell you all when I see you. He wants me ultimately to undertake that which would afford me the most unmixed happiness. I mean the care of you, my dear girl. I only fear lest my too eager acceptance of the trust should excite that vein of opposition which is in most human beings, and induce him to think over his offer less favourably again. He says I must come to Bartram and stay a night, and promises to lodge me comfortably, about which last I honestly do not care a pin,
when the chance of a comfortable evening's gossip with you is in view. Silas explains his sad situation, and must hold himself in readiness for early flight, if he would avoid the risk of losing his personal liberty. It is a sad thing that he should have so irretrievably ruined himself, that poor Austin's liberality seems to have positively precipitated his extremity. His great anxiety is that I should see you before you leave for your short stay in France. He thinks you must leave before a fortnight. I am thinking of asking you to come over here. I know you would be just as well as at Elverston as in France. But perhaps, as he seems disposed to do what we all wish, it may be safer to let him set about it in his own way. The truth is, I have so set my heart upon it, that I fear to risk it by crossing him even in a trifle. He says I must fix an early date next week, and talks as if he meant to urge me to make a longer visit than he defined. I shall be only too happy. I begin, my dear Maud, to think that there is no use in trying to control events, and that things often turn out best, and most exactly to our wishes, by being left quite to themselves. I think it was Talleyrand who praised the talent of waiting so much. In high spirits, and with my head brimful of plans, I remain, dearest Maud, ever your affectionate cousin, Monica. Here was an inescapable puzzle. A faint radiance of hope, however, began to overspread a landscape only a few minutes before darkened by total eclipse. But construct what theory I might, all were inconsistent with many well-established and awful incongruities, and their wrecks lay strewn over the troubled waters of the gulf into which I gazed. Why was Madame here? Why was Dudley concealed about the place? Why was I a prisoner within the walls? What were those dangers which Meg Hawkes seemed to think so great and so imminent as to induce her to risk her lover's safety for my deliverance? All of these menacing facts stood grouped together against the dark certainty that never were men more deeply interested in making away with one human being than were Uncle Silas and Dudley in removing me. Sometimes to these dreadful evidences I abandoned my soul. Sometimes, reading Cousin Monica's sunny letter, the sky would clear, and my terrors melt away like nightmares in the morning. I never repented, however, that I had sent my letter by Tom Bryce. Escape from Bartram Haugh was my hourly longing. That evening Madame invited herself to tea with me. I did not object. It was better just then to be on friendly relations with everybody if possible, even on their own terms. She was in one of her boisterous and hilarious moods, and there was a perfume of brandy. She narrated some compliments paid her that morning in Feltram by that good creature, Mrs. Lytheways, the silk mercer, and what handsome fellow was her new foreman. She intended plainly that I should quiz her, and how he follow her with his eyes wherever she went. I thought, perhaps, he fancied she might pocket some of his lace or gloves, and all the time her great wicked eyes were rolling and glancing according to her ideas of fascination, and her bony face grinning and flaming with the strong drink in which she delighted. She sang twaddling chansons, and being, as was her wont under such exhilarating influences, in a vapouring mood, she vowed that I should have my carriage and horses immediately. I will try what I can do with your Uncle Silas. We are very good old friends, Mr. Ruthyn and I, she said with a leer which I did not understand, and which yet frightened me. I never could quite understand why these Jezebels like to insinuate the dreadful truth against themselves, but they do. Is it the spirit of feminine triumph over feminine shame, and making them vaunt their fall as an evidence of bygone fascination and existing power. Need we wonder? Have not women preferred hatred to indifference, and the reputation of witchcraft, with all its penalties, to absolute insignificance? Thus, as they enjoyed the fear inspired among simple neighbours by their imagined traffic with the father of ills, did Madame, I think, relish with a cynical vainglory the suspicion of her satanic superiority. Next morning Uncle Silas sent for me. He was seated at his table, and spoke his little French greeting, smiling as usual, pointing to a chair opposite. "How far, I forget," he said, carelessly laying his newspaper on the table. "Did you yesterday guess Dudley to be?"
1,100 miles, I thought it was.
"Oh yes, so it was."
And then there was an abstracted pause.
"I have been writing to Lord Ilbury, your trustee," he resumed. "I ventured to say, my dear Maud, for having thoughts of a different arrangement for you, more suitable under my distressing circumstances. I do not wish to vacate without some expression of your estimate of my treatment of you while under my roof. I ventured to say that you thought me kind, considerate, indulgent. May I say so?"
I assented. What could I say?
"I said you had enjoyed our poor way of living here, our rough ways and liberty. Was I right?"
Again I assented.
"And, in fact, that you had nothing to object against your poor old uncle, except indeed his poverty, which you forgave. I think I said truth. Did I, dear Maud?"
Again I acquiesced. All this time he was fumbling among the papers in his coat pocket.
"That is satisfactory. So I expected you to say," he murmured. "I expected no less."
On a sudden a frightful change spread across his face. He rose like a spectre with a white scowl.
"Then how do you account for that?"
he shrieked in a voice of thunder, and smiting my open letter to Lady Knollys face upward upon the table. I stared at my uncle, unable to speak, until I seemed to lose sight of him. But his voice, like a bell, still yelled in my ears.
"There, young hypocrite and liar! Explain that farrago of slander which you bribed my servant to place in the hands of my kinswoman, Lady Knollys."
And so on and on it went, I gazing into darkness, until the voice itself became indistinct, grew into a buzz, and hummed away into silence. I think I must have had a fit. When I came to myself I was drenched with water, my hair, face, neck, and dress. I did not in the least know where I was. I thought my father was ill, and spoke to him. Uncle Silas was standing near the window, looking unspeakably grim. Madame was seated beside me, and an open bottle of ether, one of Uncle Silas's restoratives, on the table before me.
"Who's that? Who's ill? Is anyone dead?"
I cried. At last I was relieved by long paroxysms of weeping. When I was sufficiently recovered, I was conveyed into my own room. End of chapter 57. Chapter 58 of Uncle Silas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Uncle Silas by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 58. Lady Knollys's Carriage. Next morning, it was Sunday, I lay on my bed in my dressing gown, dull, apathetic, with all my limbs sore, and, as I thought, rheumatic, and feeling so ill that I did not care to speak or lift my head. My recollection of what had passed in Uncle Silas's room was utterly confused, and it seemed to me as if my poor father had been there and taken a share. I could not remember how.
in the conference. I was too exhausted and stupid to clear up this horrible muddle, and merely lay with my face toward the wall, motionless and silent, except for a great sigh every now and then. Good Mary Quince was in the room. There was some comfort in that, but I felt quite worn out, and had rather she did not speak to me, and indeed, for a time, I felt absolutely indifferent as to whether I lived or died. Cousin Monica this morning, at pleasant Elverston, all unconscious of my sad plight, proposed to Lady Mary Carysbrook and Lord Ilbury, her guests, to drive over to church at Feltram, and then pay us a visit at Bartram Haugh, to which they readily agreed. Accordingly, at about 2 o'clock, this pleasant party of 3 arrived at Bartram. They walked, having left the carriage to follow when the horses were fed, and Madame de la Rougierre, who was in my uncle's room when little Giblets arrived to say that the party were in the parlour, whispered for a little with my uncle, who then said, "Miss Maud Ruthyn is gone out to drive, but I shall be happy to see Lady Knollys here, if she will do me the favour to come upstairs and see me for a few moments, and you can mention that I am very far from well." Madame followed him out upon the lobby, and added, holding him by the collar, and whispering earnestly in his ear, "Bring her ladyship up by the back stairs. Mind the back stairs." And at the next moment Madame entered my room, with long tiptoe steps, and looking, Mary Quince said, as if she were going to be hanged. On entering, she looked sharply round, and being satisfied of Mary Quince's presence, she turned the key in the door, and made some affectionate inquiries about me in a whisper, and then she stole to the window and peeped out, standing back some way, after which she came to my bedside, murmured some tender sentences, drew the curtain a little, and making some little fidgety adjustments about the room. Among the rest, she took the key from the lock, quietly, and put it in her pocket. This was so odd a procedure that honest Mary Quince rose stoutly from her chair, pointing to the lock, with her frank little blue eyes fixed on Madame, and whispered, "Won't you put the key in the lock, please?" "Oh, certainly, Mary Quince, but it is better it should be locked, for I think her uncle is coming to see her, and I am sure she would be very much frightened, for he is very much displeased, don't you see? And we can tell him she is not well enough, or asleep, and so he will go away again, without any trouble." I heard nothing of this, which was conducted in close whispers; and Mary, although she did not give Madame credit for caring whether I was frightened or not, and suspected her motives in everything, acquiesced grudgingly, fearing lest her alleged reason might possibly be the true one. So Madame hovered about the door uneasily, and of what went on elsewhere during that period Lady Knollys afterwards gave me the following account. "We were very much disappointed, but of course I was glad to see Silas, and your little hobgoblin butler led me upstairs to his room a different way, I think, from that I came before. But I don't know the house of Bartram well enough to speak positively. I only know that I was conducted quite across his bedroom, which I had not seen on my former visit, and so into his sitting room, where I found him. He seemed very glad to see me, came forward smiling, I dislike his smile always, with both hands out, and shook mine with more warmth than I ever remembered in his greeting before, and said, 'My dear, dear Monica, how very good of you! The very person I long to see. I have been miserably ill, the sad consequence of still more miserable anxiety. Sit down, pray, for a moment.' And he paid me some nice little French compliment in verse. 'And where is Maud?' I said. 'I think Maud is by this time about half-way to Elverston,' said the old gentleman. 'I persuaded her to take a drive, and advised a call there, which seemed to please her, so I conjecture she obeyed. "How very provoking!" I cried. "My poor Maud will be sadly disappointed, but you will console her by a visit. You have promised to come, and I shall try to make you comfortable. I shall be happier, Monica, with this proof of our perfect reconciliation. You won't deny me?"
"Certainly not. I am only too glad to come," I said. "And I want to thank you, Silas."
"For what?"
said he. "For wishing to place Maud in my care. I am very much obliged to you."
"I did not suggest it, I must say, Monica, with the least intention of obliging you,"
said Silas. I thought he was going to break into one of his ungracious moods. "But I am obliged to you, very much obliged to you, Silas, and you shan't refuse my thanks."
"I am happy at all events, Monica, in having won your goodwill. We learn at last that in the affections only are our capacities for happiness, and how true it is St. Paul's preference of love, the principle that abideth. The affections, dear Monica, are eternal, and being so celestial, divine, and consequently happy, deriving happiness and bestowing it."
I was always impatient of his or anybody else's metaphysics, but I controlled myself, and only said, with my customary impudence, "Well, dear Silas, and when do you wish me to come?"
"The earlier the better,"
said he. "Lady Marian Ilbury will be leaving me on Tuesday morning. I can come to you in the afternoon if you think Tuesday is a good day."
"Thank you, dear Monica. I shall be, I trust, enlightened by that day as to my enemy's plans. It is a humiliating confession, Monica, but I am past feeling that. It is quite possible that an execution may be sent into this house tomorrow, and an end of all my schemes. It is not likely, however, hardly possible, before 3 weeks, my attorney tells me. I shall hear from him tomorrow morning, and then I shall ask you to name a very early day. If we are to have an unmolested fortnight certain, you shall hear and name your own day."
Then he asked me who had accompanied me, and lamented ever so much his not being able to go down to receive them, and he offered luncheon, with a sort of Ravenswood smile, and a shrug, and I declined, telling him that we had but a few minutes, and that my companions were walking in the grounds near the house. I asked whether Maud was likely to return soon.
"Certainly not before 5 o'clock."
He thought we should probably meet her on our way back to Elverston, but could not be certain, as she might have changed her plans. So then came, no more remaining to be said, a very affectionate parting. I believe all about his legal dangers was strictly true. How he could, unless that horrid woman had deceived him, with so serene a countenance, tell me all those gross untruths about Maud, I can only admire. In the meantime, as I lay in my bed, Madame gliding hither and thither, whispering sometimes, listening at others, I suddenly startled them both by saying, "Whose carriage?" "What carriage, dear?" inquired Quince, whose ears were not so sharp as mine. Madame peeped from the window. "'Tis the physician, Dr. Yawkes. He is come to see your uncle, my dear." "But I hear a female voice," I said, sitting up. "No, my dear, there is only the doctor," said Madame. "He is come to your uncle. I tell you, he is getting out of his carriage." And she affected to watch the doctor's descent. "The carriage is driving away!" I cried. "Yes, it is driving away," she echoed. But I had sprung from my bed, and was looking over her shoulder before she perceived me. "It is Lady Knollys!" I screamed, seizing the window frame to force it up, and vainly struggling to open it, I cried, "I'm here, Cousin Monica! For God's sake, Cousin Monica! Cousin Monica!" "You are mad, Miss! Go back!" screamed Madame, exerting her superior strength to force me back. But I saw deliverance and escape gliding away from my reach, and strung to unnatural force by desperation, I pushed past her, and beat the window wildly with my hands, screaming, "Save me! Save me!
Here, Monica, here! Cousin, oh, save me!"
Madame had seized my wrists, and a wild struggle was going on. A window pane was broken, and I was shrieking to stop the carriage. The Frenchwoman looked black and haggard as a fury, as if she could have murdered me. Nothing daunted, frantic, I screamed in my despair, seeing the carriage drive swiftly away, seeing Cousin Monica's bonnet as she sat chatting with her vis-a-vis.
"Oh, oh, oh!"
I shrieked in vain and prolonged agony, as Madame, exerting her strength and matching her fury against my despair, forced me back in spite of my wild struggles, and pushed me sitting on the bed, where she held me fast, glaring in my face and chuckling and panting over me. I think I felt something of the despair of a lost spirit. I remember the face of poor Mary Quince, its horror, its wonder, as she stood gaping into my face over Madame's shoulder, and crying, "What is it, Miss Maud? What is it, dear?" and turning fiercely on Madame, and striving to force her grasp from my wrists. "Are you hurting the child? Let her go! Let her go!"
"I will let her go. What old fool are you, Mary Quince? She is mad, I think. She has lost her head."
"Oh, Mary, cry from the window! Stop the carriage!"
I cried. Mary looked out, but there was, by this time, of course, nothing in sight.
"Why don't you stop the carriage?"
sneered Madame.
"Call the coachman and the postilion. Where is the footman? Bah! Elle a le cerveau mal timbré."
"Oh, Mary, is it gone? Is it gone? Is there nothing there?"
cried I, rushing to the window, and turning to Madame, after a vain straining of my eyes, my face against the glass.
"Oh, cruel, wicked woman! Why have you done this? What was it to you? Why do you persecute me? What good can you gain by my ruin?"
"Ruin? Parbleu, ma chère, you talk too fast. Did not you see it, Mary Quince? It was the doctor's carriage, and Mrs. Yorkes and that impudent fellow, young Yorkes, staring up to the window, and mademoiselle, she come in such shocking déshabillé, to show herself knocking at the window. 'Twould be very nice thing, Mary Quince, don't you think?"
I was sitting now on the bedside, crying in mere despair. I did not care to dispute or to resist. Oh, why had my rescue come so near only to prove that it could not reach me? So I went on crying, with a clasping of my hands and turning up of my eyes, in incoherent prayer. I was not thinking of Madame, or of Mary Quince, or of any other person, only babbling my anguish and despair hopelessly in the ear of heaven.
"I did not think there was such fool. What enfant gâté! My dear child, what can you mean by such strange language and conduct? What for should you wish to display yourself in the window in such horrible déshabillé to the people in the doctor's coach?"
"It was Cousin Knollys! Cousin Knollys! Oh, Cousin Knollys! You're gone!
"And if it was Lady Knollys's coach, there was certainly a coachman and a footman, and whoever has the coach there was a young gentleman in it. If it was Lady Knollys's carriage, it would have been worse than the doctor."
"It is no matter. It is all over. Oh, Cousin Monica, you poor Maud, where is she to turn? Is there no help?"
That evening Madame visited me again, in one of her sedate and moral moods. She found me dejected and passive, as she had left me.
"I think, Maud, there is news, but I am not certain."
I raised my head and looked at her wistfully.
"I think there is a letter of bad news from the attorney in London."
"Oh," I said, in a tone which I am sure implied the absolute indifference of dejection.
"But, my dear Maud, if it be so, we shall go at once, you and me, to join Miss Millicent in France. La belle France you will like so much. We shall be so gay. You cannot imagine there are such nice girl there. They all love me so much. You will be delight.
How soon do we go? I asked.
I do not know. But I was to bring in a case of eau de cologne that came this evening, and he laid down a letter to say, the blow has descended, madame. My niece must hold herself in readiness. I said, for what, monsieur? Twice, but he did not answer. I am sure it is un procès. They have ruined him. Eh bien, my dear, I suppose we shall leave this triste place immediately. I am so rejoiced. It appears to me un cimetière.
Yes, I should like to leave it, I said, sitting up with a great sigh and sunken eyes. It seemed to me that I had quite lost all sense of resentment towards Madame. A debility of feeling had supervened. The fatigue, I suppose, and prostration of the passions.
I will make excuse to go into his room again, said Madame, and I will endeavour to learn something more from him. And I will come back again to you in half an hour.
She departed, but in half an hour did not return. I had a dull longing to leave Bartram Haugh. For me, since the departure of poor Milly, it had grown like the haunt of evil spirits, and to escape on any terms from it was a blessing unspeakable. Another half hour passed, and another, and I grew insufferably feverish. I sent Mary Quince to the lobby to try and see if Madame, who, I feared, was probably toing and froing in and out of Uncle Silas's room. Mary returned to tell me that she had seen old Wyat, who told her that she thought Madame had gone to her bed half an hour before. End of chapter 58. Chapter 59 of Uncle Silas. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Uncle Silas by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 59 A Sudden Departure.
Mary, said I am miserably anxious to hear what Madame may have to tell. She knows the state I am in, and she would not like so much trouble as to look in at my door to say a word. Did you hear what she told me?
No, Miss Maud, she answered, rising and drawing near.
She thinks we are going to France immediately, and to leave this place, perhaps for ever.
Heaven be praised for that, if it be so, miss, said Mary, with more energy than was common with her. For there is no luck about it, and I don't expect to see you ever well or happy in it.
You must take your candle, Mary, and make out her room upstairs. I found it accidentally myself one evening.
But Wyat won't let me upstairs.
Don't mind her, Mary. I tell you to go. You must try. I can't sleep till we hear.
What direction is her room in, miss? asked Mary.
Somewhere in that direction, Mary, I answered, pointing. I cannot describe the turns, but I think you will find it if you go along the great passage to your left, on getting to the top of the stairs, till you come to the cross galleries, and then turn to your left, and when you have passed 4 or perhaps 5 doors, you must be very near it, and I am sure she will hear if you call.
But will she tell me? She is such a rum 'un, miss, suggested Mary.
Tell her exactly what I have said to you, and when she learns that you already know as much as I do, she may, unless, indeed, she wishes to torture me. If she won't, perhaps at least you can persuade her to come to me for a moment. Try, dear Mary. We can but fail.
Will you be very lonely, miss, while I am away? asked Mary, uneasily, as she lighted her candle.
I can't help it, Mary. Go. I think if I heard we were going, I could almost get up and dance and sing. I can't bear this dreadful uncertainty any longer.
If old Wyat is outside, I'll come back and wait here a bit, till she is out of the way, said Mary. And, anyhow, I'll make all the haste I can. The drops in the sal volatile is here, miss, by your hand.
and with an anxious look at me, she made her exit softly, and did not immediately return, by which I concluded that she had found the way clear, and had gained the upper story without interruption. This little anxiety ended, its subsidence was followed by a sense of loneliness, and with it of vague insecurity, which increased at last to such a pitch that I wondered at my own madness in sending my companion away. And at last my terrors so grew that I drew back into the farthest corner of the bed, with my shoulders to the wall, and my bedclothes huddled about me, with only a point open to peep at. At last the door opened gently. "Who's there?" I cried, in extremity of horror, expecting I knew not whom. "Me, miss," whispered Mary Quince, to my unutterable relief, and with her candle flared, and a wild and pallid face, Mary Quince glided into the room, locking the door as she entered. I do not know how it was, but I found myself holding Mary fast with both my hands, as we stood side by side on the floor. "Mary, you are terrified. For God's sake, what is the matter?" I cried. "No, miss," said Mary faintly. "Not much." "I see it in your face. What is it?" "Let me sit down, miss. I'll tell you what I saw, only I'm just a bit queerish." Mary sat down by my bed. "Get in, miss. You'll take cold. Get into bed, and I'll tell you. It is not much." I did get into bed, and gazing on Mary's frightened face, I felt a corresponding horror. "For mercy's sake, Mary, say what it is." So again assuring me, "It was not much," she gave me in a somewhat diffuse and tangled narrative the following facts. On closing my door, she raised her candle above her head, and surveyed the lobby, and seeing no one there, she ascended the stairs swiftly. She passed along the great gallery to the left, and paused a moment at the cross gallery, and then recollected my directions clearly, and followed the passage to the right. There are doors at each side, and she had forgotten to ask me which Madame's was. She opened several. In one room she was frightened by a bat, which had very nearly put out her candle. She went on a little, paused, and began to lose heart in the dismal solitude, when on a sudden, a few doors farther on, she thought she heard Madame's voice. She said that she knocked at the door, but receiving no answer, and hearing Madame still talking within, she opened it. There was a candle on the chimney piece, and another in a stable lantern near the window. Madame was conversing volubly on the hearth, with her face toward the window, the entire frame of which had been taken from its place. Dickon Hawkes, the Zamiel of the wooden leg, was supporting it with one hand, as it leaned imperfectly against the angle of the recess. There was a third figure standing, buttoned up in a surtout, with a bundle of tools under his arm, like a glazier, and, with a silent thrill of fear, she distinctly recognised the features as those of Dudley Ruthyn. "'Twas him, miss, so sure as I sit here. Well, like that, they were as mute as mice. 3 pairs of eyes were on me. I don't know what made me so studdy like, but summat told me I should not make as though I know any but Madame, and so I made a courtesy, as well as I could, and said, might I speak a word with ye, please, on the lobby? Mr. Dudley was making belief by this time to look out the window, with his back to me, and I kept looking straight on Madame, and she said, they're mending my broken glass, Mary, walking between them and me, and coming close up to me very quick, and so she marched me backward out the door, prating all the time. When we were on the lobby, she took my candle from my hand, shutting the door behind her, and she held the light a bit behind her ear, so 'twas full on my face, as she looked sharp into it, and after a bit she said again, in her queer lingo, there was 2 panes broke in her room, and men sent for to mend it.
I was awful frightened when I saw Mr. Dudley, for I could not believe any such thing before, and I don't know how I could look her in the face as I did and not show it. I was as smooth and cool as yonder chimney-piece, and she has an awful evil eye to stand against. But I never flinched, and I think she's puzzled, for as cunning as she is, whether I believe all she said, or knowed 'twas a pack of stories. So I told her your message, and she said she had not heard another word since, but she did believe we had not many more days here, and would tell you if she heard to-night, when she brought his soup to your uncle, in half an hour's time.
I asked her, as soon as I could speak, whether she was perfectly certain as to the facts that the man in the surtout was Dudley, and she made answer,
I'd swear to him on that Bible, miss.
So far from any longer wishing Madame's return that night, I trembled at the idea of it. Who could tell who might enter the room with her when the door opened to admit her? Dudley, so soon as he recovered the surprise, had turned about, evidently anxious to prevent recognition. Dick and Hawkes stood glowering at her. Both might have hope of escaping recognition in the imperfect light, for the candle on the chimney-piece was flaring in the air, and the light from the lantern fell in spots and was confusing. What could that ruffian Hawkes be doing in the house? Why was Dudley there? Could a more ominous combination be imagined? I puzzled my distracted head over all Mary Quince's details, but could make nothing of their occupation. I know of nothing so terrifying as this kind of perpetual puzzling over ominous problems. You may imagine how the long hours of that night passed, and how my heart beat at every fancied sound outside my door. But morning came, and with its light some reassurance. Early, Madame de la Rougierre made her appearance. She searched my eyes darkly and shrewdly, but made no allusion to Mary Quince's visit. Perhaps she expected some question from me, and, hearing none, thought it was well to leave the subject at rest. She had merely come in to say that she had heard nothing since, but was now going to make my uncle's chocolate, and that so soon as her interview was ended she would see me again, and let me hear anything she should have gleaned. In a little while a knock came to my door, and Mary Quince was ordered by old Wyat into my uncle's room. She returned flushed, in a huge fuss, to say that I was to be up and dressed for a journey in half an hour, and to go straight, when dressed, to my uncle's room. It was good news. At the same time it was a shock. I was glad, I was stunned. I jumped out of bed and set about my toilet with an energy quite new to me. Good Mary Quince was busily packing my boxes, and consulting as to what I should take with me, and what not. Was Mary Quince to accompany me? He had not said a word on that point, and I feared from his silence she was to remain. There was comfort, however, in this, that the separation would not be for long. I felt confident of that, and I was about to join Milly, whom I loved better than I could have believed before our separation. But whatsoever the conditions might be, it was an indescribable relief to have done with Bartram Haugh, and leave behind me its sinister lines of circumvallation, its haunted recesses, and the awful spectres that had lately appeared within its walls. I stood too much in awe of my uncle to fail in presenting myself punctually at the close of the half hour. I entered his sitting room under the shadow of sour old Wyat's high-cauled cap. She closed the door behind me, and the conference commenced. Madame de la Rougierre sat there, dressed and draped for a journey, and with a thick black lace veil on. My uncle rose, gaunt and venerable, and with a harsh and severe countenance. He did not offer his hand. He made me a kind of bow, more of repulsion than of respect. He remained in a standing position,
supporting his crooked frame by his hand, which he leaned on a dispatch box. He glared on me steadily with his wild phosphoric eyes, from under the dark brows I have described to you, now corrugated in lines indescribably stern.
You shall join my daughter at the pension in France. Madame de la Rogère shall accompany you,
said my uncle, delivering his directions with the stern monotony and measured pauses of a person dictating an important dispatch to a secretary.
Old Mrs. Quince shall follow with me, or, if alone, in a week. You shall pass tonight in London. Tomorrow night you proceed thence to Dover, and cross by the mail packet. You shall now sit down and write a letter to your cousin Monica Knollys, which I will read first and then dispatch. Tomorrow you shall write a note to Lady Knollys from London, telling her how you have got over so much of your journey, and that you cannot write from Dover, as you must instantly start by the packet on reaching it, and that until my affairs are a little settled, you cannot write to her from France, as it is of high importance to my safety that no clue should exist as to our address. Intelligence, however, shall reach her through my attorneys, Archer and Slay, and I trust we shall return soon. You will, please, submit that latter note to Madame de la Rogère, who has my directions to see that it contains no libels upon my character. Now sit down.
So, with those unpleasant words tingling in my ears, I obeyed.
Right,
he said, when I was duly placed.
You shall convey the substance of what I say in your own language. The imminent danger this morning announced of an execution. Remember the word,
and he spelled it for me,
being put into this house either this afternoon or tomorrow, compels me to anticipate my plans, and dispatch you for France this day, that you are starting with an attendant.
Here an uneasy movement from Madame, whose dignity was perhaps excited.
An attendant,
he repeated, with a discordant emphasis.
And you can, if you please, but I don't solicit that justice. Say that you have been as kindly treated here as my unfortunate circumstances would permit. That is all. You have just 15 minutes to write. Begin.
I wrote accordingly. My hysterical state had made me far less combative than I might have proved some months since, for there was much that was insulting as well as formidable in his manner. I completed my letter, however, to his satisfaction in the prescribed time, and he said, as he laid it and its envelope on the table,
"Please to remember that this lady is not your attendant only, but that she has authority to direct every detail respecting your journey, and will make all the necessary payments on the way. You will please then implicitly to comply with her directions. The carriage awaits you at the hall door."
Having thus spoken, and with another grim bow, and
"I wish you a safe and pleasant journey,"
he receded a step or two, and I, with an undefinable kind of melancholy, though also with a sense of relief, withdrew. My letter, I afterwards found, reached Lady Knollys, accompanied by one from Uncle Silas, who said, "Dear Maud apprises me that she has written to tell you something of our movements. A sudden crisis in my miserable affairs compels a break-up as sudden here. Maud joins my daughter at the pension in France. I purposely omit the address, because I mean to reside in its vicinity until this storm shall have blown over, and as the consequences of some of my unhappy entanglements might pursue me even there, I must only for the present spare you the pain and trouble of keeping a secret. I am sure that for some little time you will excuse the girl's silence. In the meantime you shall hear of them, and perhaps circuitously, from me. Our dear Maud started this morning en route for her destination, very sorry as I am, that she could not enjoy first a flying visit to Elverston, but in high spirits notwithstanding, at the new life and sights before her. At the door my beloved old friend, Mary Quince, awaited me. "Am I going with you, Miss Maud?" I burst into tears and clasped her in my arms. "I'm not," said Mary, very sorrowfully. "And I never was from you yet, miss, since you wasn't the length of my arm." And kind old Mary began to cry with me.
"But you are coming in a few days, Mary Quince,"
expostulated Madame.
"I wonder you are such fool. What is 2-3 days? Bah, nonsense, gal."
And another farewell to poor Mary Quince, quite bewildered at the suddenness of her bereavement. A serious and tremulous bow from our little old butler on the steps. Madame bawling through the open window to the driver to make good speed, and remember that we had but 19 minutes to reach the station. Away we went. Old Crowle's iron grille rolled back before us. I looked on the receding landscape, the giant trees, the palatial time-stained mansion. A strange conflict of feelings, sweet and bitter, rose and mingled in the reverie. Had I been too hard and suspicious with the inhabitants of that old house of my family? Was my uncle justly indignant? Was I ever again to know such pleasant rambles as some of those I had enjoyed with dear Millicent through the wild and beautiful woodlands I was leaving behind me? And there, with my latest glimpse of the front of Bartram Haugh, I beheld dear old Mary Quince gazing after us. Again my tears flowed. I waved my handkerchief from the window, and now the park wall hid all from view, and at a great pace, through the steep wooded glen, and with the rocky and precipitous character of a ravine, we glided, and when the road next emerged, Bartram Haugh was a misty mass of forest and chimneys, slope and hollow, and we within a few minutes of the station. End of chapter 59. Chapter 60 of Uncle Silas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Uncle Silas by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 60. The Journey. Waiting for the train as we stood upon the platform, I looked back again toward the wooded uplands of Bartram, and far behind, the fine range of mountains, azure and soft in the distance, beyond which lay beloved old Knoll, and my lost father and mother, and the scenes of my childhood, never embittered except by the Sibyl who sat beside me. Under happier circumstances, I should have been, at my then early age, quite wild with pleasurable excitement upon entering London for the first time. But black Care sat beside me, with her pale hand in mine, a voice of fear and warning, whose words I could not catch, was always in my ear. We drove through London amid the glare of lamps toward the West End, and for a little while the sense of novelty and curiosity overcame my despondency, and I peeped eagerly from the window, while Madame, who was in high good humour, spite of the fatigues of our long railway flight, screeched scraps of topographic information in my ear, for London was a picture book in which she was well read.
"That is Euston Square, my dear, Russell Square. Here is Oxford Street, Haymarket. See, there is the Opera House, Her Majesty's Theatre. See all the carriages waiting."
And so on, till we reached, at length, a little narrow street, which she told me was off Piccadilly, where we drew up before a private house, as it seemed to me, a family hotel, and I was glad to be at rest for the night. Fatigued with the peculiar fatigue of railway travelling, dusty, and a little chilly, with eyes aching and wearied, I ascended the stairs silently, our garrulous and bustling landlady leading the way, and telling her oft-told story of the house, its noble owner in old time, and how those fine drawing-rooms were taken every year during the session by the Bishop of Rochett-on-Copley, and at last into our double-bedded room. I would fain to have been alone, but I was too tired and dejected to care very much for anything. At tea, Madame expanded in spirit, like a giant refreshed, and chattered and sang, and at last, seeing that I was nodding, advised my going to bed, while she ran across the street to see her dear old friend, Mademoiselle Saint Eloi, who was sure to be up, and would be offended if she failed to make her ever so short a call. I cared little what she said, and was glad to be rid of her even for a short time, and was soon fast asleep. I saw her, I know not how much later, poking about the room like a figure in a dream, and taking off her things. She had her breakfast in bed next morning, and I was, to my comfort, left to take mine in solitary possession of our sitting-room, where I began to wonder how little annoyance I had as yet suffered from her company, and began to speculate upon the chances of my making the journey with tolerable comfort. Our hostess gave me 5 minutes of her valuable time. Her talk ran chiefly upon nuns and convents, and her old acquaintance with Madame, and it seemed to me that she had at one time driven a kind of trade, no doubt profitable enough, in escorting young ladies to establishments on the Continent. And although I did not then quite understand the tone in which she spoke to me, I often thought afterwards that Madame had represented me as a young person destined for the holy vocation of the veil. When she was gone, I sat listlessly looking out of the window, and saw some chance equipages drive by, and now and then a fashionable pedestrian, and wondered if this quiet thoroughfare could really be one of the arteries so near the heart of the tumultuous capital. I think my nervous vitality must have burnt very low just then, for I felt perfectly indifferent about all the novelty and world of wonders beyond, and should have hated to leave the dull tranquillity of my window for an excursion through the splendours of the unseen streets and palaces that surrounded me. It was 1 o'clock before Madame joined me, and finding me in this dull mood, she did not press me to accompany her in her drive, no doubt well pleased to be rid of me. After tea that evening, as we sat alone in our room, she entertained me with some very odd conversation, at the time unintelligible, but which acquired a tolerably distinct meaning from the events that followed. 2 or 3 times that day Madame appeared to me on the point of saying something of grave import, as she scanned me with her bleak, wicked stare. It was a peculiarity of hers, that whenever she was pressed upon by an anxiety that really troubled her, her countenance did not look sad or solicitous, as other people's would, but simply wicked. Her great gaunt mouth was compressed and drawn down firmly at the corners, and her eyes glared with a dismal scowl. At last she said, suddenly, "Are you ever grateful, Maud?" "I hope so, Madame," I answered. "And how do you show your gratitude? For instance, would you do a great deal for a person who would run risque for your sake?" It struck me all at once that she was sounding me about poor Meg Hawkes, whose fidelity, notwithstanding the treason or cowardice of her lover, Tom Bryce, I never doubted. and I grew at once wary and reserved.
"I know of no opportunity, thank heaven, for any such service, madame. How can anyone serve me at present, by themselves incurring danger? What do you mean?"
Do you like, for example, to go to that French pension? Would you not like better some other arrangement?
"Of course there are other arrangements I should like better, but I see no use in talking of them. They are not to be," I answered.
What other arrangements do you mean, my dear child?
inquired Madame.
You mean, I suppose, you would like better to go to Lady Knollys?
"My uncle does not choose it at present, and except with his consent, nothing can be done."
He will never consent, dear child.
"But he has consented, not immediately indeed, but in a short time, when his affairs are settled."
Lanterne! They will never be settled, said Madame.
"At all events, for the present I am to go to France. Milly seems very happy, and I dare say I shall like it too. I am very glad to leave Bartram Haugh at all events."
"But your uncle will bring you back there,"
said Madame dryly. "It is doubtful whether he will ever return to Bartram himself," I said.
"Ah,"
said Madame, with a long-drawn nasal intonation.
"You think I hate you. You are quite wrong, dear Maud. I am, on the contrary, very much interested for you. I am, I assure you, dear child."
And she laid her great hand, with joints misshapen by old chilblains, upon the back of mine. I looked up in her face. She was not smiling. On the contrary, her wide mouth was drawn down at the corners ruefully, as before, and she gazed on my face with a scowl from her abysmal eyes. I used to think that the flare of that irony which lighted her face so often, immeasurably worse than any other expression she could assume. But this lacklustre stare and dismal collapse of feature was more wicked still.
"Suppose I should bring you to Lady Knollys, and place you in her charge. What would you do then for poor Madame?"
said this dark spectre. I was inwardly startled at these words. I looked into her unsearchable face, but could draw thence nothing but fear. Had she made the same overture only 2 days since, I think I would have offered her half my fortune. But circumstances were altered. I was no longer in the panic of despair. The lesson I had received from Tom Bryce was fresh in my mind, and my profound distrust of her was uppermost. I saw before me only a tempter and a betrayer, and said, "Do you mean to imply, Madame, that my guardian is not to be trusted, and that I ought to make my escape from him, and that you are really willing to aid me in doing so?" This, you see, was turning the tables upon her. I looked her steadily in the face as I spoke. She returned my gaze with a strange stare and a gape, which haunted me long after, and it seemed as we sat in utter silence that each was rather horribly fascinated by the other's gaze. At last she shut her mouth sternly, and eyed me with a more determined and meaning scowl, and then said in a low tone,
"I believe, Maud, that you are a cunning and wicked little thing."
"Wisdom is not cunning, Madame, nor is it wicked to ask your meaning in explicit language," I replied.
"And so, you clever child, we two sit here, playing at a game of chess, over this little table, to decide which shall destroy the other. Is it not so?"
"I will not allow you to destroy me," I retorted with a sudden flash. Madame stood up and rubbed her mouth with her open hand. She looked to me like some evil being seen in a dream. I was frightened. "You are going to hurt me!" I ejaculated, scarce knowing what I said.
If I were, you deserve it. You are very malicious, ma chère. Or it may be only very stupid.
A knock came to the door.
Come in,
I cried, with a glad sense of relief. A maid entered.
a letter, please'm,
she said, handing it to me.
For me,
snarled Madame, snatching it. I had seen my uncle's hand and the Feltram postmark. Madame broke the seal and read. It seemed but a word, for she turned it about after the first momentary glance, and examined the interior of the envelope, and then returned to the line she had already read. She folded the letter again, drawing her nails in a sharp pinch along the creases, as she stared in a blank, hesitating way at me.
you are stupid little ingrate. I am employed by Monsieur Lithin, and of course I am faithful to my employer. I do not want to talk to you. There, you may read that.
She jerked the letter before me on the table. It contained but these words: Bartram Haugh, 30th January, 1845. My dear Madame, be so good as to take the 8:30 o'clock train to Dover to-night. Beds are prepared. Yours very truly, Silas Rithen. I cannot say what it was in this short advice that struck me with fear. Was it the thick line beneath the word Dover that was so uncalled for, and gave me a faint but terrible sense of something preconcerted? I said to Madame, "Why is Dover underlined?"
I do not know, little fool, no more than you. How can I tell what is passing in your uncle's head when he make that mark?
Has it not a meaning, Madame?
How can you talk like that?
She answered, more in her old way.
You are either mocking of me, or you are becoming truly a fool.
She rang the bell, called for our bill, saw our hostess, while I made a few hasty preparations in my room.
You need not look after the trunks. They will follow us all right. Let us go, Shire. We have half an hour only to reach the train.
No one ever fussed like Madame when the occasion offered. There was a cab at the door, into which she hurried me. I assumed that she would give all needful directions, and leaned back, very weary and sleepy already, though it was so early, listening to her farewell screamed from the cab step, and seeing her black cloak flitting and flapping this way and that, like the wings of a raven, disturbed over its prey. In she got, and away we drove through a glare of lamps and shop windows, still open, gas everywhere, and cabs, buses, and carriages still thundering through the streets. I was too tired and too depressed to look at those things. Madame, on the contrary, had her head out the window till we reached the station. "Where are the rest of the boxes?" I asked, as Madame placed me in charge of her box and my bag in the office of the terminus.
They will follow with boots in another cab, and will come safe with us in this train. Mind those two. We will bring in the carriage with us.
So into a carriage we got. In came Madame's box and my bag. Madame stood at the door, and, I think, frightened away intending passengers by her size and shrillness. At last the bell rang her into her place. The door clapped, the whistle sounded, and we were off. End of chapter 60. Chapter 61 of Uncle Silas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
Uncle Silas by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 61. Our Bedchamber. I had passed a miserable night, and, indeed, for many nights had not had my due proportion of sleep. Still, I sometimes fancy that I may have swallowed something in my tea that helped to make me so irresistibly drowsy. It was a very dark night, no moon, and the stars soon hid by the gathering clouds. Madame sat silent, and ruminating in her place, with her rugs about her. I, in my corner, similarly enveloped, tried to keep awake. Madame plainly thought I was asleep already, for she stole a leather flask from her pocket and applied it to her lips, causing an aroma of brandy. But it was vain struggling against the influence that was stealing over me, and I was soon in a profound and dreamless slumber. Madame woke me at last in a huge fuss. She had got out all our things, and hurried them away to a close carriage which was awaiting us. It was still dark and starless. We got along the platform, I half asleep, the porter carrying our rugs, by the glare of a pair of gas jets in the wall, and out by a small door at the end. I remember that Madame, contrary to her wont, gave the man some money. By the puzzling light of the carriage lamps we got in and took our seats.
'Go on!'
screamed Madame, and drew up the window with a great chuck, and we were enclosed in darkness and silence, the most favourable conditions for thought. My sleep had not restored me as it might. I felt feverish, fatigued, and still very drowsy, though unable to sleep as I had done. I dozed by fits and starts, and laid awake, or half awake, sometimes, not thinking, but in a way imagining what kind of a place Dover would be, but too tired and listless to ask Madame any questions, and merely seeing the hedges, grey in the lamplight, glide backward into darkness as I leaned back. We turned off the main road, at right angles, and drew up. 'Get down, and push it! It is open!' screamed Madame from the window. A gate, I suppose, was thus passed, for when we resumed our brisk trot, Madame bawled across the carriage, 'We are now in the hotel grounds!' And so all again was darkness and silence, and I fell into another doze, from which, on waking, I found that we had come to a standstill, and Madame was standing on the low step of an open door, paying the driver. She herself pulled her box and the bag in. I was too tired to care what had become of the rest of our luggage. I descended, glancing to the right and left, but there was nothing visible but a patch of light from the lamps on a paved ground and on the wall. We stepped into the hall or vestibule, and Madame shut the door, and I thought I heard the key turn in it. We were in total darkness. 'Where are the lights, Madame? Where are the people?' I asked, more awake than I had been. ''Tis past 3 o'clock, child, but there is always light here.' She was groping at the side, and in a moment more lighted a lucifer match, and so a bedroom candle. We were in a flagged lobby, under an archway at the right, and at the left of which opened long flagged passages lost in darkness. A winding stair, barely wide enough to admit Madame, dragging her box, led upward under a doorway in a corner at the right. 'Come, dear child, take your bag. Don't mind the rugs. They are safe enough.' 'But where are we to go? There is no one,' I said, looking round in wonder. It certainly was a strange reception at an hotel. 'Never mind, my dear child. They know me here, and I have always the same room ready when I write for it. Follow me quietly.'
So she mounted, carrying the candle. The stair was steep, and the march long. We halted at the second landing, and entered a gaunt, grimy passage. All the way up we had not heard a single sound of life, nor seen a human being, nor so much as passed a gaslight. "Voila! Here 'tis, my dear old room. Enter, dearest Maud." And so I did. The room was large and lofty, but shabby and dismal. There was a tall, four-post bed, with its foot beside the window, hung with dark green curtains of some plush or velvet texture, that looked like a dusty pall. The remaining furniture was scant and old, and a ravelled square of threadbare carpet covered a patch of floor at the bedside. The room was grim and large, and had a cold, vault-like atmosphere, as if long uninhabited. But there were cylinders in the grate and under it. The imperfect light of our mutton-fat candle made all this look still more comfortless. Madame placed the candle on the chimney-piece, locked the door, and put the key in her pocket. "I always do in hotel," said she, with a wink at me. And then with a long "ah," expressive of fatigue and relief, she threw herself into a chair. "So here we are at last," said she. "I'm glad. There's your bed, Maud. Mine is in the dressing room." She took the candle, and I went in with her. A shabby press bed, a chair, and table were all its furniture. It was rather a closet than a dressing room, and had no door except through that which we had entered. So we returned, and, very tired, wondering, I sat down on the side of my bed and yawned. "I hope they will call us in time for the packet," I said. "Oh yes, they never fail," she answered, looking steadfastly on her box, which she was diligently uncording. Uninviting as was my bed, I was longing to lie down in it, and having made those ablutions which our journey rendered necessary, I at length lay down, having first religiously stuck my talismanic pin, with the head of sealing wax, into the bolster. Nothing escaped the restless eye of Madame. "What is that, dear child?" she inquired, drawing near and scrutinizing the head of the gipsy charm, which showed like a little ladybird newly lighted on the sheet. "Nothing. A charm, a folly. Pray, Madame, allow me to go to sleep." So, with another look and a little twiddle between her fingers and thumb, she seemed satisfied. But, unhappily for me, she did not seem at all sleepy. She busied herself in unpacking and displaying over the back of the chair a whole series of London purchases, silk dresses, a shawl, a sort of lace demi coiffure then in vogue, and a variety of other articles. The vainest and most slammakin of women, the merest slut at home, a milliner's lay figure out of doors. She had 1 square foot of looking glass upon the chimney piece, and therein tried effects, and conjured up grotesque simpers upon her sinister and weary face. I knew that the sure way to prolong this worry was to express my uneasiness under it, so I bore it as quietly as I could, and at last fell fast asleep with the gaunt image of Madame, with a festoon of grey silk with a cerise stripe, pinched up in her finger and thumb, and smiling over her shoulder across it into a little shaving glass that stood on the chimney. I awoke suddenly in the morning, and sat up in my bed, having for a moment forgotten all about our travelling. A moment more, however, brought all back again. "Are we in time, Madame?" "For the packet?" she inquired, with one of her charming smiles, and cutting a caper on the floor. "To be sure, you don't suppose they would forget? We have 2 hours yet to wait."
Can we see the sea from the window?
No, dearest child. You will see it time enough.
I'd like to get up, I said.
Time enough, my dear Maud. You are fatigued. Are you sure you feel quite well?
Well enough to get up. I should be better, I think, out of bed.
There is no hurry, you know. You need not even to go by the next pocket. Your uncle, he tell me, I may use my discretion.
Is there any water?
They will bring some.
Please, madame, ring the bell. She pulled it with alacrity. I afterwards learnt that it did not ring. What has become of my gypsy pin? I demanded, with an unaccountable sinking of the heart.
Oh, the little pin with the red top. Maybe it has fall on the ground. We will find it when you get up.
I suspect she had taken it merely to spite me. It would have been quite the thing she would have liked. I cannot describe to you how the loss of this little charm depressed and excited me. I searched the bed. I turned over all the bedclothes. I searched in and outside. At last I gave up. How odious! I cried. Somebody has stolen it merely to vex me. And, like a fool as I was, I threw myself on my face on the bed and wept, partly in anger, partly in dismay. After a time, however, this blew over. I had a hope of recovering it. If Madame had stolen it, it would turn up yet. But, in the meantime, its disappearance troubled me like an omen.
I am afraid, my dear child, you are not very well. It is really very odd you should make such fuss about a pin. Nobody would believe. Do you not think it would be a good plan to take your breakfast in your bed?
She continued to urge this point for some time. At last, however, having by this time quite recovered my self-command, and resolved to preserve ostensibly fair terms with Madame, who could contribute so essentially to make me wretched during the rest of my journey, and possibly to prejudice me very seriously on my arrival, I said quietly, "Well, Madame, I know it is very silly, but I had kept that foolish little pin so long and so carefully, that I had grown quite fond of it. But I suppose it is lost, and I must content myself, though I cannot laugh as you do. So I will get up now and dress."
I think you will do well to get all the repose you can, answered Madame. But as you please,
she added, observing that I was getting up. So soon as I had got some of my things on, I said, "Is there a pretty view from the window?"
No,
said Madame. I looked out, and saw a dreary quadrangle of cut stone, in one side of which my window was placed. As I looked, a dream rose up before me. "This hotel," I said, in a puzzled way. "Is it a hotel? Why, this is just like... It is the inner courtyard of Bartram Haugh." Madame clapped her large hands together, made a fantastic chassé on the floor, burst into a great nasal laugh, like the scream of a parrot, and then said, "Well, dearest Maud, is not clever trick." I was so utterly confounded that I could only stare about me in stupid silence, a spectacle which renewed Madame's peals of laughter. "We are at Bartram Haugh," I repeated in utter consternation. "How was this done?" I had no reply but shrieks of laughter, and one of those Walpurgis dances in which she excelled. "It is a mistake. Is it? What is it?"
All a mistake, of course. Bartram Haugh, it is so like Dover, as all philosophers know.
I sat down in total silence, looking out into the deep and dark enclosure, and trying to comprehend the reality and the meaning of all this. "Well, Madame, I suppose you will be able to satisfy my uncle of your fidelity and intelligence, but it seems to me that his money has been ill spent, and his directions anything but well observed."
"Ah, never mind. I think he will forgive me," laughed Madame. Her tone frightened me. I began to think, with a vague but overpowering sense of danger, that she had acted under the Machiavellian direction of her superior.
"You have brought me back, then, by my uncle's orders?"
"Did I say so?"
"No, but what you have said can have no other meaning, though I can't believe it. And why have I been brought here? What is the object of all this duplicity and trick? I will know. It is not possible that my uncle, a gentleman and a kinsman, can be privy to so disreputable a manoeuvre."
"First you will eat your breakfast, dear Maud. Next you can tell your story to your uncle, Monsieur Ruthyn, and then you shall hear what he thinks of my so terrible misconduct. What nonsense, child! Can you not think how many things may happen to change your uncle's plans? Is he not in danger to be arrested? Bah, you are child still. You cannot have intelligence more than a child. Dress yourself, and I will order breakfast."
I could not comprehend the strategy which had been practised on me. Why had I been so shamelessly deceived? If it were decided that I should remain here, for what imaginable reason had I been sent so far on my journey to France? Why had I been conveyed back with such mystery? Why was I removed to this uncomfortable and desolate room, on the same floor with the apartment in which Charke had met his death, and with no window commanding the front of the house, and no view but the deep and weed-choked court, that looked like a deserted churchyard in a city? "I suppose I may go to my own room?" I said.
"Not today, my dear child, for it was all disarranged when we go away. 'Twill be ready again in 2-3 days."
"Where is Mary Quince?" I asked.
"Mary Quince! She has followed us to France,"
said Madame, making what in Ireland they call a bull.
"They are not sure where they will go or what they will do for a day or two more. I will go and get breakfast. Adieu for a moment."
Madame was out of the door as she said this, and I thought I heard the key turn in the lock. End of chapter 61. Chapter 62 of Uncle Silas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Uncle Silas by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 62. A well-known face looks in. You who have never experienced it can have no idea how angry and frightened you become under the sinister insult of being locked into a room, as on trying the door I found I was. The key was in the lock. I could see it through the hole. I called after Madame. I shook at the solid oak door, beat upon it with my hands, kicked it, but all to no purpose. I rushed into the next room, forgetting, if indeed I had observed it, that there was no door from it upon the gallery. I turned round in an angry and dismayed perplexity, and like prisoners in romances, examined the windows. I was shocked and affrighted on discovering in reality what they occasionally find, a series of iron bars crossing the window. They were firmly secured in the oak woodwork of the window frame, and each window was, besides, so compactly skewed down that it could not open. This bedroom was converted into a prison. A momentary hope flashed on me. Perhaps all the windows were secured alike. But it was no such thing. These jail-like precautions were confined to the windows to which I had access. For a few minutes I felt quite distracted, but I bethought me that I must now, if ever, control my terrors, and exert whatever faculties I possessed. I stood upon a chair and examined the oak work. I thought I detected marks of new chiseling here and there. The screws, too, looked new, and they and the scars on the woodwork were freshly smeared over with some coloured stuff by way of disguise. While I was making these observations, I heard the key stealthily stirred. I suspected that Madame wished to surprise me. Her approaching steps, indeed, was seldom audible. She had the soft tread of the feline tribe. I was standing in the centre of the room, confronting her, when she entered. "Why did you lock the door, Madame?" I demanded. She slipped in suddenly with an insidious smirk, and locked the door hastily. "Hish!" whispered Madame, raising her broad palm, and then screwing in her cheeks, she made an ogle over her shoulder in the direction of the passage. "Hish! Be quiet, child, will you? And I will tell you everything presently." She paused, with her ear laid to the door. "Now I can speak, ma chère. I will tell you there is bailiff in the house, 2, 3, 4 such impertinent fellows. They have another as bad as themselves to make a list of the furniture. We must keep them out of these rooms, dear Maud." "You left the key in the door on the outside," I retorted. "That was not to keep them out, but me in, Madame." "Did I leave the key in the door?" ejaculated Madame, with both hands raised, and such a genuine look of consternation as for a moment shook me. It was the nature of this woman's deceptions that they often puzzled, though they seldom convinced me. "I really think, Maud, all those so frequent changes and excitements, they will overturn my poor head." "And the windows are secured with iron bars. What are they for?" I whispered sternly, pointing with my finger at these grim securities. "That is for more than 40 years, when Sir Philip Aylmer was to reside here, and had this room for his children's nursery, and was afraid they should fall out." "But if you look, you will find these bars have been put here very recently. The screws and marks are quite new." "Indeed!" ejaculated Madame, with prolonged emphasis, in precisely the same consternation. "Why, my dear, they told me downstairs what I have tell you when I asked the reason. Let me see." And Madame mounted on a chair and made her scrutiny with much curiosity, but could not agree with me as to the very recent date of the carpentry. There is nothing, I think, so exasperating as that sort of falsehood which affects not to see what is quite palpable. "Do you mean to say, Madame, that you really think those chisellings and screws are 40 years old?" "How can I tell, sire? What does signify whether it is 40 or only 14 years? Bah! We have other things to think about. Those villain men, I am glad to see bar and bolt and lock and key, at least to our room, to keep such fellows out." At that moment a knock came to the door, and Madame's nasal "in moment" answered promptly, and she opened the door, stealthily popping out her head. "Oh, that is all right. You go along, nothing more. Go away." "Who's there?" I cried. "Hold your tongue," said Madame imperiously to the visitor, whose voice I fancied I recognized. "Go away." Out slipped Madame again, locking the door, but this time she returned immediately, bearing a tray with breakfast. I think she fancied that I would perhaps attempt to break away and escape,
but I had no such thought at that moment. She hastily set down the tray on the floor at the threshold, locking the door as before. My share of breakfast was a little tea, but Madame's digestion was seldom disturbed by her sympathies, and she ate voraciously. During this process there was a silence unusual in her company, but when her meal was ended she proposed a reconnaissance, professing much uncertainty as to whether my uncle had been arrested or not. "And in case the poor old gentleman be put in what you call stone jug, where are we to go, my dear Maud? To Knoll or to Everston? You must direct." And so she disappeared, turning the key in the door as before. It was an old custom of hers, locking herself in her room, and leaving the key in the lock, and the habit prevailed, for she left it there again. With a heavy heart I completed my simple toilet, wondering all the while how much of Madame's story might be false, and how much, if any, true. Then I looked out upon the dingy courtyard below, in its deep damp shadow, and thought, how could an assassin have scaled that height in safety, and entered so noiselessly as not to awaken the slumbering gamester? Then there were the iron bars across my window. What a fool I had been to object to that security! I was labouring hard to reassure myself, and keep all ghastly suspicions at arm's length. But I wished that my room had been to the front of the house, with some view less dismal. Lost in these ruminations of fear as I stood at the window, I was startled by the sound of a sharp tread in the lobby, and by the key turning in the lock of my door. In a panic I sprang back into the corner, and stood with my eyes fixed upon the door. It opened a little, and the black head of Meg Hawkes was introduced. "Oh, Meg!" I cried. "Thank God! I guessed 'twas you, Miss Maud. I am feared, miss." The miller's daughter was pale, and her eyes, I thought, were red and swollen. "Oh, Meg, for God's sake, what is it all?" "I daren't come in. The old un's gone down and locked the cross door, and left me to watch. They think I care naught about ye, no more nor themselves. I dunna know all, but summat more nor her. They tell her not. She goin' to get to drink. She's so gonna drink. They say she's not safe, and awful quarrelsome. I hear a deal when father and Master Dudley be a talkin' at the mill. They think comin' in and out I don't mind, but I put one think and another together, and don't ye eat nor drink not here, miss. Hide this away. It's black enough, but wholesome anyhow." And she slipped a piece of a coarse loaf from under her apron. "Hide it, mind. Drink naught but the water in the jug there. It's clean spring." "Oh, Meg, I know what you mean," I said, faintly. "Ay, miss, I'm feared they'll try it. They'll try to make away with ye somehow. I'm going to your friends arter dark. I daren't try it no sooner. I'll get away to Elverston, to your lady cousin, and I'll bring 'em back with me in a rin. So keep a good heart, lass. Meg Hawkes will stand to ye. Ye were better to me than father and mother, and she clasped me round the waist, and buried her head in my dress. "And I'll give me life for ye, darling, and if they hurt ye, I'll kill myself." She recovered her sterner mood quickly. "Not a word, lass," she said, in her old tone. "Don't ye try to get away. They'll kill ye can't do it. Leave it to me. It won't be, whatever it is, till 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. I'll have 'em here long 'fore, so keep a brave heart. There's a darling." I suppose she heard, or fancied she heard, a step approaching, for she said, "Hish!" Her pale wild face vanished, the door shut quickly and softly, and the key turned again in the lock. Meg, in her rude way, had spoken softly, almost under her breath, but no prophecy shrieked by the Pythoness ever thundered so madly in the ears of the hearer. I dare say that Meg fancied I was marvellously little moved by her words. I felt my gaze grow intense, and my flesh and bones literally freeze.
She did not know that every word she spoke seemed to burst like a blaze in my brain. She had delivered her frightful warning, and told her story coarsely and bluntly, which, in effect, means distinctly and concisely. And, I dare say, the announcement so made, like a quick bold incision in surgery, was more tolerable than the slow imperfect mangling, which falters and recedes and equivocates with torture. Madame was long away. I sat down at the window, and tried to appreciate my dreadful situation. I was stupid. The imagery was all frightful. But I beheld it as we sometimes see horrors, heads cut off and houses burnt, in a dream, and without the corresponding emotions. It did not seem as if all of this was really happening to me. I remember sitting at the window and looking and blinking at the opposite side of the building, like a person unable, but striving, to see an object distinctly, and every minute pressing my hand to the side of my head and saying, "Oh, it won't be, it won't be, oh no, never, it could not be." And in this stunned state, Madame found me on her return. But the valley of the shadow of death has its varieties of dread. The horror of great darkness is disturbed by voices and illumed by sights. There are periods of incapacity and collapse, followed by paroxysms of active terror. Thus, in my journey during those long hours, I found it: agonies subsiding into lethargies, and these breaking again into frenzy. I sometimes wonder how I carried my reason safely through the ordeal. Madame locked the door, and amused herself with her own business, without minding me, humming little nasal snatches of French airs, as she smirked on her silken purchases, displayed in the daylight. Suddenly it struck me that it was very dark, considering how early it was. I looked at my watch. It seemed to me a great effort of concentration to understand it. 4 o'clock, it said. 4 o'clock! It would be dark at 5, night in 1 hour. "Madame, what o'clock is it? Is it evening?" I cried, with my hand to my forehead, like a person puzzled. 2, 3 minutes past 4. It had 5 minutes to 4 when I came upstairs," answered she, without interrupting her examination of a piece of darned lace which she was holding close to her eyes at the window. "Oh, Madame, Madame, I'm frightened," cried I, with a wild and piteous voice, grasping her arm and looking up, as shipwrecked people may their last to heaven, into her inexorable eyes. Madame looked frightened too, I thought, as she stared into my face. At last she said, rather angrily, and shaking her arm loose, "What do you mean, child?" "Oh, save me, Madame! Oh, save me! Oh, save me, Madame!" I pleaded, with the wild monotony of perfect terror, grasping and clinging to her dress, and looking up, with an agonized face, into the eyes of that shadowy Atropos. "Save you, indeed! Save! What niaiserie!" "Oh, Madame! Oh, dear Madame! For God's sake, only get me away! Get me away from this, and I'll do everything you ask me, all my life. I will, indeed, Madame, I will. Oh, save me, save me, save me!" I was clinging to Madame as to my guardian angel in my agony. "And who told you, child, you are in any danger?" demanded Madame, looking down on me with a black and witch-like stare. "I am, Madame, I am, in great danger. Oh, Madame, think of me. Take pity on me. I have none to help me. There is no one but God and you." Madame, all this time, viewed me with the same dismal stare, like a sorceress reading futurity in my face. "Well, maybe you are. How can I tell? Maybe your uncle is mad. Maybe you are mad. You have been my enemy always.
why should I care?
Again I burst into a wild entreaty, and, clasping her fast, poured forth my supplications with the bitterest of death.
I have no confidence in you, little Maud. You are little rogue, petite traîtresse. Reflect, if you can, how you have always treated Madame. You have attempted to ruin me. You conspire with the bad domestics at Nord to destroy me, and you expect me here to take your part. You would never listen to me. You had no mercy for me. You joined to hunt me away from your house like wolf. Well, what you expect to find me now? Bah!
This terrific bah, with a long nasal yell of scorn, ran in my ears like a clap of thunder.
I say you are mad, petite insolente. To suppose I should care for you more than the poor hare it will care for the hound, more than the bird who has escaped will love the oiseleur. I do not care. I ought not care. It is your turn to suffer. Lie down on your bed there and suffer quietly.
End of chapter 62. Chapter 63 of Uncle Silas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Uncle Silas by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 63 Spiced Claret. I did not lie down, but I despaired. I walked round and round the room, wringing my hands in utter distraction. I threw myself at the bedside, on my knees. I could not pray. I could only shiver and moan, with hands clasped and eyes of horror turned up to heaven. I think Madame was, in her malignant way, perplexed. That some evil was intended me, I am sure she was persuaded. But I dare say Meg Hawkes had said rightly in telling me that she was not fully in their secrets. The first paroxysm of despair subsided into another state. All at once my mind was filled with the idea of Meg Hawkes, her enterprise, and my chances of escape. There is one point at which the road to Elverston makes a short ascent. There is a sudden curve there, 2 great ash trees, with a roadside stile between, at the right side covered with ivy. Driving back and forward, I did not recollect having particularly remarked this point in the highway, but now it was before me, in the thin light of the thinnest segment of moon, and the figure of Meg Hawkes, her back towards me, always ascending toward Elverston. It was constantly the same picture, the same motion without progress, the same dreadful suspense and impatience. I was now sitting on the side of the bed, looking wistfully across the room. When I did not see Meg Hawkes, I beheld Madame darkly eyeing first one, then another point of the chamber, evidently puzzling over some problem, and in one of her most savage moods, sometimes muttering to herself, sometimes protruding, and sometimes screwing up with her great mouth. She went into her own room, where she remained, I think, nearly 10 minutes. And on her return, there was that flash in her eyes, the glow of her face, and the peculiar fragrance that surrounded her, that showed she had been partaking of her favourite restorative. I had not moved since she left my room. She paused about the middle of the floor, and looked at me with what I can only describe as her wild beast stare.
You are very secret family, you Ruthens. You are so cunning. I hate the cunning people. By my faith, I will see Mr. Silas Ruthyn and ask what he mean. I heard him tell old Wyat that Mr. Dudley is gone away tonight. He shall tell me everything, or else I will make échec et mat ce vrai que je vis.
Madame's words had hardly ceased, when I was again watching Meg Hawkes on the steep road, mounting, but never reaching, the top of the acclivity on the way to Elverston, and mentally praying that she might be brought safely there. Vain prayer of an agonized heart. Meg's journey was already frustrated. She was not to reach Elverston in time. Madame revisited her apartment, and returned, not, I think, improved in temper. She walked about the room, hustling the scanty furniture hither and thither as she encountered it. She kicked her empty box out of her way, with a horrid crash, and a curse in French. She strode and swaggered round the room, muttering all the way, and turning the corners of her course with a furious whisk. At last, out of the door she went. I think she fancied she had not been sufficiently taken into confidence as to what was intended for me. It was now growing late, and yet no succour. I was seized, I remember, with a dreadful icy shivering. I was listening for signals of deliverance. At ever distant sound, half stifled with a palpitation, these sounds piercing my ear with a horrible and exaggerated distinctness.
Oh, Meg! Oh, cousin Monica! Oh, come! Oh, heaven, have mercy! Lord, have mercy!
I thought I heard a roaring and jangle of voices. Perhaps it came from Uncle Silas's room. It might be the tipsy violence of Madame. It might, merciful heaven, be the arrival of friends. I started to my feet. I listened, quavering with attention. Was it in my brain? Was it real? I was at the door, and it seemed to open of itself. Madame had forgotten to lock it. She was losing her head a little by this time. The key stood in the gallery door beyond. It too was open. I fled wildly. There was a subsiding sound of voices in my uncle's room. I was, I know not how, on the lobby of the great stairhead outside my uncle's apartment. My hand was on the banisters, my foot on the first step, when below me, and against the faint light that glimmered through the great window on the landing, I saw a bulky human form ascending, and a voice said, "Hush!" I staggered back, and at that instant fancied, with a thrill of conviction, I heard Lady Knollys's voice in Uncle Silas's room. I don't know how I entered the room. I was there like a ghost. I was frightened at my own state. Lady Knollys was not there. No one but Madame and my guardian. I can never forget the look that Uncle Silas fixed on me as he cowered, seemingly as appalled as I. I think I must have looked like a phantom, newly risen from the grave. "What's that? Where do you come from?" whispered he. "Death! Death!" was my whispered answer, as I froze with terror where I stood. "What does she mean? What does all this mean?" said Uncle Silas, recovering wonderfully, and turning with a withering sneer on Madame. "Do you think it right to disobey my plain directions, and let her run about the house at this hour?" "Death! Death! Oh, pray to God for you and me!" I whispered in the same dreadful tones. My uncle stared strangely at me again, and after several horrible seconds, in which he seemed to have recovered himself, he said, sternly and coolly, "You give too much place to your imagination, niece. Your spirits are in an odd state. You ought to have advice."
"Oh, uncle, pity me! Oh, uncle, you are good! You're kind! You're kind when you think! You could not! Could not! Oh, think of your brother that was always so good to you! He sees me here. He sees us both. Oh, save me, uncle! Save me, and I'll give up everything to you. I'll pray to God to bless you. I'll never forget your goodness and mercy. but don't keep me in doubt. If I'm to go, oh, for God's sake, shoot me now.
You were always odd, niece. I begin to fear you are insane, he replied, in the same stern, icy tone.
Oh, uncle. Oh, am I? Am I mad?
I hope not, but you'll conduct yourself like a sane person if you wish to enjoy the privileges of one. Then, with his finger pointing at me, he turned to Madame, and said, in a tone of suppressed ferocity, "What is the meaning of this? Why is she here?" Madame was gabbling volubly, but to me it was only a shrilly noise. My whole soul was concentrated in my uncle, the arbiter of my life, before whom I stood in the wildest agony of supplication. That night was dreadful. The people I saw dizzily, made of smoke or shining vapor, smiling or frowning. I could have passed my hand through them. They were evil spirits. "There's no ill intended you. By God, there's none," said my uncle, for the first time violently agitated. "Madame told you why we've changed your room. You told her about the bailiffs, did not you?" With a stamp of fury he demanded of Madame, whose nasal roulades of talk were running on like an accompaniment all the time. She had indeed told me only a few hours since, and now it sounded to me like the echo of something heard a month ago or more. "You can't go about the house, damn it, with bailiffs in occupation. There now, there's the whole thing. Get to your room, Maud, and don't vex me. There's a good girl." He was trying to smile as he spoke these last words, and with quavering soft tones, to quiet me, but the old scowl was there. The smile was corpse-like and contorted, and the softness of his tones was more dreadful than another man's ferocity. "There, Madame, she'll go quite gently, and you can call if you want help. Don't let it happen again." "Come, Maud," said Madame, encircling but not hurting my arm with her grip. "Let us go, my friend." I did go, you will wonder, as well you may. As you may wonder at the docility with which strong men walk through the press room to the drop, and thank the people of the prison for their civility when they bid them good-bye, and facilitate the fixing of the rope and adjusting of the cap. Have you never wondered that they don't make a last battle for life with the unscrupulous energy of terror, instead of surrendering it so gently, in cold blood, on a silent calculation, the arithmetic of despair? I went upstairs with Madame like a somnambulist. I rather quickened my step as I drew near my room. I went in, and stood a phantom at the window, looking into the dark quadrangle. A thin glimmer of crescent hung in the frosty sky, and all heaven was strewn with stars. Over the steep roof at the other side, spread on the dark azure of the night, this glorious blazonry of the unfathomable Creator. To me a dreadful scroll, inexorable eyes, the cloud of cruel witnesses, looking down in freezing brightness on my prayers and agonies. I turned about and sat down, leaning my head upon my arms. Then suddenly I sat up, as for the first time the picture of Uncle Silas's littered room, and the travelling bags and black boxes piled on the floor by his table, the desk, hat case, umbrella, coats, rugs, and mufflers, all ready for a journey, reached my brain and suggested a thought. The mise en scène had remained in every detail fixed upon my retina, and how I wondered, when is he going? How soon? Is he going to carry me away and place me in a madhouse? Am I mad? I began to think. Is this all a dream, or is it real?
I remember how a thin, polite gentleman, with a tall, grizzled head and a black velvet waistcoat, came into the carriage on our journey, and said a few words to me. How Madame whispered him something, and he murmured, "Oh," very gently, with raised eyebrows, and a glance at me, and thenceforward spoke no more to me, only to Madame, and at the next station carried his hat and other travelling chattels into another carriage. Had she told him I was mad? These horrid bars, Madame always with me, the direful hints that dropped from my uncle, my own terrific sensations, all these evidences revolved in my brain, and presented themselves in turn, like writings on a wheel of fire. There came a knock to the door. Oh, Meg! Was it she? No. Old Wyat whispered Madame something about her room. So Madame re-entered, with a little silver tray and flagon in her hand, and a glass. Nothing came from Uncle Silas in an ungentlemanlike fashion. "Drink, Maud," said Madame, raising the cover, and evidently enjoying the fragrant steam. I could not. I might have done so had I been able to swallow anything, for I was too distracted to think of Meg's warning. Madame suddenly recollected her mistake of that evening, and tried the door, but it was duly locked. She took the key from her pocket and placed it in her breast. "You will have these rooms to yourself, ma chère. I shall sleep downstairs to-night." She poured out some of the hot claret into the glass abstractedly, and drank it off. "'Tis very good. I drank without think, but 'tis very good. Why don't you drink some?" "I could not," I repeated, and Madame boldly helped herself. "Very polite, certainly, to Madame, was it to send nothing at all for her?" So she pronounced her. "But is all same thing." And so she ran on in her tipsy vein, which was loud and sarcastic, with a fierce laugh now and then. Afterwards I heard that they were afraid of Madame, who was given to cross purposes and violent in her cups. She had been noisy and quarrelsome downstairs. She was under the delusion that I was to be conveyed away that night to a remote and safe place, and she was to be handsomely compensated for services and evidence to be afterwards given. She was not to be trusted, however, with the truth. That was to be known but to 3 people on earth. I never knew, but I believe that the spiced claret which Madame drank was drugged. She was a person who could, I have been told, drink a great deal without exhibiting any change from it but an inflamed colour and furious temper. I can only state for certain what I saw, and that was, that shortly after she had finished the claret, she laid down upon my bed, and, I now know, fell asleep. I then thought she was feigning sleep only, and that she was really watching me. About an hour after this, I suddenly heard a little clink in the yard beneath. I peeped out, but saw nothing. The sound was repeated, however, sometimes more frequently, sometimes at long intervals. At last, in the deep shadow next to the farther wall, I thought I could discover a figure, sometimes erect, sometimes stooping and bowing toward the earth. I could see this figure only in the rudest outline mingling in the dark. Like a thunderbolt it smote my brain. "They are making my grave!" After this first dreadful stun I grew quite wild, and ran up and down the room, wringing my hands and gasping prayers to heaven. Then a calm stole over me, such a dreadful calm as I could fancy glide over one who floated in a boat under the shadow of the Traitor's Gate, leaving life and hope and trouble behind. Shortly after there came a very low tap at my door, then another, like a tiny post knock. I could never understand why it was I made no answer. Had I done so, and thus shown that I was awake, it might have sealed my fate. I was standing in the middle of the floor, staring at the door, which I expected to see open, and admit I knew not what troops of spectres. End of chapter 63. Chapter 64 of Uncle Silas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Uncle Silas by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 64. The Hour of Death. It was a very still night, and frosty. My candle had long burnt out. There was still a faint moonlight, which fell in a square of yellow on the floor near the window, leaving the rest of the room in what, to an eye less accustomed than mine had become to that faint light, would have been total darkness. Now, I am sure I heard a soft whispering outside my door. I knew that I was in a state of siege. The crisis was come, and strange to say, I felt myself grow all at once resolute and self-possessed. It was not a subsidence, however, of the dreadful excitement, but a sudden screwing up of my nerves to a pitch such as I cannot describe. I suppose the people outside moved with great caution, and the perfect solidity of the floor, which had not anywhere a creaking board in it, favoured their noiseless movements. It was well for me that there were in the house 3 persons whom it was part of their plan to mystify respecting my fate. This alone compelled the extreme caution of their proceedings. They suspected that I had placed furniture against the door, and they were afraid to force it, lest a crash, a scream, perhaps a long and shrilly struggle, might follow. I remained for a space which I cannot pretend to estimate, in the same posture, afraid to stir, afraid to move my eye from the door. A very peculiar grating sound above my head startled me from my watch. Something of the character of sawing, only more crunching, and with a faint continued rumble in it, utterly inexplicable. It sounded over that portion of the roof which was farthest from the door, toward which I now glided, and as I took my stand under cover of the projecting angle of a clumsy old press that stood close by it, I perceived the room a little darkened, and I saw a man descend and take his stand upon the window stone. He let go a rope, which, however, was still fast around his body, and employed both his hands with apparently some exertion about something at the side of the window, which, in a moment more, in one mass, bars and all, swung noiselessly open, admitting the frosty night air, and the man, whom I now distinctly saw to be Dudley Ruthyn, kneeled on the sill, and stepped, after a moment's listening, into the room. His foot made no sound upon the floor, his head was bare, and he wore his usual short shooting jacket. I cowered to the ground in my post of observation. He stood, as it seemed to me, irresolutely for a moment, and then drew from his pocket an instrument which I distinctly saw against the faint moonlight. Imagine a hammer, one end of which has been beaten out into a longish tapering spike, with a handle something longer than usual. He drew stealthily to the window, and seemed to examine this hurriedly, and tested its strength with a twist or two of his hand, and then he adjusted it very carefully in his grasp, and made 2 or 3 little experimental picks with it in the air. I remained perfectly still, with a terrible composure, crouched in my hiding place, my teeth clenched, and prepared to struggle like a tigress for my life when discovered. I thought his next measure would be to light a match. I saw a lantern, I fancied, on the window sill, but this was not his plan. He stole, in a groping way, which seemed strange to me, who could distinguish objects in this light, to the side of my bed, the exact position of which he evidently knew. He stooped over it. Madame was breathing in the deep respiration of heavy sleep. Suddenly, but softly, he laid, as it seemed to me, his left hand over her face, and nearly at the same instant there came a scrunching blow, an unnatural shriek, beginning small and swelling for 2 or 3 seconds into a yell, such as are imagined in haunted houses, accompanied by a convulsing sound, as the motion of running and the arms drumming on the bed, and then another blow, and with a horrid gasp he recoiled a step or two, and stood perfectly still. I heard a horrible tremor quivering through the joints and curtains of the bedstead, the convulsions of the murdered woman. It was a dreadful sound, like the shaking of a tree and rustling of leaves. Then once more he steps to the side of the bed, and I heard another of those horrid blows, and silence, and another, and more silence, and the diabolical surgery was ended. For a few seconds I think I was on the point of fainting, but a gentle stir outside the door, close to my ear, startled me, and proved that there had been a watcher posted outside. There was a little tapping at the door. "Who's that?" whispered Dudley hoarsely. "A friend," answered a sweet voice, and a key was introduced. The door quickly unlocked, and Uncle Silas entered. I saw that frail, tall, white figure, the venerable silver locks that resembled those upon the honoured head of John Wesley, and his thin white hand, the back of which hung so close to my face that I feared to breathe. I could see his fingers twitching nervously. The smell of perfumes and of ether entered the room with him. Dudley was trembling now like a man in an ague fit. "Look what you made me do," he said maniacally. "Steady, sir," said the old man, close beside me. "Yes, you damned old murderer. I've a mind to do for you." "There, Dudley, like a dear boy, don't give way. It's done, right or wrong, we can't help it. You must be quiet," said the old man with a stern gentleness. Dudley groaned. "Whoever advised it, you're a gainer, Dudley," said Uncle Silas. Then there was a pause. "I hope that was not heard," said Uncle Silas. Dudley walked to the window and stood there. "Come, Dudley, you and Hawkes must use expedition. You know you must get that out of the way." "I've done too much. I won't do naught. I'll not touch it. I wished my hand was off first. I wish I was a soger. Do as ye like, you and Hawkes. I won't go nigh it. Damn ye both, and that!" And he hurled the hammer with all his force upon the floor. "Come, come, be reasonable, Dudley, dear boy. There's nothing to fear but your own folly. You won't make a noise?" Oh, my God!" said Dudley, hoarsely, and wiped his forehead with his open hand. "There now, you'll be all well in a minute," continued the old man. "You said 'twouldn't hurt her. If I'd a known she'd a screeched like that, I'd never a done it. 'Twas a damn lie. You're the damnedest villain on earth." "Come, Dudley," said the old man under his breath, but very sternly. "Make up your mind. If you don't choose to go on, it can't be helped. Only it's a pity you began. For you it is a good deal. It does not much matter for me." "Ay, for you," echoed Dudley, through his set teeth. "The old talk." "Well, sir," snarled the old man, in the same low tones, "you should have thought of all this before. It's only taking leave of the world a year or two sooner, but a year or two's something. I'll leave you to do as you please." "Stop, will you? Stop here. I know it's a fixed thing now. If a fellow does a thing he's damned for, you might let him talk a bit anyhow. I don't care much if I was shot." "There now, there, just stick to that, and don't run off again. There's a box and a bag here. We must change the direction and take them away. The box has some jewels. Can you see them? I wish we had a light." No, I'd rather not. I can see well enough. I wish we were out of this. Here's the box.
Pull it to the window, said the old man, to my inexpressible relief, advancing at last a few steps. Coolness was given me in that dreadful moment, and I knew that all depended on my being prompt and resolute. I stood up swiftly. I often thought, if I had happened to wear silk instead of the cashmere I had on that night, its rustle would have betrayed me. I distinctly saw the tall stooping figure of my uncle, and the outline of his venerable tresses as he stood between me and the dull light of the window, like a shape cut in card. He was saying, "Just there," and pointed with his long arm at the contrasting patch of moonlight which lay squared upon the floor. The door was about a quarter open, and just as Dudley began to drag Madame's heavy box, with my jewel case in it, across the floor from her room, inhaling a great breath, with a mental prayer for help, I glided on tiptoe from the room, and found myself on the gallery floor. I turned to my right, simply by chance, and followed a long gallery in the dark, not running. I was too fearful of making the least noise, but walking with the tiptoe swiftness of terror. At the termination of this was a cross gallery, one end of which, that was to my left, terminated in a great window, through which the dusky night view was visible. With the instinct of terror I chose the darker, and turned again to my right, hurrying through this long and nearly dark passage. I was terrified by a light about 30 feet before me, emerging from the ceiling. In spotted patches this light fell through the door and sides of a stable lantern, and showed me a ladder, down which, from an open skylight, I suppose, for the cool night air floated in my face, came Dickon Hawkes, notwithstanding his maimed condition, with so much celerity as to leave me hardly a moment for consideration. He sat on the last round of the ladder, and tightened the strap of his wooden leg. At my left was a door case open, but no door. I entered. It was a short passage about 6 feet long, leading perhaps to a back stair, but the door at the end was locked. I was forced to stand in this recess then, which afforded no shelter, while Pegtop stumped by with his lantern in his hand. I fancied he had some idea of listening to his master unperceived, for he stopped close to my hiding place, blew out the candle, and pinched a long snuff with his horny finger and thumb. Having listened for a few seconds, he stumped stealthily along the gallery which I had just traversed, and turned the corner in the direction of the chamber where the crime had just been committed, and the discovery was impending. I could see him against the broad window which in the daytime lighted this long passage, and the moment he had passed the corner I resumed my flight. I descended a stair corresponding with that back stair, as I am told, up which Madame had led me only the night before. I tried the outer door. To my wild surprise it was open. In a moment I was upon the step, in the free air, and as instantaneously was seized by the arm in the grip of a man. It was Tom Bryce, who had already betrayed me, and who was now, in surtout and hat, waiting to drive the carriage with the guilty father and son from the scene of their abhorred outrage. End of chapter 64. Chapter 65 of Uncle Silas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Uncle Silas by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 65. In the Oak Parlour. So it was vain. I was trapped, and all was over. I stood before him on the step, the white moon shining on my face. I was trembling so that I wonder I could stand, my helpless hands raised towards him, and I looked up in his face. A long, shuddering moan, "Ah!" was all I uttered. The man, still holding my arm, looked, I thought, frightened, into my white, dumb face.
Suddenly he said, in a wild, fierce whisper,
"Never say another word."
I had not uttered one.
"They shan't hurt ye, miss. Get ye in, I don't care a damn."
It was uncouth speech. To me it was the voice of an angel. With a burst of gratitude that sounded in my own ears like a laugh, I thanked God for those blessed words. In a moment more he had placed me in the carriage, and almost instantly we were in motion, very cautiously while crossing the court, until he had got the wheels upon the grass, and then at a rapid pace, improving his speed as the distance increased. He drove along the side of the back approach to the house, keeping on the grass, so that our progress, though swaying like that of a ship in a swell, was very nearly as noiseless. The gate had been left unlocked. He swung it open and remounted the box, and we were now beyond the spell of Bartram Haugh, thundering, heaven be praised, along the Queen's Highway, right in the route to Elverston. It was literally a gallop. Through the chariot windows I saw Tom stand as he drove, and every now and then throw an awful glance over his shoulder. Were we pursued? Never was agony of prayer like mine, as with clasped hands and wild stare I gazed through the window on the road, whose trees and hedges and gabled cottages were chasing one another backward at so giddy a speed. We were now ascending that identical steep, with the giant ash trees at the right and the stile between, which my vision of Meg Hawkes had presented all that night, when my excited eye detected a running figure within the hedge. I saw the head of someone crossing the stile in pursuit, and I heard Bryce's name shrieked. "Drive on! On! On!" I screamed, but Bryce pulled up. I was on my knees on the floor of the carriage, with clasped hands, expecting capture, when the door opened, and Meg Hawkes, pale as death, her cloak drawn over her black tresses, looked in. "Oh, ho, ho! Thank God!" she screamed. "Shake hands, lass. Tom, you're a good 'un. He's a good lad, Tom. Come, Meg, you must sit by me," I said, recovering all at once. Meg made no demur. "Take my hand," I said, offering mine to her disengaged one. "I can't, miss. My arm's broke." And so it was. Poor thing! She had been espied and overtaken in her errand of mercy for me, and her ruffian father had felled her with his cudgel, and locked her into the cottage, whence, however, she had contrived to escape, and was now flying to Elverston, having tried in vain to get a hearing in Feltram, whose people had been for hours in bed. The door being shut upon Meg, the steaming horses were instantly at a gallop again. Tom was still watching as before, with many an anxious glance to rearward, for pursuit. Again he pulled up and came to the window. "Oh, what is it?" cried I. "'Bout that letter, miss. I couldn't help. 'Twas Dickon, he found it in my pocket. That's a'." "Oh, yes. No matter, thank you, thank heaven. Are we near Elverston?" "'Twill be a mile, miss. And please him to mind I had no finger in it." "Thanks, thank you. You're very good. I shall always thank you, Tom, as long as I live." At length we entered Elverston. I think I was half wild. I don't know how I got into the hall. I was in the oak parlour, I believe, when I saw Cousin Monica. I was standing, my arms extended. I could not speak, but I ran with a loud, long scream into her arms. I forget a great deal after that. End of chapter 65. Chapter 66 of Uncle Silas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Uncle Silas by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 66. Conclusion. Oh, my beloved Cousin Monica!
Thank heaven you are living still, and younger, I think, than I, in all things but years. And Milly, my dear companion, she is now the happy wife of that good little clergyman, Spriggy Biddlepin, and it has been in my power to be of use to them, and he shall have the next presentation to Dawling. Meg Hawkes, proud and wayward, and the most affectionate creature on earth, was married to Tom Bryce a few months after these events, and, as both wished to emigrate, I furnished them with the capital, and I am told they are likely to be rich. I hear from my kind Meg often, and she seems very happy. My dear old friends Mary Quince and Mrs. Rusk are, alas, growing old, but living with me, and very happy. And after long solicitation, I persuaded Dr. Bryerly, the best and truest of ministers, with my dearest friend's concurrence, to undertake the management of the Derbyshire estates. In this I have been most fortunate. He is the very person for such a change, so punctual, so laborious, so kind, and so shrewd. In compliance with medical advice, Cousin Monica hurried me away to the Continent, where she would never permit me to allude to the terrific scenes which remained branded so awfully on my brain. It needed no constraint. It is a sort of agony to me even now to think of them. The plan was craftily devised. Neither old Wyat nor Giles, the butler, had suspicion that I had returned to Bartram. Had I been put to death, the secret of my fate would have been deposited in the keeping of 4 persons only, the 2 Rithens, Hawkes, and ultimately Madame. My dear cousin Monica had been artfully led to believe in my departure for France, and prepared for my silence. Suspicion might not have been excited for a year after my death, and then would never, in all probability, have pointed to Bartram as the scene of the crime. The weeds would have grown over me, and I should have lain in that deep grave where the corpse of Madame de la Rougierre was unearthed, in the darksome quadrangle of Bartram Haugh. It was more than 2 years after that I heard what had befallen at Bartram after my flight. Old Wyat, who went early to Uncle Silas's room, to her surprise, for he had told her that he was that night to accompany his son, who had to meet the mail train to Derby at 5 o'clock in the morning, saw her old master lying on the sofa, much in his usual position. There was not much strange about him, old Wyat said, but that his scent bottle was spilt on its side over the table, and he dead. She thought he was not quite cold when she found him, and she sent the old butler for Dr. Jokes, who said he died of too much laudanum. Of my wretched uncle's religion what am I to say? Was it utter hypocrisy, or had it at any time a vein of sincerity in it? I cannot say. I don't believe that he had any heart left for religion, which is the highest form of affection, to take hold of. Perhaps he was a sceptic, with misgivings about the future, but past the time for finding anything reliable in it. The devil approached the citadel of his heart by stealth, with many zigzags and parallels. The idea of marrying me to his son by fair means, then by foul, and, when that wicked chance was gone, then the design of seizing all by murder, supervened. I dare say that Uncle Silas thought for a while that he was a righteous man. He wished to have heaven and to escape hell, if there were such places. But there were other things whose existence was not speculative, of which some he coveted, and some he dreaded more, and temptation came. Now if any man build upon this foundation, gold, silver, precious stones, wood, hay, stubble, every man's work shall be made manifest. For the day shall declare it, because it shall be revealed by fire, and the fire shall try every man's work of what sort it is. There comes with old age a time when the heart is no longer fusible or malleable, and it must retain the form in which it has cooled down. He that is unjust, let him be unjust still. He which is filthy, let him be filthy still. Dudley had disappeared, but in one of her letters, Meg, writing from her Australian farm, says, "There's a fella in toon as calls himself Colebrook, with a good house of wood, 15-foot length, and as by 'bout a ceiling o' the Perler of Bartram, only a lot of rats, do they say, my lady, by buying and selling of gold back and for'ard with the digging fork and the marchants. His chick and mouth be wry with the scar o' burns and vitriol, and no whiskers, bless ye. But my Tom, he told him he knowed him for Master Dudley. I ain't seed him, but he said he'd shoot Tom as soon as look at him, and denied it with a mouthful of curses and off. Tom bain't right sure. If I'd a seen once, I'd know for certain, but 'appen 'twill best be let be." This was all. Old Hawkes stood his ground, relying on the profound cunning with which their actual proceedings had been concealed, even from the suspicions of the two inmates of the house, and on the mystery that habitually shrouded Bartram Haugh and all its belongings from the eyes of the outer world. Strangely enough, he fancied that I had made my escape long before the room was entered. And, even if he were arrested, there was no evidence, he was certain, to connect him with the murder, all knowledge of which he would stoutly deny. There was an inquest on the body of my uncle, and Dr. Jokes was the chief witness. They found that his death was caused by an excessive dose of laudanum accidentally administered by himself. It was not until nearly a year after the dreadful occurrences at Bartram that Dickon Hawkes was arrested on a very awful charge and placed in jail. It was an old crime, committed in Lancashire, that had found him out. After his conviction, as a last chance, he tried a disclosure of all the circumstances of the unsuspected death of the Frenchwoman. Her body was discovered buried where he indicated, in the inner court of Bartram Haugh, and, after due legal inquiry, was interred in the churchyard at Feltram. Thus I escaped the horrors of the witness box, or the far worse torture of a dreadful secret. Dr. Bryerly, shortly after Lady Knollys had described to him the manner in which Dudley entered my room, visited the house of Bartram Haugh, and minutely examined the windows of the room in which Mr. Charke had slept on the night of his murder. One of these he found provided with powerful steel hinges, very craftily sunk and concealed in the timber of the window frame, which was secured by an iron pin outside, and swung open on its removal. This was the room in which they had placed me, and this was the contrivance by means of which the room had been entered. The problem of Mr. Charke's murder was solved. I have penned it. I sit for a moment breathless. My hands are cold and damp. I rise with a great sigh and look out on the sweet green landscape and pastoral hills, and see the flowers and birds and the waving boughs of glorious trees, all images of liberty and safety. And as the tremendous nightmare of my youth melts into air, I lift my eyes in boundless gratitude to the God of all comfort, whose mighty hand and outstretched arm delivered me. When I lower my eyes and unclasp my hands, my cheeks are wet with tears. A tiny voice is calling me, "Mamma!" and a beloved smiling face, with his dear father's silken brown tresses, peeps in. "Yes, darling, our walk. Come away." I am Lady Ilbury, happy in the affection of a beloved and noble-hearted husband, The shy, useless girl you have known is now a mother, trying to be a good one, and this, the last pledge, has lived. I am not going to tell of sorrows. How brief has been my pride of early maternity, or how beloved were those whom the Lord gave and the Lord has taken away. But sometimes, as, smiling on my little boy, the tears gather in my eyes, and he wonders, I can see why they come. I am thinking, and trembling while I smile. To think, how strong is love, how frail is life, and rejoicing, that while I tremble that, in the deathless love of those who mourn, the Lord of life, who never gave a pang in vain, conveys the sweet and ennobling promise of a compensation by eternal reunion. So through my sorrows I have heard a voice from heaven say, Write, from henceforward blessed are the dead that die in the Lord. This world is a parable, the habitation of symbols, the phantoms of spiritual things immortal shown in material shape. May the blessed second sight be mine, to recognize under these beautiful forms of earth the angels who wear them. For I am sure we may walk with them if we will, and hear them speak. End of chapter 66. End of Uncle Silas by J. Sheridan Le Fanu.